second time. The Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
They certainly do, Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you are enjoying this brisk, chill evening. And what a stinker that was. Philadelphia Eagles 40. Kansas City Chiefs 22. An absolutely dominant performance from that defense of Philadelphia, Joe Shasky. And man, we got a lot to get into. Jimmy Butler made his debut with the Golden State Warriors on Saturday. A lot of stuff to like in that game. Stephen Curry going vintage Steph in Chicago. It was maybe a season-saving win. Maybe that's a little strong at this point, but we can dive into that. We could dive into the halftime performance of Kendrick Lamar. You have thoughts on that. The broadcast itself. Patrick Mahomes looking like, I don't know, Kenny Pickett, who closed the game for the Philadelphia Eagles. He did not know what to do yesterday. The stats don't even show, like 22 points didn't even, it looks way better than it actually was. When you look at that final stat line and, you know, number 40-22, now it could have been 50-6, if we're being honest, if the Philadelphia Eagles didn't pull up there late in that game. But good morning. I hope you had a lovely weekend, Joe. And I know you're hurting today because I already see on the news they are tearing Philadelphia down right now, those fans, and fly Eagles fly.
Yeah, I mean, look, they God, what an awful, awful, awful Super Bowl for Niner fans. I mean, seriously, it's like one of the worst Super Bowls of all time. It really is for me. Just because there was no clear-cut team for me to really like root for. Philadelphia, what can you say? It was as thorough and as dominant a win as I can remember in a long time. And they are a deserving champion. And Jalen Hurts, who I've been very skeptical on, not only outplayed Patrick Mahomes, he was brilliant yesterday. Their defensive and offensive lines were absolutely dominant. And I think, to me, this is one of my favorite things in sports. I live for team building. You know I love it. I love drafts. I love trades. I love acquisitions. I love coaching them up. And when I look at Philadelphia and I look at the guy who's the architect of everything, and Howie Roseman, trading Carson Wentz was one of the boldest things you could possibly do. They were done with him. They knew they were done with him. And they said, you know what? We're going to get off of him. And then they ultimately got draft capital that helped them get Jalen Carter. Obviously, they had to, have some things fall in their place. And then draft picks that were supplemental in other trades to get them Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Kyron Johnson. And then the second round pick they used, obviously this year, Cooper DeJean, who, Niner fans thought he was theirs for a couple of minutes. And he makes a big pick six, which is an incredible play. That is a testament to building through the draft and via trades. And then they signed one of the greatest free agents of all time. Reggie White, to me, is number one. Dion's pretty close second.
I would go Tom Brady in Tampa, but there you go. Won a Super Bowl his first year, MVP.
And so did Reggie White. Reggie White was the most dominant player on the planet.
He's not the greatest quarterback ever. Continue.
Okay. But Reggie White's pretty much known as one of, especially at the beginning of the salary cap era, one of the greatest players. He won Defensive Player of the Year. Reggie was unbelievable.
Very good player.
And I look at what's his face, Saquon Barkley having one of the greatest seasons of all time.
He broke.
There's
Terrell
no
Davis.
other way around.
He broke Terrell Davis's all-time rushing yards. If you count regular season and playoffs combined, he broke that. Didn't even play well yesterday. And really, that was the Chiefs heading into that game. They said, you know what, Jalen, we're going to dare you to beat us throwing the ball. And he did that. Dime to Devontae, dime to A.J. Brown. Early on a 4th and 2, 4th and 3, they go deep. Ticky-tack foul call there. They did a makeup call the next drive, too, when there was probably not going to be, I don't know, who was it? McDuffie, whoever it was, the DB for the Chiefs, hitting Goddard in the helmet. I don't know. There's some ticky-tack foul calls early on in that game. But I think I'm most pleased with, we're not talking about the refs today. Because that felt like a game.
We were going to. I was ready to.
It felt like we were going
that
to.
OPI.
Early on.
I was like, what are we doing?
The offensive pass on. And it was actually reminiscent of the George Kittle one.
Which is ridiculous. One of the worst calls in Super Bowl history.
That went the Chiefs' way, right? And we were all saying, oh, here we go again.
It's actually Jimmy's greatest throw ever as a Niner.
So good, right?
No one ever talked. No, I'm serious. It was like a 65-yard perfect dime.
Right, and you get, obviously, the John Lynch timeout. Anyways. Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl MVP, and A.J. Brown was the difference maker in that. And it brings me to this real quick, and we're going to get to this at some point in the show today, but we saw Deebo Samuel wearing an A.J. Brown jersey just the other week, Joe Shasky. You had some thoughts on that. And the news of the morning yesterday was via Adam Schefter, and this is the quote, what Deebo Samuel told ESPN's Adam Schefter, quote, "It was a hard conversation to have with Kyle because of the relationship that we have, but I have to do what's best. I'm more than thankful for the Niners giving me the opportunity of a lifetime, but now I think it's best that we find another team."
On the day that we see the Eagles celebrate a Super Bowl, they lost Kelsey, the center. They lost Fletcher Cox, one of the great defensive tackles.
Hassan Reddick. Have you even heard that guy's name anymore?
Wow, I didn't even think of him.
You forgot about him because he was the Jets first and foremost.
I look at this and I say to myself, Niners, this offseason, the number one task isn't just acquisitions and getting the D-line right. No drama. So if Deebo is going to, before the season is even ready to kick off, the offseason, to talk about where he's going to go, again, going back to decisive moves of Pontius piloting yourself and wiping your hands clean.
Going biblical.
The way that Carson Wentz, see ya, get out of here. I love Deebo. I don't want to kick him on the way out the door. I do think that there's a level of disrespect that I've seen on Deebo Samuel that online is just not real. I just think real Niner fans, we like Deebo a lot. He brought us some great memories. But if this is the way it's going to go down and you're going to basically say, hey, I'm seeking a permission for trade, and sayonara. I just, this whole entire offseason, I don't want Brock drama. I don't want Deebo drama. I don't want any drama. I want everyone singularly focused on trying to do exactly what the Eagles just did, which is go from a team that was falling apart at the end of the year to a team that looked completely different by midseason.
Well, it's it's funny you say no drama, right? And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got the knockout tournament giveaway. We got the slam dunk in Vegas giveaway. We got a pair of Stephen Curry shoes we got to give away at some point.
Ones.
Some sick ones, and we'll get into that a little bit later. So all that happening today, 888-957-9570. But it's funny you say you don't want the season to start with drama in the offseason, because the Philadelphia Eagles season started with drama. I mean, we had the head coach and the quarterback at odds. It felt like we were a couple weeks away from Nick Sirianni getting the axe. Is it Jalen Hurts? Is it Sirianni? This, that, and the other. I mean, hell, in the Super Bowl when they had like a 3-score lead,
I couldn't believe that.
A.J. Brown going
I
at the
couldn't
head
believe
coach
that.
for some reason. I don't know what was going on there. Then he scores another touchdown. It's all hunky-dory. They go up, 34-0, and that was all she wrote. The game was over. I've never seen Patrick Mahomes look more flustered in a pocket. Well, since the last time we lost the Super Bowl, when Tom Brady was also the quarterback, and Tom Brady obviously in the building last night alongside Kevin Burkhardt for Fox Sports. We can get into his performance yesterday as well. Some mixed bag. I thought he was whatever. But overall, just it's funny because you watch it because you know the Chiefs, you know Patrick Mahomes, and watching the game. What point did it get to you, Joe Shasky, when you could finally tell yourself, okay, now the game's over? Because for me, I know Patrick Mahomes so freaking well that I'm like, I know it's 24-0, but
I did not think it was over until the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Okay, thank you. That was about when I said too. I still said with a couple minutes left in the third, I was like, maybe they got a chance. And then, you get the fumble. He gets absolutely obliterated in the face. They didn't call what should have been a personal foul in that play. I was like, okay, now it's over.
But here's the part, like, for Niner fans.
Zach Bond's pick. I mean, there were some crazy plays. Like Cooper DeJean, pick 6. He's 22 years old. He's turned 22 yesterday on pick 6. Unbelievable.
It was an incredible play. But
happy birthday to him and Saquon.
It's just sad, I think, for Niner fans because we had opportunities to beat a different version of the Kansas City Chiefs twice. And they just couldn't. They couldn't make plays. And I watched Philly make every play, not one play, make every play. And credit to them, Vic Fangio, who all Niner fans have tremendous love for Vic Fangio. I mean, he's the one that got away. He's the one we wanted 2 years ago. I think a lot of Niner fans wanted him 2 years ago. Oh, but he runs a 3-4, and it's like,
who cares?
Look at what he's done. And now, obviously, their draft picks all have hit. But the coordinator was the story yesterday. The Chiefs couldn't move the ball. At all. They crossed the 50 in like the third quarter for the first time. I couldn't believe it. They couldn't move the ball. No. There was nothing they could do. Again,
the final score doesn't do it justice.
No, it was complete domination.
Absolutely obliterated. Like that, again, it could have been another 50 burger as the Eagles put up 50 on the Washington Commanders a couple weeks ago. This could have been another 50 burger. Philadelphia was just the best team all. Like they're the best team all year.
It's inarguable.
It's inarguable. And listen, credit to the Chiefs. I mean, they went for a 3-peat, man. Like that's difficult. You saw Chris Jones battling that knee. Like there is some significant wear and tear, and I'm very curious to see where this team goes going forward. Because listen, you got Patrick Mahomes, you got Andy Reid. It's the same way you're going to treat it with Belichick and Brady. You get that respect.
They're in on everyone.
I
mean, it's like
exactly.
They're going to be in on Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, even though I would never see the Raiders trading there. Myles Garrett. I think they're going to be in on DK Metcalf. They're in on everyone. And any combination of guys, like we all thought DeAndre Hopkins was washed. Now it ended up in the Super Bowl, he was washed. But he was good for them this year.
He's talking like smack after the game about the refs. I was like, please. I do not want to hear any Kansas City Chief talking about the refs after a game like that when the refs did nothing but try to help you early on in that game.
Kelsey looks completely cooked.
He looks cooked. He was dressed like a 1970s porn star. I didn't know what was going on there. He's trying to like attract all the Swifties.
Travis Digler?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was. I don't know what that was. And by the way,
it's just
shout out to those watching and texting us on the text line brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance at the dealer. Joe Shasky, we got a caller from Philadelphia.
I don't want to hear from them.
You sure?
I'm dead serious.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
I kind of want to hear from John in Philly. Let's see what he's got. Let's hear from John in Philly.
Oh, God.
What does he got? Hey, John, how you doing, bud? Have you slept? Johnny.
Doing waking up this morning in San Francisco.
Oh, you are?
What's it like waking up?
Oh, we're in San Francisco. Doing? I'm doing great, actually.
Yeah, I'm not in San Francisco. You're doing good? That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the Chiefs.
I'd be happy. Like, you guys are witnessing a dynasty, so it's a good day. It's a good day for you. You guys are done. Deebo's fat. It's over. You're going to lose Trent Williams. It's done. You guys are done.
All right, cut him off. I don't need. Just enjoy your Super Bowl.
That wasn't even that good.
I mean, how would you like to wake up and just think about us? Well, talk about living rent free. I mean, Jesus Christ. Well, don't ever do that again, Sam. Don't ever put some moron Eagle fan who lives in his mom's basement who can't even get his connection right. All right, Deebo's been fat for multiple years. It's okay. We know this. All right, we know this.
You just agree with him.
I mean, I like Deebo. I mean, come on, but I didn't want to hear from Deebo on Super Bowl Sunday. It's like, Deebo, dude, you don't have to make it about yourself every single time. And this goes back to the bigger points. Like, the Niners need to just shut up and get their own cards in their own house in order, and they need to figure out a way on both sides of the ball in the trenches to be able to compete with that team. Because to his point, they're not a dynasty yet. They have They have won 2 Super Bowls with 2 different quarterbacks.
Sure,
they have won 2 Super Bowls with 2 different
coaches. Though that's not 2 different head coaches, 2 different quarterbacks.
It's impressive.
It is impressive. That's not a dynasty.
No, but that's Howie Roseman. That's as the GM.
Correct.
He's amazing, and he hired both coordinators. He has his fingerprints all over that team. Howie is one of the great wheelers and dealers in sports. Yes. He is Brian Cashman-like for the NFL. He nails the draft. He crushed it with the Saquon pick. Like, if anything, the New York Giants look like the biggest morons of all time. Would Saquon have had the season that he just had with the New York Giants? Absolutely not.
No, their quarterback is Daniel Jones.
You let him go to your division rival for nothing. I don't want to. I'll never forget the sound of the GM, Joe Shane. Yeah, we don't want to do the franchise thing. We don't want to get something back for him. Saquon, So you test the market and you come back to me. Okay, you promise? Okay. Yeah, thanks, Saquon.
I'm out.
I mean, Jesus.
And credit to Jeffrey Lurie, the owner. That guy
puts his money where his mouth is.
And just look at his last 3 coaching hires. I mean, obviously, you go back to Andy Reid. You got Doug Peterson, champion. And then you got Nick Sirianni, champion, who's been to 2 Super Bowls now.
And moved off Chip Kelly and hired Chip Kelly when he was the toast of the town. I think we have forgotten. I mean, year 1, he was good.
They went to the playoffs.
I know.
And Chip Kelly's back in the NFL now as an offensive coordinator, so we're going to see there because he just had a hell of a season with Ohio State.
Absolutely.
I'm fine with him as an OC. As a head coach, got some questions.
Highest paid OC.
It was. Brady putting his money where his mouth is. Real quick, you talk about, Chip Kelly, and I was at that game that season with the Eagles when they went to the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. Nick Foles had 7 touchdowns.
Who was the white wide receiver that was kept? Riley Cooper?
Yeah.
He threw a dime to the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying.
He destroyed
an absolute. It's in my head.
Don't talk about that. He's since passed away, but DJ Hayden was getting absolutely getting obliterated. But he was in that game. He just getting absolutely torched in that game. Riley Cooper, Matt Barkley had cleanup duty in the entire 4th quarter.
Fight on.
I know, exactly. Nick Foles could have had 10 touchdowns in that game, is what I'm saying. And Nick Foles, by the way, you see last night, clapped back at Brady. It's just like, it's nice that Tom Brady's in the building twice for both the Eagles' Super Bowl wins. That was nice. How'd you think of Tom? How'd you think his performance was yesterday?
Tom was fine. It's just, it was really a melancholy Super Bowl for me, man. It was like, it made me really sad. No, because it was the worst possible outcome. I would actually have rather watched like a walk-off on the Philly special in overtime for Philly to win it. At least it'd be tighter. They blew them out. They dominated. They're the clear-cut best team in the planet. There's like no arguing. They dismantled the Chiefs. They did everything that I've wanted to do to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. They punched that guy in the mouth time and time again. They were throwing the ball all over the yard. Jalen Hurts was running like man coverage on the outside. I'll just take off and run decisively.
He ran at the perfect time.
Jalen Hurts was excellent.
He was great. His knee, that was the question mark last couple of weeks.
Great.
He looked spry.
He looked great,
energetic.
They didn't even need Saquon.
No, they didn't. That's the thing. And for as much credit as we were giving Steve Spagnuolo, and he's a genius, the timing, the blitzes, this, that, and the other, they put so much of an emphasis on stopping the run. And granted, they do. Drew Tranquil absolutely obliterated Saquon 3 or 4 times, I was counting. But they just had no answers for A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
Dotson made plays.
Dotson, I thought that was going to be a touchdown.
Goddard made plays.
Goddard, and then the little scat back action, if you want Kenneth Gainwell in there.
Yeah.
They were all making plays yesterday. And Jalen Hurts, his timing routes, specifically with A.J. Brown, were just incredible. Can the Niners, get back to this point? What did the Eagles do? They went back after getting humbled in the first round of the playoffs last year against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They got humbled. They went out and had some hard decisions to make. You alluded to it. Jason Kelce, he retired. Fletcher Cox hangs him up. Hassan Reddick, I'm going to hold out. All right, we'll trade you to the New York Jets. They had a lot of question marks on that team. Obviously, the head coach and the quarterback. They just had to get rid of their, offensive and defensive coordinators. And you bring in Vic Fangio, you bring in Kellen Moore, who's going to be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints probably. So he gets a Super Bowl win in that building, and now he's going to be the head coach in that building for the next season. That's pretty freaking cool. And then they hit on Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, who had the pick 6 yesterday.
It was very reminiscent of the 81 Niners, where they drafted 3 different guys in the secondary.
Right.
And all of them looked like they were going to be studs. No one knew Ronnie would turn into Ronnie, but like all of those guys were hits. And look at Cooper DeJean making that play in that moment. And he's a great punt returner, very reliable. Quinyon Mitchell's a stud. And then Jalen Carter looks like prime Warren Sapp. Let's just call it what it is.
Jordan Davis, Josh Sweat. Are you kidding me? And he's doing the Sweat celebration where he was just wiping it off his helmet. I was like, that's pretty badass.
No, it's awesome. I mean, that defense. And then Bond coming out of nowhere.
Yeah,
no one knew who that guy. I didn't know who that guy was. Did you know who that guy was a year ago?
He was all pro this year. No, not a year ago, I don't. But I know this year he's been an absolute baller. But to your point, no one heard of him prior to this. No one. And then Niner legend, Oren Burks gets his ring after getting absolutely destroyed by Travis Kelce in the fourth quarter in overtime last year. Oren Burks, who made play after play in the playoffs for this team, gets a ring.
It's just hard for me to but the Niners had so many chances in the last 15 years to win one.
Yeah.
And I'm watching that game and I'm just like, God, it kept in the building where the lights went out and they couldn't stop freaking Joe Flacco and Anquan Bolden, who was just taking Chris Culver's lunch money.
Jacoby Jones, R.I.P.
Oh, God. Well, Bruce Miller was held. But, God, it was just the absolute what? He was.
Okay.
You think I'm joking?
No, he probably was, but they wasn't called. That's just fun. It's just funny that you remember that.
I remember all of them.
I know. We're up against it. Joe Shasky, 888-957-9570.
Michael James fumbling.
Oh, tough
Randy
scene.
Moss not going after that interception. I mean, just
It was
Randy.
good to see Randy on the broadcast.
Oh, it's great. I just make a play, dog.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm the greatest wide receiver of all time, Super Bowl week. No, you're not, dude.
There was too much talking that Super Bowl
You
week.
play for the Niners. No, you're not.
Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Joe Shasky, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This segment is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. More of your calls, more of your texts coming up. Eagles 40, Chiefs 22. We'll get into some of the Jimmy Butler stuff over the weekend. Big win over the Chicago Bulls. Deebo Samuel wants out. How do we feel about that? Plus, we got knockout giveaway. We got Stephen Curry sneakers to give away. We got Slam Dunk in Vegas giveaways. We got a lot happening. I can tell you on the other side, Joe Shasky, why the Eagles winning is actually a good thing for the 49ers. I'm going to tell you why. That's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
morning on the way to work. You guys make
yesterday, and that was the big time play, the dagger. You put it through the heart, you stomp on the neck, whatever the cliche is that you want to throw out there. That has been the play that I feel like has evaded the Niners for the most part in all 3 Super Bowl losses. Just one play, guy goes over the top, he's open, you have a moment to make the 30, 40-yard chunk play, and you just can't connect.
Yep. Shout out Dalton Connect, who's back with the Lakers, by the way, after a rescinded trade with Mark Williams over the weekend. That was a little more NBA news, and we'll get to the NBA a little bit later as the Golden State Warriors take out the Chicago Bulls 132 to 111. They went from like down 20 to up 20 in a blink of an eye. Oh, yeah, that guy Stephen Curry, by the way, if you haven't heard of him for a while, yeah, he's still pretty damn good. Although questionable tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks.
All right, we got Jimmy.
You got Jimmy now. You got Draymond, right? You got the suspendables, back in action, so that's great. And no Giannis. He has a calf issue he's dealing with, so no Giannis tonight in Milwaukee, which is, of course, Algonquin for the good land. Real quick, Joe Shasky.
Can't wait to talk Jimmy.
Garoppolo?
No, Butler.
Okay, 95-7 the game knockout tournament is back. Win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center. Going to be giving out the keywords sometime between 8 and 8:30 all week long, folks. This is the last week to qualify, so it starts today. Again, between 8 and 8:30, be listening. Then in the following segment between 8:30 and 9, you're going to hear a sounder. You're going to be the first to call in and give us the keyword, and you will win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament is on Monday, March 3rd. And again, listen in between 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 4 o'clock hours today on each show. And you have 3 opportunities to win today. Have to be 18 and be a California resident. All right, I teased it before we were getting into the last break. And if you're just joining us, Eagles 40, Chiefs 22. We're breaking it all down. Spadoni and Shasky. And listen, it was a no-win situation for the Niners because of what the Eagles meant to this team, what the Chiefs have meant to this team, and that's coming up short. But I'll say this. The legacy of Joe Montana, and I said it heading into this game, the legacy of your guy. You know what you were fighting for in this game, Joe Shasky? Which is why you should have been rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles. Because Joe Montana was about to get bumped from that number 2 spot. He's already been bumped from number 1 because that's Tom Brady. Guy went to 10 Super Bowls. He's won 7 of them. But Joe Montana was in danger of getting bumped to number 3 if Patrick Mahomes completed the 3-peat and got 4 titles.
Joe Montana's legacy is cemented.
Well, no,
I don't care if he's in people's 2, 3. He's an all-time legend.
That's great.
It's
an all-time legend. This is all-time legend that was going to get demoted. So you can feel how you want to feel, but he was going to get demoted for that number 2 spot. All right? And now with the stinker that Patrick Mahomes have had not once, but twice in 2 Super Bowls, I think the GOAT conversation is over for him. He's never going to be the greatest of all time. We didn't
consider Tom Brady the GOAT after he lost both Super Bowls to Eli. Tom
Brady never had performances where he stunk up the joint in both Super Bowls like Patrick Mahomes has. He left the field in the 4th quarter in each of his losses with a lead.
I've been watching sports a long time, and to say that at 29 years old, Patrick Mahomes
is never going to be the greatest quarterback of all time, it's okay.
I mean, if he plays till he's 45, who knows? So I'm like Montana was awesome. He's great. He was the greatest of the 80s. No one is denying that. Brady's the greatest of his particular era. Mahomes will probably end up being the best of his particular era. In terms of GOAT all time, I don't know. 2, 3, it doesn't matter. Because I don't consider Terry Bradshaw or Fran Tarkenton or Roger Staubach. I don't even consider them on my list. You talk to my grandpa, Johnny Unitas. So everyone's going to have their particular guys they ride for. Joe Montana, for the 45 and up crowd, will never get knocked off from his perch. You just can't. He's perfection.
He did. You knocked him off from his perch. You thought Tom Brady said
Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time.
Okay, so there you go. So that's what I'm saying. So people get knocked off from the perches is what I'm trying to say. And yesterday was an opportunity for Patrick Mahomes to not only do that to Joe Montana, but also to put major pressure on Tom Brady. You don't think Tom Brady, by the way, yesterday was absolutely loving
of course he was loving
every second of Patrick Mahomes getting dominated in that game? I mean, the guy has so much Botox, I can't tell if he's smiling or serious half the time. But other than that,
dude, he looks like Skeletor. They sucked in the cheeks. I don't even know what's going on.
He's very gaunt, like a zombie almost.
Isn't it a testament to Mahomes that they're down basically 28-0, and we all thought that they still could come back in the game?
It's unbelievable.
Because he's so damn good.
Well, hell, in the last, 2 minutes of the game, he put up 2 touchdowns like that, or 3 touchdowns, it felt like.
Look, I thought they should have went 5 wide, from the beginning of the game and just gone no huddle. Like the way to beat that particular team, you're not running on them. You need to spread them out and you throw. And this is where the injury to their wide receiver. I mean, we're getting in the weeds here, but Rashee Rice, like they don't have a number one. No. They need a number one.
And Travis Kelce's no longer a number one. He can't be. He's on that all season long. Yes, he slipped away a little bit last year because Dre Greenlaw got hurt and he exposed Oren Burks. Yeah. He clearly wasn't prepared, but the Eagles were prepared. They had the depth. They had the guys. And again, apropos, Oren Burks looking prepared this year, made some plays all postseason long, and then again yesterday. To your point, in regards to Philadelphia Eagles, the San Francisco 49ers at 888-957-9570, them being able to flip their coordinators too. That's something I'm looking at here. Now, Robert Saleh's been here. I don't know if it was an inspiring hire for you, but the fact that the Eagles were able to, quickly move off of both of their offensive and defensive coordinators, bring in these two guys that I know Vic Fangio's probably not going to get another head coaching job because it just seems like the league is going back to, offensive, the Ben Johnson types. And if you're not, you have to be like a younger guy, like a Mike Vrabel, et cetera, et cetera. I know Pete Carroll just got hired and he's the oldest guy in the NFL, but Pete Carroll obviously has had success. Vic Fangio in Denver didn't, but Kellen Moore probably going to get the head coaching job if it hasn't already been announced. I'm not sure.
It sounds like he's getting it.
In New Orleans.
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle Shanahan's not relinquishing play calling duties. We do know that. He's the OC. He's baked in. They can have a de facto one, this, that, and the other. He's the OC. Robert Saleh coming back now. He's going to be the most important hire going forward. I don't know if they have the guys yet. Can they do that in the draft? That's going to be key. Can they do that in free agency? I like Nick Bosa. I like Fred Warner, who was on the Experian commercials in the Super Bowl. Love seeing me some Fred Warner. I like Diamondor Lenore.
They've got a lot of work to do.
That's about all I like right now.
Well, no, I like Renardo Green. I think Renardo Green's a solid corner.
Solid, but I don't.
Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe I love those guys. I like Renardo Green.
Yeah.
There's three guys I absolutely love and know what I'm getting next year.
But
that's not enough.
If we did, I agree with you 100%. But if we did the same thought exercise on Philly, defensively, they had nothing outside of Jalen Carter last year. Heading into this year, Jalen Carter showed.
Man, Brandon Graham, he's been there a while. Yeah.
Well, Brandon Graham was 1 foot into retirement for me.
I know.
But they had no linebackers. They had no secondary. They needed to completely rework that secondary. Darius Slay was who they were hanging their hat on, and everyone was like, yeah, he's not even good enough.
CJ Gardner-Johnson. Yeah.
Again, talks a big game when he's playing World of Warcraft and Call of Duty, but
love me some
look, they've reworked their entire defense.
Jordan Davis he's a solid player.
But for a top 10 pick, you thought he'd be farther along. Again, I look, you lose Fletcher Cox, and it's there's no way that team's going to be able to reload. They reloaded. And Vic Fangio, with whatever the hell he did with Bond, that guy came out of nowhere. So that is on, I give Vic a lot of credit for that, but I give Howie a lot of credit for drafting these guys. Cooper DeJean and Mitchell, and the Jalen Carter pick just fell into their lap, but you get credit for taking him. He had major red flags. Raiders
could have taken him. They took some guy named Tyree Wilson, who's been an absolute bust from Texas Tech. You don't think that guy could have helped with Max Crosby? Absolutely.
Absolutely. And then obviously, the way that they played on defense, I've never seen Kansas City look that stymied. They looked, and I know the Niners had them for a quarter and a half in terms of, stymieing their offense, and it felt like the second Dre Greenlaw got hurt. Yeah, but it didn't look like what they did yesterday. What they did yesterday with Philly, they couldn't even move the ball at all. And I've never seen Mahomes get that hit that often and that hurried.
They didn't blitz once. They didn't blitz at all.
They look great.
They dominated from start to finish. What was the pressure rate? 50% or something ridiculous. It was unbelievable what they were able to do. We're up against it. We got to go. We'll come back on the other side. There's so much more to pick apart there. Obviously, what the Warriors did over the weekend. Deebo Samuel, we got to get back into that. Deebo Samuel asking for a trade. He wants to go bye-bye.
On Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, it's right.
Come on, man.
After wearing the Eagles jersey last week, I feel some type of way about that if I'm a Niner
and looking
fan.
A little chunky, looking a little Rocky Roadish.
Oh, he's having the chunky peanut butter like me?
Well, Friday night after losing my CYO game, I'm not going to lie. I ordered some chocolate chip ice cream.
You ordered the ice cream?
It's a long story.
We'll get into that on the other side. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. What's coming up when the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. I'm going to give you the info on what you need to do in order to qualify to win the Slam Dunk Contest in Vegas. More of your calls, more of your texts. Philadelphia Eagles 40, Kansas City Chiefs 22. The quest for a three-peat falls short. Eagles, though, Nick Sirianni, man, is he a better coach officially than Kyle Shanahan now? Is Jalen Hurts officially a better quarterback now? Is this how these things work than Brock Purdy? I think he already was, but maybe now it's official. We'll get into it on the other side. It's Spadoni and Shasky's The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call, Fox Sports. Cooper DeJean on his 22nd birthday gets the pick six as the Eagles roll in the Super Bowl 59, 40-22 over the Kansas City Chiefs. Next year, it's going to be at Levi Stadium for Super Bowl 60, Joe Shasky. Will the 49ers be there? Well, be pretty fun. We've already had that a couple times in the last, handful of years. You had the Rams at SoFi Stadium host the Super Bowl, and you had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers host the Super Bowl as well out in Tampa. Both those home teams won. Can the 49ers do it next year? They have a lot of work to get back to where they think they can be and where the Philadelphia Eagles are right now, as they just absolutely manhandle, again, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo. It doesn't matter. Nick Sirianni's a champion. Jalen Hurts is a champion. You heard the rejoin. Humble. Kansas City Chiefs got humbled yesterday. And real quick, Kendrick Lamar, how'd you feel about the halftime performance? I know you have some thoughts. I saw.
I'll give you the hottest take of the day.
Whoa!
It's pretty simple. I mean, it's straightforward. Kendrick Lamar's album's not. His catalog. Excuse me. Is just not.
Careful.
No, his catalog is not as robust as what is required to be a top flight halftime performer. He's a good artist. Some would say great. Okay, but to do the halftime show, you need to appeal to a wide variety of demographics, of age groups, of generations. And I just don't think he has enough number one hits. He has a lot of what I would call niche hits, like in a certain genre. Like, I don't think Luke Combs, for example, I'm going to go the complete opposite, right? Country music. I don't think he could do a halftime show. I don't think he has enough hits that the masses know. You know, like his number one hit is a cover, for example, or one of his top hits is a cover. I just don't think he can carry the whole show like that. You need to have grandma and the aunties and your uncles and the kids and your cousins and your 20-somethings. It's got to appeal to everyone. You got to have bangers. Last year I was in the building for Usher. It was Usher, Alicia Keys, Jermaine Dupri, Little John, Ludacris, will.i.am. Think of just listen to what I just said.
Pick up all those names you just dropped.
That's who was there. Usher has 8, 9, 10 number one hits that everyone, if I just play, yeah, everyone in the room, I don't care how old you are, they all start bobbing their head. Yeah. All right? Like, Not Like Us is a great song. Everybody bangs
Humble,
it.
Good one.
Right? Yeah, okay. The catalog's not robust enough. And this isn't some like Joe you don't love. I love rap music. I'm saying it was way too niche. Like, it just is. It's just it is what it is. And I didn't think it translated well on television. I didn't think it was worthy to begin with. If you're gonna do the New Orleans Super Bowl, to me, it's very simple. I bring out all the New Orleans acts. I bring out Cash Money. I bring out No Limit. I play all the New Orleans classic rap songs, and I have them all performing simultaneously, similar to what you had with Dr. Dre, Snoop, Eminem, where Kendrick was a part of it. 50 came out for that. Mary J. Blige came out for that. It's not one guy. Dr. Dre couldn't carry that whole thing. You had to have the whole ensemble. To me, I would have brought out Lil Wayne as the headliner. I would have brought in Master P, even though Cash Money and No Limit are not, the same entity. I would have had Baby Juvenile would have came out. That's what I would have done if I was doing the halftime performance selection. I think I thought it fell on a lot of deaf ears.
I think the most overrated spectacle in all of sports is the halftime show of any Super Bowl or Thanksgiving or whatever. I don't think it ever translates well. I think they're all boring. I'd rather go to the bathroom for 20 minutes. I find that way more enjoyable than watching any halftime performance.
You thought Beyonce was boring 10 years ago?
I don't care about Michael Jackson. I don't care about Justin Timberlake. I don't care about Kendrick Lamar. I don't care about any of it. It does nothing for me. I want to get back to the football. That's why I want to watch it. I don't care about Jack Harlow. I don't care about any of that.
Jack Harlow should be nowhere near a halftime show.
I don't care
Jack
about
Harlow. Give me a break.
I just mentioned that because he was on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, he was so bad.
He was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. Kind of like Patrick Mahomes last night in the Super Bowl. You hate to see it. Something you love to see, though, is the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, Joe Shasky. That's going on right now. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You and 3 guests. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas, and you can check out the March Hoops Party at Stadium Swim at Circa. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. And winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. All right, we got a lot to react to today. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the Super Bowl, your thoughts on the Eagles winning it. Do you feel some type of way about the Eagles winning in the fashion they did against the Kansas City Chiefs? Were you rooting against the Chiefs? Are you feeling great about Patrick Mahomes not completing the three-peat? Or are you saying, man, Nick Sirianni, is he officially better than Shanahan? Is Jalen Hurts, is he a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? I'll say this about Jalen. Good for him. Like, as much as I'm sure you hate Philadelphia, you hate all the fans, I love Jalen Hurts. I love what he stands for. I think he's a good person. I think he does look great in the community in Philadelphia. I love his mindset. He's a no-nonsense guy. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him smile in my entire life. Even when his girlfriend or wife, whoever it was kissing him yesterday, didn't even want to smile. He has such a good mentality and a great mentality that I want my quarterback to have. Some people say he pouts. Some people say he's just the same guy throughout. He kind of has, not to this degree, he kind of has a little Eli Manning in him, where nothing like seems to faze him.
His temperament is perfect for that city.
Correct.
Given how hot and cauldron the media is.
Correct. And, I feel like he says more often than not the right things. They're always going to pick apart his words. I mean, we're in the media. We do that all the time with players and coaches, et cetera. But that relationship between him and Nick Sirianni, it never wavered. And you know what? He is a Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl MVP, and no one's going to be able to take that away from him. Yeah, he's a top 10 quarterback. I always thought when push game's a shove, and Chasky, I've been telling you all postseason long, like there's going to be a game where he's going to win it with his arm. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. And this was the game that he did it, but he went with his legs as well. Here's Jalen after the game talking about not the offense, but his defense.
I think number one, defense wins championships. Defense wins championships, and we saw how they played today. We saw the difference they made in the game, and they gave us opportunities, gave us short fields, and we're able to do what we do.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. That defense, again, did not blitz one time. Not one time. They sacked Mahomes 6 times. Josh Sweat, he had 2.5 sacks. Milton Williams. Who? Milton Bradley? No. Milton Williams, 2 sacks. Jordan Davis got a sack. I mean, it was a sack party, baby.
Get back Jalen Hurts. I mean, his story is a tremendous one. You're probably going to see more and more guys bouncing around schools. Like Jaden Daniels is a great example. He played at multiple schools because of NIL and the transfer portal and everything. But like the way it went down for Jalen Hurts was so, like, it was cruel. I mean, he basically got his job taken away by Tua, and then Tua got hurt. He came back and won a game and has been class personified the entire way. I think a lot of people, myself included, didn't think he was even a quarterback in college. And then he goes to Oklahoma and just completely resurrects himself as a passer. Gets drafted, I thought, way too high in the 2nd round. Didn't even know what position they were going to, like, I didn't know they were going to try to keep him as a quarterback. Because remember, at the time, they had Carson Wentz.
Yep.
And all he's done is basically just shut up all the doubters like myself. And do I think he's the greatest? Like, read the defense over the middle of the field and throw intermediately on layered throws over the middle of the field? Not really.
No, he made a mistake. He made a mistake yesterday on pressure. He threw a pick.
But what he is really good at is, and he reminds me a lot of Russell Wilson, he has that perfect lob ball over the top, and I think he throws a really good out ball beyond the numbers. Just in general. And I think that he uses his legs perfectly. And when I look at what he did yesterday, the thing that's going to get lost is he had so many big, decisive runs. And then he's thick like Russell Wilson, bigger, obviously taller, but thick like Russell Wilson, where if you want to try to square him up, he's actually going to probably like run through you. And he's just a stud. I mean, he played really, really good yesterday. And he just wiped away the narrative of, if you lose the Super Bowl on your first appearance, you can go back and win it. He's the first guy that's done that.
Yep. And so same with Sirianni. I mean, that had never done before. When you lose to that same coach and team in the Super Bowl, when he goes back, I mean, like Kyle Shanahan, chances are you're not going to win it again.
But the thing that I noticed with him is that he's been in so many high-pressure big games, going back to Bama, going back to Oklahoma. There's something there. Like, he doesn't look rattled. We've now seen him in multiple NFC Championship games. We've seen him in multiple Super Bowls, and he doesn't look like the moment is too big for him. He always looks like he's in complete control. He may not make great plays on every single drop back, but he played brilliantly yesterday. And so like the question that I keep coming back to is like, all right, could I see Purdy playing a game the way he did yesterday? Boy, I mean, he's had some big playoff moments, Purdy. I'm not here to deny. But the way that Hurts used his legs yesterday, that's an element. I just don't know if Purdy's got that in the bag.
He has the ability to scamper around and run, but I don't think...
move laterally.
To the extent of a Jalen, that burst, I don't think so. I mean, you've seen Jalen's legs.
That's what I'm saying.
That can squat like 800 pounds. That's why the tush push works. I know you hate it, but it works so well. And you saw the Bills fail on this because Josh Allen, to his credit, he's a huge
but he doesn't get low.
He doesn't have the lower body of a Jalen Hurts that can just push. And you got Dallas Goedert and Saquon just getting cheek to cheek, hand to hand, pushing them forward like that. It's incredible. Now that the Chiefs have actually won the Super Bowl, the Eagles, have won the Super Bowl, maybe they do away with the tush push. We'll see. But real quick, we got Oreo Cookie, who we heard on the rejoin. He's going to be taking part in the knockout tournament, Joe Shasky. He wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Oreo? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, it was good to see the Chiefs are human. So that was good to see yesterday. But before I do get to yesterday, hey, man, there was some good vibes on Saturday in Chicago, wasn't it, man? People all smiling.
Jimmy.
You know, man, buckets, baby. But I do have a stat for the Super Bowl that I hope the 49ers are paying attention. You guys said it earlier that Mahomes did not get blitzed. Now, there's 6 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl that did not get blitzed. All 6 quarterbacks lost, meaning they got the pressure with the front 4, meaning we need to rebuild our front 4 and let our back, do what they do. Because I think that's our ticket. If our defense is good, we can stop anybody. Purdy, bring him back. Deebo, nice to know you. You don't want to be here. Peace out, buddy.
Yeah, Oreo, to me, it's straightforward, no drama, just no drama. And that's why, to me, the number one move is like, if Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, even if any of those guys, Micah Parsons, if any of those guys is available and realistically you can execute a trade, I trade whatever I can for them. You need to find a way. You go Bosa and Myles Garrett, and then you just figure out the rest through the draft. I think you have to go get an established pass rusher. Yes, obviously rushing with 4 and being able to drop back and sit into those gaps, that is a huge element. Spagnuolo did it with the New York Giants way back in the day. We've seen the blueprint time and time again. Pressure with 4 without having to blitz and then picking and choosing your spots is absolutely the number one thing. But it's also the offensive line. Like the Niners need to upgrade their offensive line. Center wasn't good enough. I didn't think right tackle was good enough. I think left guard is still a question mark. Is Trent going to come back? We have a lot of questions. The Niners they're a long way away. They can do it. It's going to be tough, but they got to really nail this offseason.
You look at what the Eagles did last year as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We've been talking Super Bowl. We're going to pivot here on the other side, get into some of this Deebo Samuel stuff. Deebo Samuel on the morning of the Super Bowl telling Adam Schefter, deuces to the 49ers. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Him wearing an A.J. Brown Eagles jersey last week. Yeah, I'm kind of done with this guy if I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan, which sucks to say because he's been, as you said, an all-time Niner, but he's going out like an all-time kind of, I don't know. Sucka seems pretty strong, but it's been kind of weak from what I've seen from Deebo Samuel this past year. It's been weak sauce, and we're going to get into that on the other side a little bit. But to your point about the Eagles, what the 49ers can replicate or try to replicate, number 22 overall pick, Quinyon Mitchell, stud. Cooper DeJean, number 40 overall pick in the second round, stud out of Iowa. Jalix Hunt, outside linebacker out of Houston Christian University. I don't know where. They got him in the third round. He had a half sack yesterday. He was in the backfield a bunch. They even heard of that guy. Will Shipley, their backup running back. He was doing some stuff in the NFC Championship game.
I feel like there's been a Shipley at Texas for the last 2 decades.
Forever.
Is that just me?
No, it's a great point.
There's like 1,000 Shipleys.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. in the 5th round. God, I remember his dad on those Eagles teams, right? In the Super Bowl against Tom Brady, in the likes of Don McNabb and company. So, like, there is a blueprint. It's just going to take a hell of a draft, I think.
They need to do more than just the draft. You have to sign some people too.
But it starts there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because those are going to be the cost-controlled guys that you are going to have to nail. That's why it sucks right now if you're a Niners fan, because the Eagles have all those guys under cheap contracts relatively. They got Jalen Carter. They got Jordan Davis still. They got Quinyon Mitchell. They got Cooper DeJean, Jalix Hunt. They got all these guys. Oh, Jason Kelsey. Oh, Fletcher Cox. Oh, Hassan Reddick. See you later. They didn't skip a beat. They got Jalen Hurts locked under contract. They got A.J. Brown locked under contract. They got Devontae Smith locked under contract. They did all the right things the 49ers didn't do. They righted the wrongs that all the Niners wronged and not righted, right? Like that's kind of where we're at. And that's why it feels like, I keep going back to what Steve Young said last offseason. God, it feels like they missed their window.
Oh, they did. That's why you think it was so bittersweet watching that game. Like, I've wanted to see the Chiefs lose forever. And then it's that team that dismantles them that way. Like, no, like, I'm sorry. I hate the Eagles too. So it's just like, look, good for them. They deserve it. They're a dominating champion. It's really hard to swallow that if you're a Niner fan. It just is. This is the worst possible outcome. They made the most of all their opportunities.
I'm really happy for guys like Big Dom today. I mean, doing it for the Paisans.
Oh, God, why are you doing this?
He deserves it. Great guy, stand-up individual.
He's an Italian.
He was there protecting his coach late in that game when he was doing the scrum.
God, I wish that Dre Greenlaw just slapped him across the face.
Well, he probably just hurt his other Achilles if that was the case. Nick Sirianni, what's up, man?
This is the ultimate team game. You can't be great without the greatness of others. Great performance by everybody. Offense, defense, special teams. Howie getting us the guys, our coaching staff, these great players. We didn't really ever care what anyone thought about how we won or their opinions. All we want to do is win. That's why we listened to my prerogative a little bit when we were after some wins. But thank God. Thank you, Jesus.
You come back with my prerogative, Bobby Brown? That's Nick Sirianni. Super Bowl champion.
Again, exactly. See, Super Bowl champion, and that's the part. It's like, God,
how many people have you
Shanahan doesn't have one, and this guy has one.
Well, I was going to say, if you polled people at the start of the season, if they even put it out there, Shanahan come off a Super Bowl loss, but if you're trying to build a team right now, would you pick Kyle Shanahan or would you pick Nick Sirianni to start a franchise?
If I'm allowed to hire his coordinators for him.
Well, no, he got rid of two coordinators and brought these guys in.
Howie got rid of his court. No, that's what happened.
We just had Baldwin last week and said his coaches love playing for him.
Okay, that might be, but Howie hired those coordinators. It's written all over the New York Times.
It's up to Nick Sirianni to put his coordinators in positions to also win and put them in spots to be successful, right?
Look, he has the Super Bowl, so right now he's going to have the upper echelon.
I think we're still drastically underrating Nick Sirianni at this point. I think it's undeniable.
What does he do?
What does he do? He wins Super Bowls. What does Mike Tomlin do? He goes to the playoffs every year. Come on, man.
Look, I'm giving Sirianni his credit, but like,
are you? It doesn't sound like you are.
Well, Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator, was he not?
No one wanted Kellen Moore prior to this year. No one wanted him.
Well, now he's going to be a head coach.
Exactly.
And Vic Fangio was hired specifically to take over. Like, he's a culture guy. I'll give him that. Like, he has created a culture.
Incredible culture.
Look, again, an incredible culture where they're all pointing their fingers. And he righted the ship, but I mean, come on, man. They're on the open market. Everyone's taking Shanahan over Sirianni. Not me. I'm talking other GMs.
I was going to say 888-957-9570 right now. If you're starting a franchise, you'd pick Nick Sirianni or Kyle Shanahan. I think I'm leaning Nick Sirianni.
What's his skill set?
He puts people in positions to succeed. And you know what? He has the pulse of that locker room. And you know what? His team didn't look tight yesterday. I know that.
That I will give you.
His team did not look tight.
They were prepared to play.
They looked loose. They looked great. They looked energetic.
Vic
he wasn't
Fangio
crying in the national anthem.
Vic Fangio played the Super Bowl loss to the Ravens to his team. Talking about his Niner, when he was the Niner defensive coordinator. He played that entire loss, and it was dead silence in the room. Like, God, that made me angry.
Just give him some credit. Nick Sirianni. It's a hell of a job. Like, I know it sucks to say, because Kyle Shanahan has gotten close twice, just like Nick Sirianni. But Nick Sirianni was able to slay the beast this time around. And maybe there is something to be said. I mean, we talk about Chiefs fatigue. Maybe the Chiefs were fatigued at that point. Like, we talk about the Golden State Warriors in their run, how hard it is to three-peat in any sport, let alone football, which has never been done with the Super Bowl. Like, Chris Jones, his knee it wasn't the same. Travis Kelce looks like a shell of himself. Patrick Mahomes looked unsure early in that game. Maybe there was a part of that too, where it just, the Eagles are catching them at the perfect time, and they were exhausted. Now, you can always do what the Bills have put out.
No, the Eagles, they deserve all the flowers this morning. Again, but to me, and Joe, I know you're trying to make a point on Sirianni. And look, he's got the Super Bowl win. Kyle doesn't. This was so much more about how, to me, it was about Howie and team building and franchising and how you run a well-oiled machine to where you put the infrastructure in place. And Sirianni made the most of all those things. But this was, to me, much more about Howie Roseman than it was about Nick Sirianni. But Sirianni is definitely, look, right now he's in the catbird seat.
Well, if that's the case, we like to give Kyle Shanahan all the credit because he has the final say on every single roster position when it comes to draft picks, when it comes to this, that, and the other.
Oh, and that's on Shanahan.
That's on Shanahan. Maybe if you're giving all this credit to Howie Roseman, maybe it's a good thing that Nick Sirianni doesn't have that also on his plate.
Well, they're two different jobs.
Well,
and I've been saying that I don't think that Shanahan should have full autonomy on all the draft picks. If you look at it, the Niners nail their mid to late round picks. And why is that? Because he has less of an emphasis on those picks. And I think he should, concede some of his control. Like there's not a doubt in my mind. Look at what happened with the Josh Dobbs, Brandon Allen thing in terms of the backup quarterback. Like a lot of people within the team and people covering the team thought that Josh Dobbs should have been the backup. He played Brandon Allen in that game. We saw what Brandon Allen looked like. He was hell-bent. I'm talking about Kyle himself. Now, on some level, when you're the play caller, I do kind of think that you have a feel for what you're looking for. So I'll listen to you on the quarterback. But everybody there was telling him, bro, go with Josh Dobbs. Now, I think both stink, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I do. I think both kind of stink. It doesn't really matter. But I do believe, Shanahan does need to come off of some of the personnel stuff. I do think at the end of the day, he should have veto power, but not full control. They're two different jobs.
What's coming up the game is brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. More of your calls, more of your texts. And this contest, 95.7 The Game and Under Armour are giving you a chance to score a pair of the new Curry 12s before you can buy them. Listen to the Morning Roast. So that's the show right now with Spinoni and Chasky all week for your cue to call 415-523-4652. Not right now. We're going to play a sounder. Carter, do you have that sounder ready? Sure, we can do that one. Let's do that sounder. Fifth caller to the contest line wins a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. Not yet. When we play that sounder next. They release this Friday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, on UA.com. For more info and to see what they look like, visit 957thegame.com. We're rolling. Is Deebo Samuel going to be rolling out here? I have a very interesting, thought on what Deebo Samuel did yesterday and what it means for his future in San Francisco, or no future in San Francisco for that matter. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Have a good morning, everybody. It's been great. It's been fun. So Larry June, Spadoni at Shasky. We've been talking Eagles dominating the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Your thoughts on that? Thoughts on Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni being Super Bowl champions? Saquon Barkley, one of the all-time seasons. Patrick Mahomes looking like, I don't know, Kerry Collins in the Super Bowl. Did not have that on my big board. Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, Steve Spagnuolo, all of them getting absolutely punked yesterday down in Nolans. But you're going to have an opportunity here in about, 11 minutes or so. Teased it heading into the break, and I'll tease it one more time here. We're giving away, I should say, a pair of the new Curry 12s before you can buy them. Be listening to the Morning Roast for the next, 12 minutes and all week long. And you're going to hear a sounder. And when you hear that one more time, so you're gonna hear that sounder, and not now, but then you're gonna be the fifth caller to the contest line. I got to be very specific here, Joe Shasky, because people like to call, blow up the thing all the time. So when you next hear that sounder, you're gonna call 415-523-4652 and be the fifth caller, and you are gonna win a pair of the Stephen Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s, and they released this Friday, February 14th on UA.com.
All right, so I want to establish some things.
Please.
I couldn't be happy no matter what happened yesterday. And
Really?
I kind of knew that going in.
Really?
Yeah. Because I think for a lot of Niner fans, it's like, all right, if the Eagles win, damn it, they did what we haven't been able to do. And it's just a reminder of us falling short multiple times to different versions of this particular team, the Chiefs. If the Chiefs wins, it's like, God, I hate them. Like that's the team that beat us in the Super Bowl twice, right?
Sure.
So for me as a Niner fan, it was lose-lose. I hate the Eagles, right? Is it on the level of the Cowboys? No, but I can't stand their fan base at all. That's
fine.
And I'm watching that game, and it's a reminder of their everything right now that we aren't, right? Resilient. They're gutsy and go for it on 4th and short. They're a team that's buttoned up on special teams. They're a team with an elite defensive line. That's what we used to have. We no longer have that. They are nailing their draft picks, and it feels like they're plug and play across the board. Their quarterback, rose to the occasion in multiple opportunities in the playoffs this year. Purdy's had moments, but it's like they couldn't make that big play. Like, go back to the Super Bowl last year. The big play wasn't a Purdy play.
Evaded him.
It was a Juwan Jennings, throwback to Christian McCaffrey. Their running back didn't really matter that he didn't make any plays yesterday because their wide receivers were either getting separation or making plays down the field. They hit big strikes down the field. You capitalized on turnovers from Patrick Mahomes and then cashed them in with scoring drives. And so it was a reminder to me of like, God dang it, the Niners were so close to winning it all. And now they're at the bottom of the Himalayas and they got to walk their way all the way. It can happen. It's just really difficult. And I look at the DC that they hired. I wanted Vic Fangio. Like, I really wanted Vic Fangio. I love Vic Fangio. Niner fans look at Vic Fangio, and we loved him as the DC of the 49ers. And Wilkes was good, but he wasn't as good as Vic Fangio was. And I look at like his experience, and he talked about that, of losing that Super Bowl as the DC of the 49ers in that same stadium 15 years ago. He played that for his team. And all the little things that maybe he fell short on, it felt like they hit. And it ticks me off. It really does. Their receivers made big time plays. Our receivers, it felt like either didn't get the ball thrown to them because of protection up front or just couldn't make the big play. And it just, it sucks. And you're talking about the Big Dom, and I'm like, dude, screw Big Dom. And then you're talking about Nick Sirianni. I'm like, dude, Nick Sirianni lost that locker room.
But
he lost that quarterback.
But he didn't. The locker room loves him. The coaches love him.
A year ago, he did. I'm saying a year ago, he did.
If he truly did, though, he would have been fired.
He was going to be fired.
But he wasn't.
They were talking about firing him and going and getting Belichick. That was the offseason chatter.
I think that was all smoke screen. Clearly, Belichick's not getting any other NFL jobs. No one wants the guy. That was all smoke screen.
They
that was
blew
all
out
chatter.
their coordinators. They reset stuff. They made a bunch of draft picks. Like, again, and Sirianni gets credit for all these things. He capitalized on it.
Absolutely.
But a year ago, that was a team headed down the drain after starting 10-1.
I know we're saying that, and they still made the playoffs last year. So we're talking about Kyle Shanahan like he just made the playoffs and he got knocked out. Kyle Shanahan didn't make the playoffs this year. So, like, I asked the question at 888-957-9570. If you're starting a franchise right now, You want your head coach to be either Kyle Shanahan or Nick Sirianni. I'm taking Nick Sirianni. I am. He's guys been.
Why?
Why? Because I think he puts his coaches and players in positions to succeed more so than Kyle Shanahan.
So he's going to lose Kellen Moore. Now he's going to have the last of the pick. Let's play this out. He's going to have the last of the picks of all the coordinators. Is he not coordinator reliant?
I don't know, because he made the playoffs with 2 coordinators he fired last year. He made the playoffs with 2 coordinators he let go last year.
I think that he is ridiculously coordinator reliant.
Clearly, so is Kyle Shanahan, because he can't get the defensive coordinator position right.
Yeah, but I know on offense he's going to be able to scheme it up. I mean, they still had a ton of yards, and they had no one out there. I think they had no one.
We were talking about the Eagles' offense.
We were
talking about the Eagles' offense all year. Oh, they can't throw the ball. They can't throw the ball. And Jalen Hurts absolutely destroys the Chiefs' secondary in the Super Bowl. They're going to be just fine. Dave, San Francisco, he's glad the Eagles won. What's going on, Dave? You're on Spadoni and Chasky.
Oh, hey, good morning. Good game. I thought it was really good. I'm a longtime Niner fan, but since they weren't in it, I had to go for the Eagles. I'm glad that the Chiefs got humbled. No disrespect to Chiefs fans. I mean, I don't like the Chiefs because they keep winning and they're the standard. So I'm a resentful hater. What can I say? But
I feel the same way.
The Chiefs are awesome. And watching Mahomes get humbled a little bit was a good thing, I think, because if you just keep winning, I think you get a little complacent. And it looks like the Eagles were a little hungrier last night. So Hurts is a good quarterback. But my takeaway for the Niners is balanced running and passing game, and get McCaffrey healthy, get him back in there if we can for next season, and have a rebound season. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I'm with
Dave
you.
in South San Francisco. And Dave, to your point, Mahomes getting humbled. The guy had the audacity to wear an Eagles green jacket to the game with gold shoes. Get out of here. Did he have to also talk to the media in that green jacket too?
I didn't see any
of his post-game presser.
Yeah.
I heard
once I saw Dom walking Sirianni to the midfield, I said, all right, babe, get the baby. Let's go. We're leaving. And we left.
How's the party? You got a good time?
It was fine. We had a great time.
Nice.
Shepherd's pie was delicious.
Shepherd's pie? What are we in England?
What?
Shepherd's pie for Super Bowl Sunday?
It wasn't a huge party. It was just a bunch of family members. It was a little
Champions League, or what are we doing here?
What are you really hating on the food?
Hating on the shepherd's pie.
There was a lot of different food out, and I ate some shepherd's pie. It was delicious.
Okay.
Shout out Melanie.
Was there some wings there?
No, but there was a charcuterie board that I tore up the second I got there.
This is not my kind of party. Shepherd's pie and charcuterie on Super Bowl Sunday. Come on, Joe Shasky. We were just talking about, Sam Lubman's even giving me a look. You asked Baldy last week what number 1 overall pick, and he's like, wings. You don't even have wings?
Well, I had wings on Friday.
Oh, God.
So, I mean, you can't.
I had wings on Saturday, then I had wings again yesterday.
There you go.
You can have lots of wings.
Look, Dom DeSandro had a lot last night, too, with beignets.
That dude crushes wings.
Okay. We act like Shanahan is like the village idiot. It really bugs me. If Nick Bosa stops Mahomes last year on 4th and 2 in overtime, they win the Super Bowl. And now all of a sudden he's a complete moron because they lost?
No, I'm not going to call him a complete moron, but the guy didn't even know the overtime rules. Let's just
that is inarguable. I will forever, that'll be a demerit against him until he wins.
There is something about Shanahan being tight in the biggest games, though.
I would agree.
I think the Eagles outplayed the Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl. You can say the Niners too, to an extent, but not the full game. Jalen Hurts made the big fumble last time around, and that was the key difference in the game. But offensively, they were doing whatever they wanted. That's the loosest I've seen a Super Bowl champion
since the Seahawks.
Since the Seahawks, or maybe the Bucks, but they were at home.
Okay, Bucks is a good one. Yeah. I was going to say Seahawks.
But again, that's Tom freaking Brady.
Yeah.
He's always loose in the biggest games.
Yeah.
But Russell Wilson, that was his first ever one. That was Marshawn Lynch's. That's a great point, because that was Pete Carroll's first Super Bowl.
They looked amazing.
They looked amazing, and we knew that Seahawks one was over in the first snap because it was a safety from the Denver Broncos. I mean, to face Peyton Manning's face in that one.
I'm not here to say that Shanahan is some perfect coach. He's far from it. He's far from it. But when I just think of the aggressiveness from the Eagles as a whole, whether that's Sirianni, whether that's because I know they have specific clock gurus and things like that. Again, Howie puts together a really good staff, and Jeffrey Luria, who is the owner, spends a lot of money on coordinators, on staff, on film breakdowns, on draft. They spend their war room. Their draft war room is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. That being said, yeah, there's some things that they do that I do envy. Their aggressiveness, their ability to move off of guys very quickly and not have the personal relationships where it feels like sometimes Shanahan's a little too close to some of the players. And I think Deebo would be one of those guys where it's like whole game plan revolves around Deebo. Yep. It's like, all right, man. Now, I think Shanahan and some of his draft picks have been sketch, right? Because he's kind of got final say. There's clarity with the Eagles. I know when the buck stops at Howie, everything falls on Howie. When they missed on Jalen Reagor, Howie's like, I'm never doing that again. Yeah. We watched the Minnesota Vikings, little like, are you kidding me? You're going to let us have Justin Jefferson? And they like celebrated in the war room because they reached on Reagor, and they haven't done that since. Oh. And the Niners have made a lot of mistakes. Whiffing on Trey Lance was a massive, massive, massive mistake, right? I'm still not 100% sure they've figured it out since then in the draft because, like Ricky Pearsall, we'll see. I like the way he ended the year. I'm encouraged. But to think he's going to be some plug-and-play impact starter on a team that's run first, I don't know. Like, and that's where, am I sure they're going to go offensive, defensive line with this first pick? I know Howie would if he was taking over the Niners.
Howie would also, and to your point about learning from the Reagor pick, he traded for a known commodity instead of just taking the dice roll on a rookie. He traded for A.J. Brown. He said, you know what? I whiffed on there. I know A.J. Brown's a stud. Let me go get him. We'll figure out the rest.
It was a bold move. And then had the contract ready.
Yep, right then and there. He knew Devontae Smith was going to be a stud. I mean, that guy.
Yeah, but he was a skinny guy. Like, I hear you. He was really small.
They already had the big guys, what I'm saying, too.
Yes.
AJ. So it worked.
He was so small. Everyone's like 165 pounds. I know. You're taking him, whatever, 6th, 7th, 8th overall. Yeah. Like, it's easy to say now, but, like, I think there were a lot of people when he was coming out, like,
his frame, what is it going to translate?
Exactly.
But his speed, slot guy, he was great. I mean, he had the game-winning play basically yesterday.
He was awesome.
He was amazing.
He's way tougher than I thought.
Sam sent the stat. The first, again, I have to be careful. The first player drafted out of Alabama to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. It was very specifically worded, but that's again, drafted out of Alabama because Jalen Hurts has scored like a rushing touchdown, but he was drafted out of Oklahoma. Ken Stabler and Joe Namath have scored touchdowns throwing the ball. So it's not technically a score, it's a throwing the ball. So it's a very like wordy stat, but I thought that was fascinating considering all the studs that have come out of Alabama, Devontae Smith being the first one to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Julio Jones never scored.
All right. There's the sounder, Joe Shasky. And it's time to give away a pair of Curry 12s. Caller number 5 on the contest line at 415-523-4652 will be winning a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bays 12s. Call now, 415-523-4652. You're talking about it right now. And, you know, what this team needs and what the Philadelphia Eagles did, what the 49ers need to do. First and foremost, it's putting your quarterback in positions to succeed. Far too often last year, Brock Purdy, I felt like was running for his life, had way too much on his plate. Part of that was the absence of Christian McCaffrey. Part of that was not trusting his offensive line. Part of that was not trusting his skilled position players. He didn't trust anything last year, Joe Shasky. And I think you saw with the Eagles this year, they were complacent with just running the ball. Obviously, Saquon had an all-time season, and they could do that. They were complacent with doing that and taking a load off Jalen Hurts.
But this goes back to philosophy and like Shanahan. And one of the areas where I do believe he has a blind spot is philosophically, he doesn't view the offensive line the way that the Howie and the Eagles have viewed their offensive line.
He said in the past he doesn't want to draft offensive linemen in the first round.
Unless it's Trent Williams.
Unless it's literally, as he said, generational. But the 49ers are never going to draft a generational one because they're not going to have a top 5 pick. That's usually when those guys are taken. Usually.
Sure. They took Pooney this year, and that's worked out really well.
He's good.
Now, I would love to know, was that a Kyle pick or was that someone else in the organization? Again, middle round pick.
Well, that goes back to accountability and who's calling the shots there. We like to say it's Kyle when things are going right, but if it's not Kyle, was it John Lynch?
Look, I'm not here to say that Kyle is the best coach in the league or this or that. He's got a lot of things he doesn't do well.
No, he's still, I don't want to get
He's
twisted.
really freaking good.
He's really good. If 90% of the league is taking Kyle Shanahan, 90%, maybe 95%. Like, it's a very small group of guys right now that are not taking him. It's Sean McVay. If I have Sean McVay in the Rams, I'm keeping McVay.
Yeah.
who, by the way, they're probably kicking themselves. They were a play or two away from beating the Eagles.
And why? And why is that? Because Jared Verse and Young and that defensive line got after
Braden
them
Fisk.
in a way that no other team in the playoffs even came close to.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, Jared Verse, to your point. Andy Reid, obviously, made guy.
He's amazing.
He's amazing.
Although I thought yesterday he was terrible.
He was awful.
They go 5 wide. What are you doing?
I thought
no huddle and 5 wide on that team.
Start of the second half, that first opening drive, they had like 4th and 9 from their own 40, I want to say. Like, dude, you got to go for it.
I thought so too.
Like, you're down 24.
I thought so too.
Like, you got to go for this. And then punting, and I was like, oh, they're not going to win this game.
It was like a 2nd and 12, and they're like running the ball with Pacheco. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Right?
Like, Pacheco's been out for weeks.
And Kareem Hunt, speaking of pudgy, he looked pudgy in that game too.
He did.
Like
they looked slow on offense.
They looked slow.
Yeah.
They looked battered, bruised, and beaten.
That was the offense that we kind of saw all year, just kind of patchworking it all year. And they look completely physically outmatched.
Right. And I gotta be, if you're like a Bills fan watching that, if you're a Ravens fan, like, man, I know our offensive could have been explosive. Or maybe, just maybe, the Eagles were dominating anyone yesterday.
I think the Eagles,
they
looking back on it, to give them the credit that they deserve, I think they were going to smoke whoever they played.
Right. That might have been the case. And again, they looked loose, they looked fast, they looked explosive. Who they're going to hire as their offensive coordinator, we'll see. But I know this. I know Nick Sirianni puts his team in positions to win. Can Kyle Shanahan, regroup and refocus this team? And they already got a headache, Joe Shasky. On Super Bowl Sunday, they already have a headache. Deebo freaking Samuel, if you're just joining us, that was the news yesterday morning. On Sunday morning, you're going to church, you're getting your coffee, you're getting your whatever, your breakfast, you're getting your morning workout in. You see that across your timeline, Adam Schefter, Deebo Samuel requests trade from the San Francisco 49ers. Quote, "It was a hard conversation to have with Kyle because of the relationship that we have. But I have to do what's best. I'm more than thankful for the 49ers giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. But now I think it's best that we find another team." So that's the second big-time receiver in the division to ask for a trade, or I guess not ask for a trade, but put on the trade block, because the Rams did the opposite. The Rams said, yeah, we got Puka Nacua. We're good off you, Cooper. You're getting older. You're costing a lot of money. We're going to put you on the trade block, whether you like it or not. Cooper has some hard feelings there, but he understands it. Deebo said the opposite. He's like, actually, I'm putting myself on the trade block, and deuces. Now, 49ers could play hardball and say, you know what? We're going to wait to cut you till June 1st. Till after June 1st, you'd be a post-June 1st designation, and that save him over $20 million. Because if they were to cut him or trade him before June 1st, Joe Chasky, $31.5 million in dead money on the cap.
Yeah.
What are they going to do here? This is a very tricky situation. I don't think it's simple as just cutting him and move on and not wanting to deal with it. I understand that. Because the last thing I want this year is more drama.
Yeah, I don't want to linger.
That's all it was last year was drama since the Super Bowl ended. And the day the Super Bowl started, this season's becoming more drama-filled.
But where the dead cap number is, whatever you're getting back won't help you until the following year because the draft is in April. So, like, before I even evaluate the Deebo part, because there's this whole element of, like, Kyle's obsessed with him. Too many game plans revolve around Deebo. I don't want the distraction. Where the hell is Brandon Ayuk at physically? It might be too early for them to even know, but is he even going to be a player this year for them? Is he? Because I thought Dre Greenlaw was going to be ready at some point this year. Dre Greenlaw played like 30 snaps for the Niners. He was a big no-no. And them putting enough faith into him coming back and bringing in Devondre Campbell was a giant downgrade. And you want to talk about team building.
Yeah.
He was terrible in terms of like what he meant for the locker room. So I don't even know where he's at, right? Like where's Brandon Ayuk at? And then like Jawan Jennings, I like Jawan a lot. I think he's an absolute gladiator. He gets hurt a lot, dude. A lot. For a guy that's kind of a role player. Is Ricky Pearsall ready to take a leap forward?
No, he had some good final games, gave me some hope, but I don't know.
3 games doesn't make a 17-game season. And to be the number 1.
But it makes you feel better, at least. As a number 2, maybe.
Sure. Yeah. I don't even know if Deebo's any good anymore, too. That's like the other part. Like, where is he at? I'm not ready to say he's washed. I think that's
a rat on the table brought to you by Hecko.
But let's call it what it is. Like, he got pneumonia this year.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of like, we don't understand how much that really bothers the body. He had a couple of decent games, but overall, he had a really poor year. He came in the best shape of his life, and it looked like he fell off a cliff. It just did. Is he ready for a rebound? I don't know. But $33 million?
And it could be more.
33 is a lot. That's a big number.
And it could be more if they don't trade him before his bonus is due, which is before March 22nd. He has a $15.4 million option bonus on March 22nd, which means the Niners, again, this is according to the article from Nick Wagner, who covers the team for ESPN, the Niners would almost certainly want any deal completed before then, which is March 22nd. And that's just a little more than a month away. It's going to come quickly here.
You think Deebo wants you think Purdy wants an offense without Deebo?
No. He's literally said it that he feels more confident as a quarterback with Deebo Samuel in the huddle.
Do you think Deebo is still good?
I don't know.
I have the same question. I have no idea.
I don't know. Like, he's not a number one wide receiver. He wasn't even a number two wide receiver this year, quite frankly. I don't know what he was because he was in and out. He wasn't producing. Like, they were leaning on Juwan Jennings and George Kittle being their top two receivers.
Well, Juwan Jennings had a monster season.
He did, but I'm not paying him to be a one right now. Like, he shouldn't have had to do that. It was great.
Agreed.
It was great. It's awesome that he has that rapport with Brock Purdy.
He's a 2.
He's a 2. Exactly.
Well, and I'm looking at this.
He was a 3 heading into the year, but he's played himself into a 2 now.
But here's the other part. When I look at the Deebo equation, like, if I'm every team in the league, I'm playing man against Deebo all day, and I'm daring him to beat you over the top, and he just can't do that. He just can't. Mm-hmm. Devontae can. I'm talking about Devontae Smith. Yeah. Obviously, A.J. Brown can. Clearly, you know what I'm saying? They didn't even guard him on that little like shallow crosser. Right. I don't like Deebo is basically a shallow cross smokescreen guy, slants. Like, God, it's just. I just think we need to evolve past him.
Well, I can't have one of my top.
And I love the guy.
I can't have one of my top 2 receivers not be able to run routes effectively. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I can't call you a straight up wide receiver. That's why you title him wide back, because he's been more of a running back at this point and a gadget guy. He's been more Percy Harvin than anything. Like, he hasn't been a wide receiver for quite some time now. And it's frustrating too, because if you're a player, whether it's in basketball, whether it's in baseball, whether it's in football, the great ones evolve their game over time. The great ones, they lose a step here or there, like Jerry Rice. And again, the greatest of all time. He lost some speed. He lost athleticism. He never lost that route running ability, which is why he was open all the time. He put all that time and work into his body. That is why he's able to succeed at this level. Similar to LeBron, the greats. I'm not even going to go even there. Let me go to a guy, still a Hall of Famer probably, Devontae Adams, who Niners, I would be very interested in right now. Given all this Deebo Samuel stuff, be very interested in a guy like Devontae Adams. I'm going to tell you right now, I am all the way out on all Deebo wide receivers. Okay. This is a run-first team. I need a guy that can run routes, though, and that guy can do it and still get open. I'm sorry. Like, he can. Joe. He's from Palo Alto. This team doesn't need more headaches. They need offensive linemen. If there are guys, like, for example, the guy for the Chiefs who got mauled yesterday, their left guard. If that guy's available, if this Dahlman guy's available. Smith? Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Smith?
They need to be spending their money and their resources on the trenches, not on diva wide receivers, not on T. Higgins, not on Devontae Adams. I want nothing to do with any more wide receivers. I'm out. I'm all the way out.
You're not drafting them. You're not trading for one?
No, you can draft them and they can be inexpensive. If your quarterback's going to be making a ton, you better get an offensive line that can actually protect him. Okay. I expect Shanahan to be able to scheme people open. Yes.
I do not feel comfortable with my number 1 receiver next year being an aging George Kittle who just came off an incredible season, and Juwan Jennings potentially being my number 1. I just don't feel good about that if I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. Not when A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are on the other side. Not when Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams are in your conference. Not when, scary Terry McLaurin all of a sudden and Jane Daniels look primed to be a 1-2 punch for the next 5 years.
We did this last year with Brandon Ayuk. I'm just the proof is in the pudding. The Niners can win games with average wide receiver play.
They're not going to win.
They're not going to win
a Super Bowl like that, though. They're not.
Look, we're not even close to that. if they do not get above average offensive line play, they're going nowhere. It starts in the trenches. I am so out on talking the wide receiver position on this team. They overspent on Ayuk. It was a clear mistake. They regret it. They overspent on Deebo. I love Deebo. He was a great Niner. Like, I'm not bringing in another receiver.
I'm not asking you to overspend. I'm asking you to sign a one-year deal, prove-it deal to Devontae Adams. I don't think it's that crazy. And yes, I would want Devontae Adams because I know what he's going to give me route running the ball with a guy like Brock Purdy, who's great with the timing routes, who's a cerebral quarterback. I can't have Deebo Samuel be on this team next year. He's got to be gone. I don't think he's going to be. And again, can they get this deal done before March 22nd so they don't have to pay him another $15.4 million on top of whatever the cap it's going to be, 31.5, I guess. Richie Rich is in Livermore, Joe Shasky.
Hey, Richie Rich.
He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Richie Rich? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, my guys? Man, you guys hit Spadoni. You hit what I was saying. Check it out. First of all, man, let me say a few things. How the hell can you hate on that performance? Hey, I can't stand both teams, but the Eagles whooped their ass. They did. Mahomes look like Jimmy G with happy feet, and that's good. I'm so tired of seeing the camera go to Taylor Swift, Kelsey. Hey, you didn't see none of that BS yesterday. Why? Because they got their ass handed from start to finish. They did what they did. Hands off. Dude, hey, you know what? Saquon's so humble, and Jalen, congratulations. I can't stand Big Dom, but they did what we could not do. They did what we could not do, period. But they put the blueprint how to kick ass, all right? And that gets me to the next topic. Look, you trade that first-round pick. Adios. You go get Myles Garrett 100%. On that defense, dude. You make that defense disruptive, and you do what you got to do. And then you don't start this season with the BS Deebo drama. Deebo, we love you. Adios, dude. You're gone. You didn't help us. Adios.
Did he get dropped?
That's Richie Rich.
Richie Rich, great call.
He went adios on us.
Look, if you're going to make a big-time acquisition, like let's say it's a Myles Garrett, maybe Deebo's a part of that package. I don't know what his value is. We were kicking this around. Is he a fifth-round value in terms of like just straight up, right? I don't know. Is he going to want new money on any team that he gets acquired by?
Whatever you get, you're not going to feel great as a fan, but you know what? I don't need that drama in the locker room right now. First and foremost,
no doubt.
I don't need that in my life. And I get what you're saying about Devontae. And listen, did it end well with the Raiders? No, it did not. Did it end well with the Jets? No, it did not. The Raiders and the Jets are the biggest dumpster fires in the NFL. I feel confident about what the 49ers are still as an organization, way more than those two franchises.
The two Super Bowls that the Niners have been in, the two Super Bowls, it was defensive line, run the ball down a team's throat.
Yes.
Okay, so where does and I'm not saying wide receivers aren't important. They have their place. But like on this team, if we're prioritizing things and we're placing value in terms of draft capital and money, it's the offensive and defensive lines and defense in general are they're such a disadvantage right now for the Niners when I stack them up. Yes, of course, A.J. Brown and Devontae are awesome. But like if we were listing the reasons on why they won that Super Bowl, I don't even think that they're in the first 4 or 5 sentences.
I think you're mishearing me. I'm not saying don't address those two fronts on the offensive and defensive side of the balls. I'm saying you could also still get Devontae Adams.
Yeah, but Devontae's going to cost you $20 million.
Maybe. We'll see what his market is. Maybe it doesn't cost that much. Maybe he takes a little bit of a discount because he says, you know what, the NFC, the AFC is really tough. I don't know. Let's go to the NFC. Yeah, you got the Eagles, you got the Lions, you got the Rams, but you know what? If Christian McCaffrey's healthy, Brock Purdy, if he is that dude I believe him to be, you know what? I think we could have fun. I'm going back home to Palo Alto. I'm right near there in Santa Clara. Like, let's go do this thing. Maybe he does take a little bit of a discount. I don't know what his price point is right now. I know he's sniffing around the Packers. I don't know if the Packers want him to pair up with Jordan Love. You said Myles Garrett. Yeah, I'd love Myles Garrett. Bovada has the odds out right now. Again, they're odds. Who knows?
What's it say?
Bills 650, the favorites. Eagles plus 650, co-favorites.
You got to beat the Eagles to go get them.
Right?
No, you have to. Him and Jalen Carter?
Are you kidding me? Like, that would be would you be shocked if Howie Roseman did that too? Would you be shocked?
No, because he swings big.
Chargers are on there. Cardinals are on there. Hell, the Arizona Cardinals, for God's sakes, are on there. I don't even see
Joe,
the 49ers.
You only have so much money, and you only have so much draft capital. And if Devontae, for example, is a guy that's out there and he could be honestly, I'd rather spend money on a Khalil Mack than I would a Devontae Adams. I would rather spend money on offensive line. Like they are going to have to pay the quarterback. That's going to hit their books at some point. They don't have a lot of money. All right, so you got to start playing this game, and you got to be calculated. on the list of needs, is wide receiver a need? Yes. But like 7th, D-line, linebacker, free safety, offensive line. These are all needs. I might need a running back before I need a wide receiver. I don't know where CMC's at, right? And like, on this team, look, Devontae could help them conceivably in the red zone. I think they need more of a zone-beating wide receiver, a silky route runner who's a little more like Devontae. To me,
he's still an elite route runner. I believe that he is.
He's going to want to get paid premium money, and I am so out on even having the conversation about premium money wide receivers. They did that last year. It has not worked out for
I don't know if he's going to cost that much. By the way,
he's been a headache in 2 different spots.
Again, 2 of the biggest dumpster fires in the history of sports, the Jets and the Raiders.
That's on him for horrible decision-making.
Well, he thought he was playing with Derek Carr, his homie from Fresno State, and then they kicked him to the curb. So I don't know what to tell you. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? I also didn't think the Jets were going to be that bad. Again, in hindsight, I look like an idiot. I have egg on my face. I thought they were going to be in the AFC Championship game. I will own that. I own it. But he wanted to go play with the guy that turned him into a Hall of Famer, Aaron Rodgers. I understand that. And the Raiders getting a 3rd-round pick by that trade, by the way, is looking great. Manny, Dumbarton Bridge. What's going on, Manny? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I am just waiting to get that Carl's Jr. hangover burger in a minute here.
Oh, dude, those hit so hard. I love the Carl's Jr. breakfast burgers.
I can't wait. Those. But, hey, watching that game last night, it was so joyful to watch the Chiefs go down in flames like that.
I totally agree.
But one thing I'm taking away from it is I kept thinking, you know what? If our defense just got after Mahomes the way those Eagle pass rushers were just going after him, play in and play out, we'd have 2 rings. And that's the point that I want to make. I want to piggyback off of what Richie Rich said. Do everything you can to get an elite pass rusher to sign up or join or link in with Bosa. I know we tried that with Chase Young a couple of seasons back, but man, we got to find something to get it straight. That Eagles GM, he is by far outplaying our GM by leaps and bounds with the personnel that he's bringing. And yes, that's a knock on John Lynch because he should be taking a page off of that cat's book because look at the success he's had with the moves that he's made. I mean, we have our equivalent of Saquon and CMC, but we haven't been able to, run player for player with him just the way how he's been swinging at the bit. And so, man, we got to do whatever it takes to get this team right. In terms of the wide receivers, Shasky, you are absolutely right. I do not want to have to go through Brennan Ayuk drama point to now with the other Deebo wide receiver that we got to deal with. Deebo, I've been saying this about Deebo until I can't blow it out no more. He is nothing but a poor man's Eric Metcalf, man. And his shtick is done. He's not a good running back. He is not a great wide receiver. He's a little bit of both, but he's not the kind of player that would draw fear into defensive coordinators' minds when they lay awake at night. He just is not. We can win without that guy. Trust me. And we've shown it with Jennings, right? I mean, the reason why Purdy really had the bad year that he had was you are absolutely right. Poor line play did not give him the time he needed to find the receivers. He thinks that he can't win without Deebo. He can.
Yeah.
He just needs.
Thanks, Manny.
Good
Appreciate
call,
the
Manny.
call, man.
I'm looking at it this way. Like, I'd be willing to eat the money on Deebo on this cap hit if they can move up in the draft to give them an opportunity to draft like an Abdul Carter, right? If they can't swing a deal for, let's say, a Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Micah's going to be out there. I really do. I think that the Cowboys are going to entertain trading Micah Parsons. I absolutely do. Like, I'm looking at you reference this team like New England. Is there any way we could trade next year's 2nd, this year's 1st, Deebo Samuel, and we swap with them? They get the 4th, the Niners get the 4th, they get the 11th. Like, some combination. It's going to cost a lot, but I'm just saying, some combination of that to where you're just outside of where you think the top 2 quarterbacks are going to go. So, boom, you could swoop in and take the number 1 overall defensive player.
I am so fascinated. I know you love this too. I love the draft. I love it. It's draft season already as far as I'm concerned. The next couple months, looking at all these different prospects, the Mel Kipers of the world, all of that, the Daniel Jeremiahs. I love this stuff. I live for this stuff. I feel like Bob Fitzgerald. I live with these people. I love these people.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
And welcome Jimmy Butler to the Warriors family. We'll get into that at some point in the show as well.
God,
Jimmy
the
Butler,
suspendables were so incredible on Saturday.
Getting to the line 13 times, Jimmy Buckets. But, and it's a big but, shout out Kim Kardashian. What's going to happen between now and the draft is going to be so fascinating to me. And Deebo Samuel, if you're just joining us, kicked it all off yesterday morning, Super Bowl morning, people. Deebo Samuel telling Shefty, yeah, I'm out. Who's our guy that went, I'm out, my man? I'm out, my man. Have a good night. Was that Kamla, whoever that was, back in the old Butcher Shop show? You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We had the Houston Rockets television announcer or something just say deuces to us. Say, I'm out. Have a good night. Might have been the greatest end of an interview in 95-7 the game history. But that's what Deebo Samuel's saying to the 49ers right now. And how are 49ers fans feeling about that? Given the season Deebo Samuel just had, given his complaining on social media, given his lack of availability, given his poor performances, he's the one that's now requesting a trade. How does that make you feel, 49ers fans? A guy that was considered an all-time 49er going out like this? I mean, Shasky, how are you feeling about it? Oh, and we're talking about, I know here you're talking about the team perspective.
I'm tired of kicking guys out the door. Like in the sense of this,
I know you
both can be true.
I know you love Deebo, is why I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think this is where I'm at with it. I'm tired of just crapping on players because they're done playing on my team. That doesn't mean that they weren't good and useful for my squad. Great. Eric Armstead's a great example. It's like, Eric Armstead sucks. He's terrible. No, Eric Armstead was a really good Niner. Did I think he got overpaid? Yeah, he probably got overpaid, right? Did he get the amount of sacks everyone was looking for? No. He got paid as a D end. He was probably more of a D tackle. He represents kind of the frustration of the fan base for a while because he couldn't really find his position. It's a really good Niner.
Yeah.
But when someone moves on, I feel like in sports now, the number one thing is to run to the internet and just crush this guy. We didn't have good times. We had some great times with Deebo.
Of course.
It just might not be the move moving forward. As the team is evolving and they're trying to recreate its identity, I think that we need to move beyond Deebo. I still love the guy. I still have fond memories. And if they rolled him back next year, I think a lot of people would lose their minds over it. I could see where they're coming from. I probably would move off him though, but there's also this whole salary cap hit where I just don't know how that helps you if you're eating $33 million. Unless he's part of some trade package that can help you, and that goes back to I don't know how much he's worth. I don't know. I don't know where I'm at on Deebo. I don't like that he's coming out and talking. It's dude, we just had a full year of everyone talking about money and what they need to go and it did them no favors. So if he's going to talk all offseason, then yeah, he's got to go.
Injury report. Dave in Fresno, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Continue to take your calls and texts in regards to the 49ers, the Eagles' big win over the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni's a champion. Jalen Hurts is a champion. How do the 49ers get back to this level? And what are they going to do with Deebo freaking Samuel? Is he going to be a 49er next year? Hard to see that on February 10th, 2025, as it stands right now. But Warriors are back in action tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks, and they may need to win it without Steph Curry. He is currently listed as questionable with quad soreness. If he plays tonight, it will be his fourth game in 6 nights, including a back-to-back. So it would not be a shock if the Warriors rest Steph Curry tonight. Aside from Jonathan Kuminga, who is still recovering from a right ankle sprain, everyone else on the Warriors are expected to be available. Also, Giannis Antetokounmpo is out with a calf injury, and he is actually getting replaced in the NBA All-Star game by your boy, Trae Young, Joe Shasky. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your text. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Oh, thank you, Philmo. It sounds beautiful. It's a beautiful morning here. It's chilly, but it's beautiful. It was beautiful yesterday, too. I think the rain's supposed to come back at some point this week, but we're going to talk about that. All right. Is it raining in Philadelphia? I don't know. No one's awake right now, probably, or maybe they are. They're still partying as the Eagles absolutely demolish the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. The final score does not do that game justice. It was never really a game. Hell, even after the second quarter. And we've been talking about it all morning. There's a lot of news happening right now in regards to the 49ers. Yesterday morning, super morning, Deebo Samuel says, deuces, I'm out. I don't want to play for the 49ers anymore. He requests a trade, tells that to Adam Schefter from ESPN. So we've been talking about Deebo Samuel. Are the 49ers going to trade him? Are they going to cut him? What's going on with Deebo? More drama to a season that we thought was past us when it came to drama. Well, we're starting this upcoming season potentially with more, and Deebo Samuel is a big part of that. Good morning to all those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. Joe, it's been a crazy morning. It's been fun. It's the last real day we get to talk about football, and I'm enjoying it for that. But I know this has been tough for you considering the two teams that played yesterday and considering the Italian stallion, Nick Sirianni, alongside Big Dom DeSandro, both becoming Super Bowl champions.
Let's just address it head on.
Let's do it.
Philly's got the worst fans on the planet.
Not even close?
Who's close?
Boston's pretty
I've been to Boston. I've seen them, and they're bad. They're not Philly.
New York? They get a bad rap. I mean,
I think New
they're
York's
trying to steal Mookie Betts' mitt from his hand, for God's sakes.
Way more front-running than people want to give credit. Like, they're the worst fan base on the planet. And it's because they're just despicable, awful, angry people.
Laker fans?
Oh, they're just bandwagon jumpers.
Oh, okay. So there you go. So New York fans and LA fans are the same fans as far as you're concerned.
Well, I mean, considering most Laker fans root for the Yankees, yeah.
How about this? They're rooting for the Dodgers now. The Dodgers won. So they're back out actually on the Dodgers bandwagon. Shohei Ohtani.
Look, are there some great Laker fans? I'm sure there are.
Pitchers and catchers this week, Sammy?
Tomorrow.
Oh, you're so excited.
Well,
look at a smile on your face right there.
Actually, if we're being real, my CYO team lost Friday night.
Oh, no.
Saturday was the opening of baseball season, and we practiced Saturday and Sunday.
At the field that I went at was at West Sunset.
Yeah,
that was fun. Carter was there last year. That was fun, huh, Carter?
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's great.
It's beautiful. Well, Carter was also at my game on Friday night.
So was Mike Dunleavy.
Mike Dunleavy, yeah.
Is he scouting you?
Well, no, he's scouting LJ. LJ was on the court working. He was getting some pregame reps in, almost like an NBA player. Like, he's not going to suit up, but he's going to do some
like Kobe or LeBron.
Basketball activities. Kind of like Bronny, I might get him drafted onto my St. Brennan's Bears team.
Did you go say hi to Mike at any point?
No.
It's one of those situations.
It's one of those situations I would expect him to come up to me.
Oh, God.
No, that's a total tease.
No, they do head nods. You guys are that tight. You just do a quick little.
Honestly, when you're out in public like that, unless you like walk right into him, you don't I don't know. You just let him do his thing.
Oh, by the way, Joe Shasky, I'd be remiss if I did not mention this. In the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to give out a chance to go play hoops at Chase Center with the knockout tournament. It's back. And we're going to be doing that all week long, by the way. It's the final week you can qualify to play hoops on the Chase Center floor. You have 3 opportunities all day this week, starting now. So you want to be listening because we're going to give out the keyword here between now and the end of the segment. Be listening. All right. I'm going to give it out. And then next segment, you're going to hear a sounder and you're going to be the first to call and give us the keyword, and you will win a spot in the tournament and have a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament is going to be Monday, March 3rd. And again, be listening to the 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours all week long. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. All right, so where do you want to go here, Joe? We've been talking about Nick Sirianni, comparing him to Kyle Shanahan. We've been talking about Deebo Samuel. We've been comparing the 49ers roster, the Philadelphia Eagles roster. There's a lots of things to dissect right now when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers. First and foremost, with any team, comes the quarterback for me. Brock Purdy. After watching the quarterback performances last night, and maybe you're going to give it Mahomes, I don't know if you want to give him a pass. I thought he was pretty bad. Obviously, the offensive line had to be part of that, but he also just looked unsure of himself.
Look, he is who he is. No, he played terrible last night, but that's not. We also thought he was going to come back down 24-0.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest we've ever seen in the history of the sport. Okay? Do you feel better or worse about the quarterback situation for the San Francisco 49ers, Or did that game last night not do anything for you at all, and you still feel the same as you did heading into the game about your guy?
I look at Jalen Hurts different. Like, Jalen Hurts has now done this so many times in terms of his poise and moxie. Do I think he's the greatest, like, over the middle, pick you apart type of a quarterback? No.
Is he the best quarterback in the NFC right now?
Ugh.
Is he the best quarterback?
Stafford. I still think I'm taking Stafford.
I don't know. He's getting older.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
You think he is?
I think I might be taking Jalen right now. In 2 Super Bowls, he's outdueled Patrick Mahomes. I know that.
He reminds me more of Russ than he does of, like, your vintage, I'm going to be great for 10, 12 years. Like, we'll see where he is next year. He's the man right now. He's the man right now.
You're still on a year-by-year basis with Jalen Hurts. Last night, said, great, you're a Super Bowl champion, but I'm not going to look at you much differently than I have all season.
In a big game, I think I have to give him his props. Like, I probably lean Jalen over Purdy right now. But the other thing with Jalen,
just lean over. That's surprising.
Well, because, like, Purdy has had some remarkable second halves in the playoffs.
Sure.
Dismantled the Seahawks. Dismantled, what's it called? The Detroit Lions in the third quarter. Just was absolutely incredible. Led multiple comeback drives late in games against the Dallas Cowboys the year prior in the fourth quarter, and then obviously against the Green Bay Packers. He's had his moments, so I don't want to sit here and say that Purdy hasn't had his moments. The arm is a big question mark for me. Jalen Hurts doesn't have shoulder arm injuries. Purdy's had a couple. And so I think where's that shoulder at? Like, where's that arm at? He said he was going to take like multiple weeks to a month off after the season. I'm sure a lot of quarterbacks do, but like, given that his shoulder and his elbow, he had multiple injuries late in the year on that, like that's concerning. That's alarming, and he wants big money. We'll see how much they end up paying him and how they spread that money out. And, Jalen, part of the beauty of Howie Roseman right now is they've spent money on certain players early in the offseason before the market gets out of control. And so instead of that 5, 10, 20 extra $1 million of guaranteed money, you're able to afford random guys, whether it's a backup guard, which is what they did, and be able to buy certain draft picks and afford those because you're not paying top of the market prices for players. Year after year, it feels like the Niners have had to pay the extra penance on a Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk, because they were late to the party in getting the deal done.
888-957-9570. Where does Jalen Hurts now rank for you among the top quarterbacks in the NFL? Are you taking him over Purdy right now if you're starting a franchise? Are you taking Nick Sirianni over Kyle Shanahan if you're starting a franchise right now? Dave is in Fresno. He wants to join in the conversation. He agrees with you, Joe Shasky, in regards to the trenches. What's up, Dave? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Real quick on Deebo, I do think it is a little encouraging that if they are entertaining trading him, that maybe that's a little step for Kyle to pivot off, one of his boys and just focus on getting the best players on the field. And as far as the trenches, after the game, there was a lot of talk about, here's the Eagles have the blueprint, how to win, and you got to invest in the trenches. As it relates to the Niners, they have invested. They just haven't hit. They have to hit on those high picks when they have a little money, when they do get a chance to spend on the player. They spent on Leonard Floyd, who's okay. But see, the thing with the Eagles, and I think that what the Niners can learn from, is that the Eagles don't overthink these things. They get a Jalen Carter, who's great. He went to Georgia. He was a great player at Georgia. Nolan Smith, great player at Georgia. I think with the Niners, especially with the early pick, I think they try to think it. Try to overthink it, and they kind of shoot themselves in the foot. I think Howie Roseman just gets it. He sees Cooper DeJean. Oh, he's a top 20 player. Well, I can get him in the second round. Let's get him. Like, there's no overthinking when it comes to getting their players, and I think that's what the Niners can definitely learn from as far as the Eagles and their blueprint. So yeah, invest in the trenches, but you got to hit on the trenches too.
Well,
thanks, Dave. Trench warfare, baby.
They took Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter, there were no questions about the player.
No.
It was all off field. And he just fell. In a normal draft, he's like a top 3 player.
No, he was literally called like the best prospect of that entire draft. Like, he was the number one, but it was the question concerns. And quarterbacks, there's always going to be quarterbacks that taken ahead because of the positional value.
Yes.
But as far as the most talented player in that draft, no question it was Jalen Carter. Guy's a monster, and he showed it last year. Guy tries to intercept spiked balls. Who does that?
That was incredible last year. But he entered a locker room where they had Fletcher Cox. He entered a locker room where they had Hassan Reddick at the time, right? They had veteran players that they thought their infrastructure was such to where if he is an off-field concern, they have some veterans that they can rely on.
Practicing against Jason Kelsey in practice, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, all those guys, right? Going up against those guys, iron sharpens iron. And to your point, leadership, a major factor. And the fact that they were able to, overcome that lack of, or, people stepping up in the organization. Listen, I'm going to give Nick Sirianni credit for that, being the leader, because I do think that's an underrated quality of all head coaches. And you say, leadership should be baked in. Yeah, some people do it different ways, though. And we were talking to Baldy last week. We were giving all the praise to Andy Reid, and rightfully so, and his place and his legacy. But I asked him, conversely, what are we not talking about when it comes to Nick Sirianni? And it's his ability to have coaches love to coach for him and with him. Listen, he drives us insane, drives a lot of people insane and crazy. And, he trash talks. He has the CIA. He talks, a bunch of bleep to the fans, all that, this, that, and the other. God, his players and his coaching staff love playing for the guy. Now, some of them, A.J. Brown, I don't know he's just a different cat, A.J. I don't know. Jalen, they're different guys. But, hey, when push came to shove, they were embracing at the end of the day, and they were loving each other. Hell, Travis Kelce was bumping in and yelling at Andy Reid last year in the Super Bowl. Things get heated sometimes, all right? But I say all that to say this, as I do my guru. I say all that to say this. Kyle Shanahan has a massive, massive undertaking this season. Him getting on the same page with Robert Saleh, which should be a good thing considering they're boys. They go way back. There's familiarity there. And nailing these draft picks, Joe Shasky. Nailing this offseason and free agency. And it looks like it's going to start with Deebo Samuel.
The name we haven't brought up all morning, which I think is kind of wild to me, because, look, they need to improve the trenches. It's inarguable. It's Christian McCaffrey. Okay? I know Saquon is an afterthought because of last night. Saquon's the reason they're in the position they're in.
Sure.
They don't get to the Super Bowl without Saquon, period. There's just no other way around it. Yeah, that offensive line's great. Gainwell isn't even close to whatever Saquon is. Was it Swift? They had DeAndre Swift last year. Not even close to Saquon.
Gainwell, the backup,
Christian McCaffrey, to me, is the biggest question mark on the team. If you told me he came back and he was some semblance of what he was 2 years ago, I'd believe you. If you told me he was never close to that same player, I'd believe that too. I have no idea what to make of him. I saw Derrick Henry looked a little like he was slowing down, and then all of a sudden, boom, he gets rejuvenated by going to Baltimore. Can Christian McCaffrey get back to what he was? Because that's the name we haven't talked about all morning. And I think that he is a game changer for this organization.
David in Denver, we'll get to you in a second, but it's time to give out the key word you need to know to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, as I do my own drum roll? The key word is dude. Again. The key word
Where's my car?
Is dude. As in, dude. Jalen Hurts looked legit last night, dude. Listen between 8:30 and 9. And when you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. Dude, where's my car? Where's your car, dude? It's an all-time movie. Ashton Kutcher, Sean William Scott. It's
all-time movie?
It's all-time. It's all-time for the all-time. Zoltan?
That's a little strong.
No, it's all Zoltan. Come on, man. If you're on the YouTube, you know what I'm doing right now.
It's not an all-time movie.
No, it is. It's an all-time stoner classic. Are you kidding me?
Cheech and Chong, Half Baked.
Talking about from the 2000s. You don't have to go that deep into the bag. But it's just 2000s. Come on, man.
It's okay.
How high?
How high?
Yeah, Half Baked. Yeah, How High is a good one.
That's a level below Half Baked and Cheech and Chong.
I think you're drastically underrating.
Harold and Kumar are my go-to.
Harold and Kumar is hilarious.
Neil Patrick Harris.
I'm taking that way before Dude, Where's My Car? That's a great call on
Same
that.
director, I believe.
There you go. David's out in Denver. He has some thoughts on
Pineapple Express.
Deebo Samuel, another great one. What's up, David? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, good morning. Just, a few points. I got kind of riled up because I heard a previous caller call in and called Deebo like the poor man's Eric Metcalf. And then you kind of touched upon it, Shasky. I frustrated him as well and kind of the shenanigans. But we can't forget, man, this dude, I feel like almost single-handedly won a playoff game for us against Dallas a few years ago, against the Eagles last year. Like, he's one of a kind. So the fact that now, because he's doing this stuff, and I get it, I totally get it, but people start getting irrational and kind of like,
yes,
just like diminishing what they've actually done for us, like what he's done. The dude, for me, like, man, there's been games where we've seen this guy like just eye-popping, like playmaking at a high level. Now, I do get the other side. Like, if you go all the way back to his contract issue a few years ago, I feel like with Deebo, the emotionality part, now it's becoming more negative than it is positive. Like, whether it's on the field with the whole kicker fiasco last year or all the social media stuff. Again, going back to his contract, like that's weighing more heavy now, but I don't think it could take away from this dude's been a baller for us, man. And so I feel like people just like overreact once they're like, okay, he wants to leave. That sucks. We're going to lose him. I get the business of it. We're probably going to have to move on from him now. I get all that. But let's not hate on the dude for what he's done for us, because I feel like he's done some good stuff. You know what I mean?
I completely agree.
Good call, David.
I completely agree. And I come back to this. Two things can be true simultaneously. He's a great Niner with great memories. His highlight package for the Niners is incredible. I'm going to forever hold him in a certain regard. And it might be time to just, both parties to move off. I just don't know why we have to, like, dump on him on the way out the door. Yeah, like, I'm not happy with the way he's reacting right now. Like, I don't love that he's talking about it. I don't love that we're already starting day one of the offseason and he's talking about I need to, I'm being told that I'm able to get shopped and whatnot. But can we have a little bit of tact just on the way out the door? I'm talking about as a fan base. Yeah. Like, a little bit of grace and dignity on the way out the door. Dude's one of my favorite Niners of all time, and he got that stadium fired up like no other. And when I think about draft picks at wide receiver, in terms of tone setter, he's the best drafted wide receiver. And then we'll see where Ayuk's career ends up. Since T.O., it's pretty straightforward. 49ers drafted wide receivers. He was more impactful than Michael Crabtree. To this point, he's been more impactful than Ayuk. Vernon Davis and George Kittle are going to end up with more yards if he ends up leaving off right now than him. Those guys play tight end. Mm-hmm. And Vernon Davis, to his credit, played tight end when we didn't have any wide receivers. So he was the number one option for the longest time. And Kittle's on a whole nother level in terms of legendary status. Deebo's badass. And I can singularly remember playoff games where he willed you to the finish line. Dallas, Green Bay, like go right back. The Seattle game, the one we talked about with Purdy earlier, he was unreal. The Detroit game last year, go back and look at his numbers.
Yeah.
All-time legend.
Yeah.
So, everybody's all-time list is a little different than mine might have 60 guys. Yours might have 10, He's awesome.
Is Deebo Samuel more of an all-time legend for the 49ers than Andrew Wiggins was more of an all-time legend for the Warriors? One was the second best player on the championship team. That's Andrew Wiggins, but I don't think he's viewed in the same way that Deebo Samuel's viewed at the 49ers. Why is that? Is it because of the personality?
Because they didn't win it all. If they would have won it all,
No. I'm saying I think people like Deebo more than they like Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, because Deebo was drafted by the team. Deebo, came in as a rookie. I mean, if you go back to the Super Bowl, the first one, and we've forgotten it, he was dominating with the jet sweeps in the first 2.5 quarters of that game.
So that's the main difference? What? That's the main difference, just being drafted by the team?
Yeah, okay. The Bay Area outside, unless
they embraced him way early on, obviously, than Andrew Wiggins was. And I get it, style of play, personalities matter, but it's not like Deebo Samuel. Like, I get
played a physical style of football.
I'm saying just as speaking, like he doesn't really talk a lot. No. And now we've heard him a lot more this last year and so. His play speaks loud. I thought,
he went head on with Aaron
Wiggins
Donald.
did too when they won a title. But I'm just, listen, there's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah.
I just think it's interesting how we fans sometimes and how we think of certain players in certain ways, because you could make the argument that Andrew Wiggins meant a lot more for the Golden State Warriors than Deebo Samuel did the San Francisco 49ers. Guy won a freaking title as the second best player.
Basketball's different, right? You're five guys on the floor.
I'm just making the argument. I'm just thinking about it.
Ways.
It's just interesting to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Look, when I go to the stadium, I see a lot of Deebo jerseys.
We all said bye-bye to Andrew Wiggins. A lot of people just said, all right, we got Jimmy Butler. Great, sweet. See ya. Deuces. Are we going to be saying that if Deebo Samuel gets traded for a 5th-round pick? Oh, my God, I can't believe they did this, that, and the other. But it sounds like you're come to terms with it, that it's going to happen.
Yeah, it probably is. It probably is.
But you just want people to know, hey, Let's not throw the guy out on the way out. Although,
dude, he was a great Niner. It might just be his time. He was a great Niner.
Can we agree on that? It's a sour ending.
For sure.
Yeah.
Name me a Niner who walked out in good terms. Because they all went out sour.
It's a good point.
Like they all do.
Vernon Davis?
What?
Vernon Davis?
Vernon Davis, after getting whacked by Cam Chancellor, quit on the Niners and got traded to the Broncos midway through the season and won a Super Bowl at Levi's. And Niner fans were not happy at that time.
Quit per se.
No, he quit on the Niners.
I mean, he was cooked after that. Let's just be honest. Like his play was over. No, he didn't do anything with the Broncos. I mean, he won a title.
He wanted out. Like, it was a weak move.
Okay. Patrick Willis.
Yeah, Patrick Willis.
I mean, he retired right after 7 years. It's a little different, I guess.
But I guess you're looking for like
a guy who moved on.
Like if you're looking for, that's good.
Crabtree was sour.
No, he was.
Navarro Bowman. I mean,
I think he was really disappointed when the Niners moved him. I think we'd go the Saints first, then the Raiders.
Yeah, I think I don't even think he played for the Saints. I think it was just straight to the Raiders, and then he had that interception on Thursday Night Football at the Collie against the Chiefs when they won that crazy game. When they had a couple of dead balls there late in the game. Real quick before we hit the break,
but that's not exclusive to just football. Like Brian Wilson was bitter that the Giants let him go. Juan Uribe was bitter.
Then he went to the Dodgers.
You know, like Tim Lincecum probably wasn't happy he ended up with the Angels. Like I think that's a byproduct of sports.
If Charvarius Ward goes, that could be one.
Very unique because of the off-court.
Yeah.
You know what? Similar to Wiggins, though, I do believe there's a softening on the Wiggins stuff because everyone realizes, like, take a step back. Like, he lost his dad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, same thing with Charvarius. There's no doubt about it. That is a very unique case. I will give you that. But, like, if I say Aldon Smith, people have wild views of Aldon Smith.
Yeah.
Kaepernick, wild. They're all over the map. Frank Gore left on good terms, but there were a lot of people that were frustrated that he, just the Niners didn't keep him.
Justin Smith?
Sad that he retired.
Yep. That's another guy.
He was also another guy, like, he was like a insider Niner fans' favorite Niner.
For
you know
sure,
what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but I mean, he was a baller. Like, he's
No doubt.
so sick. What's coming up the game is brought to you by Honda of Vallejo. Uncle Gene will get to you on the other side. We'll wrap up this conversation in regards to Deebo Samuel. I do want to get into what took place this past weekend. And no, not the Super Bowl. Jimmy freaking Butler making his debut and the team rallying behind Steph, behind Jimmy, behind just Quentin freaking Post. Are we going Jimmy Butler? Quentin Post hitting some threes?
Oh, my God.
That was a wild ride. I think
Jimmy.
Hey, I was the one doing that, the day before. Everyone wanted Kevin Durant. I said, what about Jimmy Butler? And you guys, no, I don't want that. Pivot, don't panic. I know that's what you're about to tell me. I just want to be known.
When Jimmy went like this to Draymond and Draymond did it back to him, I was like, bro, the suspendables are uniting. This is incredible.
I'm going to give out the keyword in the other segment. You're going to be listening for the sounder to call in. You got to be the first caller to call in when you hear the sounder. We'll discuss that on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your texts. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're breaking it all down on the Morning Roast.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game as your Golden State Warriors over the weekend took out the Chicago Bulls 132-111. Much like the Super Bowl, the final score didn't really dictate what happened in that game. Warriors were down big at one point. And then, as happens from time to time, Stephen Curry happened. 42-25, third quarter in the Warriors' favor, and then a 35-17 quarter in the fourth as your Golden State Warriors get back to 500 and absolutely obliterate the Chicago Bulls. They didn't know what was coming. I guess.
What was going through your head in the second quarter?
This team's cooked. Honestly, I was like, they can't lose this game, right? They cannot lose this game to the Chicago Bulls. Not when, and this was.
They do lose that game before they get Jimmy Butler.
I don't know, because Steph was a difference in this one.
Yeah, you know why? Because you literally couldn't double and triple team him on every possession.
Correct, but I don't know if Steph does that. But again, I think what Jimmy was amazing.
He got more open one-on-one looks than he has seen in months.
He still might have done the Steph Curry thing, is what I'm saying. But again, and it's all one game, so I'm not going to make sweeping declarations
of course,
in one
it's
game.
The Bulls and
the Bulls
blah, blah, blah.
Stink. You know how we making fun of the Niners
the
win?
The Warriors low-key stink.
Like the Niners when they beat the Bears earlier, and then it's like, oh wow, Brock Purdy was amazing. It's the Bears. Let's all calm down. But again, you're gonna be playing the Bucks without Giannis. And you're gonna be playing the Dallas Mavericks without Anthony Davis. So can you get a little fat and happy here? Go 2 games over 500 at the not the deadline, but the All-Star break. Feeling a lot better with Jimmy Buckets. And I'll say this. And we're going to wrap up our Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy conversation with Gene Oakland here in just a second. But Jimmy does some things, man, that, listen, he's not going to hit the three-point shot. He's not going to shoot the three-point shot. He is kind of the polar opposite of Steph. But both Jimmy and Steph talked about that after the game and said, you know what, opposites attract. And maybe, just maybe, this thing is going to work. I'm not saying they're going to win a title. I'm not saying they're going to make a deep run in the playoffs. I'm saying this team, from a watchability standpoint, is already more must-see than they were just 3 or 4 days ago.
They have a better identity, and they needed someone else who could create in the half court. Like Andrew Wiggins is a guy, you look up, wow, he scored 20 points. Well, it's a lot of catch and shoot, and then he'll drive primarily for himself, right? And I'm not knocking him. His skill set is different from Jimmy's. Jimmy sees the floor. Jimmy can pass. Jimmy can dribble better. Jimmy operates in that mid to low block way better. Jimmy gets to the free throw line, right? And here's the thing too. As an off-ball defender, he anticipates 2 passes away so well. He doesn't just fall asleep. I mean, he's moving around. Well, look, they still have issues at point of attack defense, perimeter defense. They need Kuminga in the worst way. Jimmy's a better offensive player than Andrew Wiggins. He just is. And I'm not knocking Wiggs.
He's been a number 1 on 2 teams that went to the finals. Absolutely, he's a better offensive player.
And I think a lot of Warrior fans, and I'm not knocking them, I'm really not. I think a lot of Warrior fans haven't really focused on Jimmy Butler or seen Jimmy Butler enough. And I'm like, I put this out on the internet, people were losing their minds. I'm like, I think a lot of people underrated how good Jimmy Butler was.
Well, because he missed the playoffs last year. He did a lot of chirping in the offseason. Him and Pat Riley went at it.
He tanked his value.
Yes, and he got indefinitely suspended because he was, again, going at the president. That is Pat Riley. He's going into it with Eric Spoelstra, the head coach. So a lot of people were down on him.
He's an alpha.
But he is a true number 1 player.
Yes.
He might be older. He is a number 1 guy. And again, he might have to be a number 1 guy going forward for this team if they want to get into the playoffs and take a load off Steph Curry, and especially situations like tonight where Steph might not be playing due to a sore quad. By the way, Joe Shasky, don't forget, at some point this segment, we're going to prompt you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked and loaded and have that keyword ready. Gene in Oakland, he wants to get in and put a bow on this Super Bowl talk. And I want to also get Gene's thoughts on what he saw from Jimmy Butler over the weekend as well. What's up, Gene? You're on with us, Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey. So I have an appointment in 3 minutes, but let me go through. First of all, I didn't think I'd be so thrilled to see Philly not only beat but bludgeon KC. I mean, the air of invincibility is now gone with KC, and that, to me, that's a big deal. Sure, we're going to have to deal with Philly fans for a while, but I think it was worth it. So wonderful, and in terms of the question of whether I would choose Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy. You know, I've been one of Brock's biggest fans over the years, but, his play this year has raised some questions in my mind. And after what Hurts did yesterday and through the season, hell, I choose Hurts in a heartbeat over Purdy. Because,
Gene, he rose to the moment.
Look, yeah, I mean, listen, the man, Hurts is, first of all, he's a better runner. It looks like he's got a better arm. And, there were some clutch moments yesterday, when he had the blitz coming at him and he responded beautifully. So, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I would take Jalen.
Thanks, things can flip, right? Think about how you felt about some guys a year ago versus how you think about how you thought about Jimmy Butler a year ago, and then think about what the league thought of him at the trade deadline.
Right, and many still think about Jimmy. We'll see if he can carry this on and see how he is in the locker room, this, that, and the other, the suspendables, him and Draymond. It was fun, though. It was all the emotions. Hell, I thought Draymond was going to get thrown out in that second quarter when he was going at, tell me if you've heard this one before, another European guy, Matis Buzelis, or Matas.
Who's a baller.
He's sick. He's going to be part of the dunk contest.
Love him.
He's a very fun young player that Bulls fans, I get it. Bulls fans can't get excited about anyone these days. But him, Kobe White was a baller in that game. I think that's missed. Like, he had 27 points, 6 of 9 from beyond the arc. Kobe White was dealing, and then Stephen Curry is like, oh yeah, there's levels to this young fella. And then he took over, and they didn't look back. But yeah, Draymond throwing Buzelis on the ground. I was like, is Draymond trying to get... I actually was watching the Bulls feed, interestingly enough.
Oh, you were watching the Bulls feed?
I was. For some reason. I don't know why. I have a bunch of streaming services now, so I like to tap in on different ones, so it's good.
Was the lens on that Bulls feed as bad as the jerseys they were wearing?
My eyes were bleeding, if that's what you're saying.
Those jerseys, you have iconic old
was
school.
that their City Connects? I don't know what they were.
Well, there's a joke in there somewhere with like South Park.
City Disconnect?
Like, City Walk.
Yeah, don't talk about that.
I said City Walk.
Careful. Yes.
I know. That's how bad those jerseys were.
City Shushi?
They were so bad. So bad. The NBA, don't even start with that.
It's not hard with certain brands like Lakers,
Yankees,
Celtics, Bulls, Yankees,
Red Sox.
Don't overthink it.
The San Francisco Giants,
Oakland A's, now Sacramento.
The Raiders.
Don't overthink it.
Stay in your lane.
Exactly.
In the words of
LeVar. Yes.
Your point about Steph, and I think this is actually fascinating. You're like, Steph went nuclear. He hasn't gone nuclear for months. He's been going up against double and triple teams.
He's excited.
For months. The blueprint is out. We are going to literally double you on every possession. And the first 15 to 25 minutes of him and Jimmy on the floor together was like, all right, we got to kind of figure it out. And then, like, there was a little bit of balance, and all of a sudden, Steph got one-on-ones like he has not. Now, we'll see if that sustains. But to me, it was directly correlated to Jimmy being on the floor simultaneously with Steph Curry. Not for the entire stretch of him going nuclear, but for a lot of it, yeah. I did put a lot of, like, finally you get an alpha that commands coverage below the three-point line, and that just changes the geometry of the defense. And I thought they were directly correlated to two. Jimmy being on the floor, Steph going nuclear.
Well, Jimmy Butler, after the game, Warriors' own Jimmy Butler is going to be some getting used to here. Jimmy Buckets after the game on how much space there is and how simple it's going to make things for him and Steph.
There's so much space out there on the floor, too, that I just get to do what I do best. So I'm happy to drive in there and kick the ball out whenever I don't have a layup or I can't get fouled. Game is very, very, very simple here, and they make it so easy for me. They're looking to get me going all the time. So I just got to do my job, put the ball in the basket or get to the free throw line.
And conversely, Joe Shasky, Stephen Curry felt Jimmy's presence early on.
Yeah, you play against him, like he's a guy that you have to worry about at all times. And he can dominate a game in a lot of different ways. I'm sure from like a vocal standpoint, he's still getting comfortable. We were still having a good conversation on the sideline, trying to figure stuff out. Not trying to overcomplicate it either, but for him, like he made his presence felt across the board. And having played against him, seeing the success that he has had as a winner, there's a reason he's been to 2 finals. There's a reason, he has the reputation that he has. And again, 1 game, great start. I just like the different look he provided for sure.
He can beat a guy off the dribble. He can lean on him and then do the little fadeaway. He gets to his spots. There are the elite all-time type players, and he's tick below than this guy, Kevin Durant.
He's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but like they get to their spots, and then they either get their own or they set up for others. And he does that all the time. How many times did he back a guy down and they couldn't send that double and triple team over to him? Because you have to honor Steph.
Yep.
And then he gets the one-on-ones under the rim. I mean, he had a couple sick ones, but the and one, he was posting up. He threw it back out to Draymond. Draymond threw it right back to him. And then boom, he gets the and one. And I watched him go over to Draymond. I'm like, oh, what's going to happen here? And then he's like, yeah, like they get in each other's faces. And I was just like, dude, this is like straight Avengers, dude. I'm going to keep calling it. The suspendables,
it's so
like,
great.
They were fired up. Then they cut to commercial. I don't know. Somebody called timeout, and it's Curry and Butler on the bench. And they're like so engaged, talking back and forth, just strategy and basketball stuff. And the smile on both of their faces, they look like they were in basketball nirvana just by playing together.
I think Warriors fans were also smiling at home after, well, they weren't in the second quarter, and then in the third, everything changed and flipped, and they had big smiles everywhere. 25 points in his Warriors debut. 4 assists, got a steal, a couple boards, 7 of 12 from the floor, only attempted 1 3, barely grazed the rim. But this is the key stat here. And this is what something Andrew Wiggins was doing, and I knew Jimmy Butler would be able to replicate. And something when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, I hope he adds on top of it. It's getting to the free throw line.
Yes.
11 of 13, getting to the line, and not only getting to the line, but
getting
making
them into the bonus.
Correct. Putting that onus on the opposing defense. Again, Bulls stink, is what it is. A lot of young players. I don't care. Because the Warriors were losing to bad teams left and right already.
How many
season.
blowouts this year for the Warriors?
A lot. They lost to the freaking Jazz last week.
Were they won in a blowout fashion?
Oh.
Not many.
Boy. Yeah, that's a great question. So, early on, I think, but then again, that seems like forever ago.
I totally agree.
12 and 3.
And like, there's whole nother Buddy Hield conversation, but like.
Well, I was just about to say Buddy Hield, kind of making, like, again, 4 of 9, he's making his threes a little bit more now.
He's just the worst defender of all time.
I don't need him to defend.
I know, he's so bad.
He had 3 assists. Great. He had a couple steals actually too. Credit to him. A couple boards. Be serviceable. Knock down a few threes. Just keep doing that. Build that confidence is what I need
Pods
from
look
him.
good too.
Yes.
I'll give Pods his credit, man. He looked good. He had a couple of outside shots. He looks more decisive. Look, the buyout market is out there. You're seeing guys like, there are names like Alex Len. There are names like Kelly Olynyk. And I know none of these guys are going to be like world beaters.
No.
This team needs to continue to rattle off wins so that they become the destination or one of the many destinations for these buyout candidates.
I like Kelly Olynyk, who has some ties with Jimmy Butler back to Miami days. They played against each other, or played with each other, I should say, when they went to those finals.
I totally agree. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of names that are intriguing to me. Bruce Brown's intriguing to me. Like, I know that Warrior fans feel a lot of ways. Like, what happens with Marcus Smart?
Yeah. I'm not scoffing at Marcus Smart.
No, like he's a dog. I'll take that dude on my team.
Absolutely.
So like, there's a lot of different guys that I think that they should be in the mix for, and I think you got to rattle these wins off, and that's why like I kind of need Steph to play tonight.
888-957-9570. I actually weirdly feel confident about this team now for the first time with Steph out because Jimmy Butler is a number 1 guy.
You feeling good about that take on Friday?
I did. Well, what was the take?
Well, you basically saying that he's the one now.
Oh, I feel great about it. I mean, because I was right. Like, this guy has been the best player on teams that have been to the finals twice now in the last 5 years. I mean, Steph's been in the finals once. I'm just, 2-1. Steph finished the job. I get it. But, hey, Jimmy dragged some teams out there to the NBA Finals. Joe and SF, I see you in a second. There's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. If you don't qualify right now, be listening at noon for Steiny and Goo, then at 4 with Willard and Dibbs. Got all week. We're giving these out. So if you missed out today, don't worry. Got opportunities today and the rest of the week. Joe is out in San Francisco. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Joe? You're on with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Look, man, Jimmy Butler looks great with the Warriors. He has a feel for the game. Mm-hmm. That's the most important thing. Like, he has a feel to where he knows where to be, when to be there, the extra bucket. I think we should celebrate this acquisition. I'll be honest, I wanted Zion Williams because I didn't know what Jimmy still had left in the tank. but it kind of, not to go too far left, it reminds me of Randy Moss when he left the Raiders and went to the Patriots. It's like, that's the guy we remember. I think we really, really hit big with this pickup, and that Warriors fans should, stop being pessimistic on this one. Just, ride this one out.
I'm totally with you.
Thanks, Joe.
And the part about the feel, I think
I was about the Randy Moss comp real quick, but yes, continue.
Well, no, I think the fact that the player's perceived value was so diminished, and then he shows up in a new spot and looks vintage. Like, Jimmy hasn't gotten a lot of mileage this year. And on a team that needs a push toward the end of the year when everyone's tired, I think the Warriors really got lucked out here. I mean, he sabotaged his value so low, we actually questioned whether he was even good anymore or not.
Right. Now, I didn't, because I knew he was.
No, I know you didn't. I'm saying most Warrior fans.
No, correct, because they didn't know what kind of play. Like, just think about it, Joe Shasky. If you're just the average fan right there, like, you're like, yeah, I'm paying attention to ESPN, and all I keep saying is how disgruntled
and he's
Jimmy
a bum.
Butler is, and how this guy's just like, are you serious? This guy doesn't want to play. Like Pat Riley, that guy's a classy individual. Eric Spoelstra, like, what's going on there? And you keep hearing his name. Hell, since when? November, December, you've been hearing about his name?
Months.
It was exhausting, quite frankly. And then De'Aaron Fox took over, and then the Luka Doncic trade came out of nowhere. So everyone's like, oh, whoa. Jimmy kind of got put on the back burner a little bit, trying to force his way to the Suns, ends up in Golden State. So it's been this tumultuous few months for him. No one knew what to expect. But if you watch that game, Warriors fans, and I asked the question at 888-957-9570, are you more optimistic after Saturday's win about the Jimmy Butler era in Golden State than you were before that game? You kind of have to be, right? Like, given where this team was, they were looking dead in the rights. They were about to lose to the Bulls. They're going to be 2 games under 500. I wasn't feeling great. And then all of a sudden, Steph, Jimmy, Buddy Hield made some threes. Quentin Post. Hey, the postmaster, baby.
Well, here's the thing about Post. Watching that game, Vucevic looks so old and slow. Oh, God. And now, Post is not a great defender. No. So, like, let's acknowledge.
He's not thick either as a Vucevic. Yeah.
Like, Post is a 10 to 18 minute a night guy, like, give or take. Right now, he's just not there, and he's gonna have to adjust to the speed of the NBA. I mean, that's part of the learning curve. He's a rook. I mean, he's so raw. But he can knock down some shots. And I think he's a useful piece in the rotation. They're going to need Looney at some point. Yes. They're going to need him to contribute. They're going to keep needing Draymond Green to be more aggressive. I thought they cranked up the defense in that third quarter. Yeah. Moses Moody, quietly, is having the best stretch of basketball of his career.
Didn't shoot it well, but defensively.
No. Yeah. Overall, his floor game's been really good. I'm just talking about the body of work over the last month.
For sure.
And then the key to unlocking everything is Jonathan Kuminga. It's so obvious to say. They need a young dude. They need a dude who's athletic, who can get to the lane, get to the rim, who can defend on a nightly basis the top dog on the perimeter, and then pick and choose when to sick Jimmy the pit bull on him.
What was refreshing to see a lot, too, was when the Bulls were making their run and they were using their athleticism, they were using their youth, the Warriors countered, and they used their IQ to their advantage. I saw a lot of undercutting and stealing the ball.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of that from Pajemski, Draymond, Jimmy Butler. They were getting active. And then you saw the Bulls do what the Warriors have done, but traditionally don't. It's the Bulls panicked. They're a younger team. They did.
That's usually us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It usually is. But I saw a young team panic. Yeah. I saw a team that said, no. We got to keep going fast because this is slipping away. Instead of calming things down, going slow and methodical, which is what's going to be great with Jimmy Butler when he has to play with a lot of these young guys like tonight, where Jimmy has to be that guy. And it's going to be interesting to watch because he is so much different than Steph, and Steph's not going to be out on that court. How much attention is Jimmy Butler going to be from the opposing defense? Is he going to garner, right? How's he going to play with some of these young guys like Moody, like Pods? It's going to be a very interesting learning curve here in the next few weeks with Jimmy Butler and these young guys. And I'm very curious to see how it shakes out.
Well, I liked when they played him alongside Guy Santos. Guy hit a couple of shots from the outside. And then, like, Guy's a willing passer, too. To me, like, Guy, this is going to be a weird analogy.
Smooth like butter.
He reminds me a lot of when they had Matt Barnes the first time. During the We Believe era. Never going to be one of your top 7 or 8 guys, but like as your 9th man off the bench who can do a little bit of everything. Like that's what Matt Barnes could do. Hustle guy, could knock down a 3, going to bring some intensity, get you a rebound, scrappy, willing passer. Like they're not exactly the same player. I'm saying, like, well, on that We Believe team, you didn't think of Matt Barnes. It was all these other guys before you got to Barnes. And then Barnes would go out there and he just make things happen. And, like, Gee, I just really like Gee. He's like a perfect end-of-the-bench rotation piece.
Shout out Dwayne in Concord, Joe Shasky. He qualified for the knockout tournament, so shout out to you, Dwayne. And earlier, when we gave out the Curry 12s, which we'll be doing all week long, stay tuned to the Morning Roast. We're going to be giving out away a pair of the Curry 12s yet to be released. They're only going to be released on Valentine's Day, so you have your chance to win them early right here on the Morning Roast. That was Francis in Sacramento that won those pairs. So
congratulations, Francis.
Shout out to Dwayne. They're locked and loaded, and I'm going to give you another opportunity to enter another contest at some point because we got something cool going down in Las Vegas. Head coach Steve Kerr, how'd you feel about Jimmy Butler on your team?
Pretty fun having Jimmy on our team. Yeah, he's an amazing player. You know, the ability to get fouled, it just settles the game for us at key times. But I'm most impressed with his passing. You know, I just think his passing changes everything, connects the game. You know, and he does it from anywhere. He'll dive down to the post, catch it down there, or he'll pass off the dribble, or he'll just make the quick swing. So the skill, the strength, the ability to get to the free throw line, and then in the end he's goes beyond that. It's his just his presence out there. He's a lion out there. You know, he is a force.
I mean, we use those terms: lion, alpha, dog, whatever you want to say. I love when Jerry West says, "Everyone's a dog." No, I was a wolf. I ate dogs. That's what I love. R.I.P. Jerry West. Like, this guy is a wolf, and this guy will get after you and expect greatness from you as well. I think, again, tonight's going to be very interesting if Stephen Curry doesn't play. It's 4 games and 6 nights for him. Is he going to do that? I'm not sure, but I'm not saying this team's going to go like in a deep run in the playoffs, Joe Shasky. I'm just so happy I can watch a Golden State Warriors basketball game again and Steph Curry not being a part of it, but I'm still excited to watch it.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how many fans can say that lately. Like, that's a big deal. When Steph was out in the past, big deal. We got Kevin Durant. We got Klay Thompson. We got Andre Iguodala. We got Draymond Green. I don't think Draymond was enough of a draw without Steph for fans these days. I don't think, Andrew Wiggins, God love the guy, he wasn't drawing fans in the way a Jimmy Buckets can. And I cannot wait until I see all the merch with the Jimmy Buckets, the Splash Jimmy, whatever you want to call it.
Butler the third?
I love that. I love it. The Suspendables, I still think it's
the greatest nickname, and I want them to lean into it.
The teams, they're not going to, but it is hilarious. Like, if this was back in the old Oracle days in Oakland, for sure if you were getting off BART, they were going to have the Suspendable shirts ready to go, printed, color screen, 100%. Whatever. They were going to have it all. I still have a shirt from Ricky Henderson. It's like everything I learned about stealing, I learned in Oakland, and it's in.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's really good.
Right?
Yeah, that's really good.
So that's what I'm thinking about here.
Hey, can we clarify something here? Like,
please.
I saw it over the weekend, and I'm going to see it again now. And I'm seeing a lot of people texting in. The Warriors are not over the first apron. They're not. There are 7 teams that are over the first apron.
Yeah, they could go get a buyout guy.
What does that mean? So anyone who made more than $12.5 million this year and they get bought out, there are 7 teams in the league who cannot sign those guys. The Warriors are below that apron, all right? And I'll give you who these teams are. Phoenix can't sign anyone who's been bought out. Minnesota can't sign anyone who's been bought out. Boston can't sign anyone who's been bought out. The Knicks, the Lakers, Milwaukee, and Denver. A lot of those teams would be teams that you would be vying for the services of those said buyout players. The Warriors are under said apron by all reports. So they can get buyout people. So you need to educate yourself out there if you're texting, tweeting in, whatever. The Warriors are able to be active in that market.
Speaking of the Lakers real quick, very odd news that came about during the Bulls game. I think it was in halftime right before. So they made that big trade, obviously, for Luka Doncic. But another one they made was getting rid of Dalton Knecht, their rookie, who's been very good at times this year. The Warriors fans have saw him up close and personal out of Tennessee, trading him to the Charlotte Hornets for Mark Williams, a big 7-footer, has dealt with some injury issues.
And some effort
questions. All that, this, that, and the other. The trade was nixed as Williams failed a physical.
Crazy.
Very interesting because over the weekend, and
come on back.
Well, over the weekend, and I was reading the Dave McMenamin article, covers the team for ESPN.
LeBron's publicist.
Sure, but before that, he covered the teams. This is what Rob Pelinka had to say real quick. That's your boy. You love Dave McMenamin. We fully vetted Williams' health stuff, Pelinka said Thursday. He's had no surgeries, so these are just parts of he's still growing into his body. We vetted the injuries he's had, and we're not concerned about those. 48 hours later, kick rocks. So something came up.
But what? Do we know?
I have no idea. They said, Sham said something scared them, not back related, but he's had injuries to his knees, to his feet, to his tendons. It's got to be something that's like, again, going back to the Giants, maybe they had cold feet, maybe they didn't.
Odd.
Like the Carlos Correa
forget
thing.
that one.
Like,
What about the GP2 one?
The GP2.
When they made the trade for Wiseman, remember GP2 failed the physical.
Yeah. So very, very odd. Something happened there. I don't know. And then the funniest part of it all, this is what the Hornets released real quick. This is their statement after they were excited to bring Williams back to the team. Quote, after the other team aggressively pursued Mark, we made the difficult decision to move him. Don't even mention the Lakers. After the other team. We have always held great respect for Mark's talent, work ethic, and character. We are thrilled to see him rejoin our roster as a dynamic presence at the starting center position. His return strengthens our team, and we look forward to the impact he will make on and off the court. It's just hilarious.
Is that the second worst Hornets-Laker trade of all time?
Give me the first.
It's Vlade for Kobe.
There you
or
go.
the pick that would materialize to be Kobe.
It's a tough scene. We're talking about one of those cursed franchises. The Hornets are destined to do nothing in my entire lifetime. The New Orleans Pelicans are another one. They're just not going to do anything.
Did you
Washington
see that
Wizards
video I
aren't gonna
sent
do
you?
anything.
Did you see the video I sent you over the weekend?
Which one?
The
You
one
sent
about
a bunch. So
the Grandmama one on Urkel.
Oh, when she plays hoop and it's clearly not.
So Larry Johnson was a very popular commercial. What Reebok I believe was the brand that he was selling at the time.
Right.
Grandmama was a character he developed, similar to the Kyrie old man one, and like that Hornets team. Alonzo, Muggsy Bogues, Larry Johnson. It was a beloved.
Was Larry Johnson the other guy that got his powers taken in Space Jam?
Yeah,
because it's always the one guy.
Larry Johnson was a bad dude.
Who's that? Because it was who was it? Rick Smits,
the Duncan Dutchman.
Yeah, Patrick Ewing, Muggsy, and then Charles Barkley and Larry Johnson.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
And Larry Johnson, Stacey Ogman. There's a whole name game that you play when it comes to those players. But like the Hornets were a very popular team. Just in general.
I mean,
I've never met a Hornets fan.
Yeah, I've never. Well, no, Charlotte, dude. Like they'd rather watch Duke and they'd rather watch UNC.
Yeah,
that's what they'd rather watch in Carolina.
Yeah.
Just like that, anyone would rather watch, I don't know, Eastern Carolina football over the Carolina Panthers. Like that's just the reality over there.
Chris Johnson,
CJ2K. 888-957-9570. You feel better about the Warriors' chances going forward after Saturday's performance, or do you feel if you were skeptical, Dubs fans, that one game change your mind, or you need to see more going forward, Jimmy Butler? Because for me, I saw something. And the way that Steph was talking after the game is actually what sold me, Joe Shasky. And I want to hear more from him because you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We got 60 seconds Celebrini coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. Him saying opposites attract, I wasn't thinking about it like that way heading into it. But the more he talks and the more Jimmy talks,
Abdul.
Right? I could not think. I think of her still as a American Idol judge.
Do you guys remember the video with the cartoon?
We were like
the opposites. Oh
we
my
were like
God.
2 years old.
I'm so old compared to you guys. I hate all of you.
Sorry. I saw.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I saw Harry Connick Jr. performing yesterday. I was like, oh, that was another American Idol judge. Remember
that video rings a bell, Shasta.
You have no idea. My sister would bump Rhythm Nation by Janet Jackson and then the Paula Abdul album. This is back in the tape days. She had it nonstop in the boombox.
I think Family Guy made fun of that video, maybe.
You just said boombox, so there you go on that one.
What's wrong with boombox? We used to call them.
Yeah, I know. But those don't exist anymore. If they do, I don't see
Yeah, they
them.
do. It's called your iPhone. It's literally like 1,000 things in one.
Well, that's an MP3 player in my phone. If we're going generations and generations.
Opposites attract. Whoa. God, that was such a banger.
Speaking of that.
Play that song, Carter.
Speaking of that, Stephen Curry talked about Jimmy Butler and his ability to get to the line and how that's going to be a game changer for this team.
It's huge, and as we keep going, game by game, You'd hope to have a flurry like that where you open it up, but if the game's, possession here, possession there, the momentum's not going your way, like that should be able to help us. Whether he's either getting to the line or finishing in the paint, again, he draws attention. And so if we're decisive and organized, it's hard to kind of take away everything. And I think the idea that he's like the exact opposite player of me, which is kind of funny. Like, I'm shooting 16 threes. He shot one, got to the free throw line a lot. He's dominating the paint. I'm dominating the outside and the perimeter. Guys working around us has the potential to be really, really fun.
It has the potential to be really fun. And I agree after watching Saturday. And the joy and the smiles that they had on their faces. I could not think of more polar opposite personalities and players. But you know what? Sometimes it works, Joe Shasky. Sometimes it does.
Look at the salt and vinegar chips. They just
I
work.
love me some salt and vinegar chips. Well,
Like,
they're both kind of tough.
peanut butter and jelly. They're
both sweet. But
Kool-Aid and sugar. Like, there's certain things that just work together.
I mean, isn't Kool-Aid just sugar?
Well, Kool-Aid's a packet. Sugar you add to it.
Okay, all right. I feel like they just add it all into one packet these days. You just
they probably do, but
exactly.
I'm talking about back in the day.
Tang, you remember that?
Oh, of course I do.
Love me some Tang.
Of course I do. Orange, man.
There you go. Sunny Delight.
You never seen the Dave Chappelle? Give me that orange drink.
The purple drink.
That's
what it was. What's Sunny Delight? I was the kid in the back. Give me some of that purple drink.
It's so all time.
Jimmy Butler.
And then your lips would be just completely stained purple.
Oh, the belt. I love Welch's grape soda and grape juice. It's the best.
Welch's white grape juice. There was a little boy that used to do the Welch's white grape juice commercials.
Not the white one. I like the purple. Butler talking about
the purple.
I do. Asked about, speaking of which, you see Jalen Hurts' fit yesterday, all purple. I was like, only you could pull it off. If I tried to put that on, I'd literally look like the Joker without the makeup on. Jimmy Butler asked about his head coach calling him a lion.
I appreciate it. But I think we got a lot of those lines. Draymond probably being the biggest one. He's always barking at somebody in a good way because he wants to win, and he wants to win every possession, and he wants to win every single game. Home, road, doesn't matter. And I like that. I like that firiness that everybody has. Tonight was one of many, so we want to get it rolling.
And Jimmy talking about, and Draymond Green, in all due respect, if we're doing the animal hierarchy here, I like Jimmy as the lion, like Scar a little bit.
Oh.
I like Scar. He feels like he's been cast aside and he's going to get some revenge now. Obviously, it doesn't end well for Scar, so maybe it's a little different.
Well, technically, it doesn't end well for Mustafa.
Not Mustafa Ward, Mufasa.
Mufasa, excuse me.
Add that to the list.
What am I doing?
Add that to the list.
What am I
please.
doing? What am I
Jesus
doing?
Christ.
What am I doing? I was close.
Yeah, that was close. Hey, Ute Juice was close to use check, I guess. Rushman was Rushman. Come on, guys.
Gui Sanchez, another
Gui
close one.
Sanchez.
I never said Gui.
No, that was Big Smooth, our winner last year for mispronunciation.
Gui Sanchez in there. Jonathan Kamingo.
Those are both coaches.
AJ Anunoby might have been the all-timer.
Oh, my God.
Steiny said that one with so much conviction that I almost thought it was like that was his actual name. Because when you say something so confidently, it's like, wait, is that right? But when someone says it so confidently, you just keep going with it. In radio, I was not going to let that Mustafa slide, though. But
if we were going to power rank who got after it the most during a Super Bowl party, Steiny's power rank number one.
Really? Because
right?
I think he golfs during most of the Super Bowls.
That means he was getting after it afterwards.
After it the most.
100%.
What does Steiny look like when he's getting after it at a Super Bowl?
I don't know what Steiny's at. Like, I want to play with golf. Have you played golf with Steiny? I want to. I want to see what he's like out there because I'm like, some people are like IPA guys. I was like, no, like give me some Coors Light. I'm not trying to get like faded when I'm playing golf. Like that's not fun for me. Play a couple of Coors Lights or some Miller Lights. I'm not, maybe a High Life in there. I'm not mad at it.
The champagne of beers?
Yeah, dude, underrated as far as I'm concerned. Jimmy Butler, going back.
I mean, that's like 15-year-old me. Oh, the champagne of beers is so underrated.
We're 50. Okay,
that and Mickey's.
We're 50 topics off what I was trying to get at with my Lion King perspective here. Draymond Green's not a lion. He's one of the hyenas that Jimmy's going to have to look after a little bit, all right? Because he gets into trouble a lot. The hyenas were going after little Simba, much like Draymond Green going at my guy, Buzelis, for some reason. Why are you going at that guy? Why are you throwing him to the ground?
Because some people just need an enemy at all times to fuel them. And I think that Draymond falls into that category.
Mattis Buzelis is the guy that you go after?
I'm betting on him. I like him a lot.
I do too. Why are you going after him? Why not Kobe White? Why not Ayo Dosunmu? Josh Giddey?
Hey, Dosunmu got that fourth foul. That changed that game.
It did. Kobe White was sensational in that game, and no one's talking about it because what Steph did. And what did Steph do? He played the entire third quarter, Joe Shasky, the entirety of the third. This is what Steve Kerr had to say about that.
It was more just because Steph was rolling. I mean, I don't love playing him 12 straight, but he was just on fire. Obviously, he just completely flipped the game. There was no way I was going to take him out. The big change, I think, in the fourth quarter was keeping Draymond out there and putting Quentin with Draymond and Jimmy and BP and Buddy, and that lineup was able to carry on that third quarter momentum. Quentin was fantastic. You know, he gives us that space 5 that opens up the floor, and it's, you know, watching Draymond and Jimmy together defensively is really, really something.
You know, one thing that I didn't have a good feel on was Vucevic, and we watched him now twice in a short period of time. I'm so out on that move. I'm glad they didn't make that move. A, I'm sure the cost was ridiculous. And then B, he just looks old and stiff and slow.
He is.
And now he can knock down a shot, but like there were a couple times he was trying to post up, and I was like, bro, that ain't the move here. No. What are you doing? And Quentin Post, although not a great defender and very young, dirt cheap in terms of the cost on a team with a lot of top-end salaries. You got to have some dirt cheap players. Like Quentin could knock down shots. I like Quentin's shot. I would say, I mean, I know Buddy's a good shooter, like in general. Like that's how people view him. He is the worst good shooter of all time, number one. And number two, Quentin's shot just looks better off release than Buddy's.
Right now it does. Listen, we've all seen Buddy Hield. He can get hot with the best of them, so I'm not willing to bury him totally yet. But to your point, right now, Quentin is a lot more confident in his three-point shot than Buddy Hield is in his. Now, Buddy Hield's a three-point shooter. He's going to continue to do it because that's what shooters do. They shoot. But sometimes it doesn't come back around. I mean, we saw it with Klay Thompson, one of the greatest three-point shooters in the history of the sport. Sometimes it just fades. Well, and it doesn't come back.
He was very streaky.
Yes.
And I feel like Buddy, it's so like there's different kinds of shooters. Like some guys will go like 8 of 9 from 3, and then a bunch of games are like 2 of 8, 3 of 8, whatever, and then they end up with like a 45% average, and you're like, it's kind of all over the place. Like Buddy, I don't know how he gets to his averages because he is so wildly inconsistent.
You want 60 seconds, Celebrini? You want to do that? Some Sharkies? Sure, we can squeeze some Sharkies in here before we get back to Jimmy Butler and the Golden State Warriors, who take on the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. But 60 seconds, Celebrini. There you go.
Who's got better teal, the Hornets or the Sharks?
Ooh.
Sharks. Yeah, in the final game before the Four Nations face-off break, the Sharks got walloped by the Stars 8-3 on Saturday night. Celebrini did assist William Eklund on the opening goal to give the Sharks a brief 1-0 lead, but it obviously would not stand. Macklin Celebrini, after the game, talking about what he wants to improve on going forward.
Tough.
Sounds like he's addressing the classroom as a sophomore in high school with no confidence.
He's 18.
I know. He sounds so young.
He was literally just in high school.
He literally could be my son.
Guys, Macklin enters the break second amongst all rookies in points with 40 behind Boston U teammate Lane Hudson of Montreal. And he is tops among all rookies with 17 goals scored. There's your 60 seconds of Celebrini.
Is he a lock for Rookie of the Year at this point, Sam?
Feel like he's got to be, right? Like give the Sharks something, right? Sharks dead last right now in the NHL, but it is what it is.
And to your point, and thank you, Sam, for that update, I'd take the Hornets jerseys, their throwbacks, over the Sharks throwbacks, but I like the black Shark jerseys. I think that's a top 5 jersey
with
in
the
Bay
white
Area.
with the white laces at the top. They are pretty sweet.
Those are sick.
Yeah,
I'm a sucker for a black jersey.
They need to go back to the old logo though, just the simplistic old logo.
I love that.
It is.
Simplicity, there's good and bad with it, as we were at the break. The old school ones just define it so much better. Like the Jacksonville Jaguars Jaguar, just simple.
Yeah.
Just
Speaking of bad,
elegant.
How about the score bug yesterday?
Oh my God!
We didn't talk about this. You guys didn't play Nintendo, I'm sure, because you guys are all really young.
Nuts.
There would be games like Double Dribble where they'd have fake teams and fake names and be like SF versus LA. You know, that's what that looked like yesterday. It looked like a Nintendo non-licensed video game.
And we're gonna get into that on the other side. It's gonna be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. What up, Pods? We on fire? Lloyd Banks? I'm not mad at that. Little G Unit. We've had a lot of fun this Monday. I know Niner fans haven't had a lot of fun these last 48 hours because the Philadelphia Eagles are now world champions. The Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, have their second L in the Super Bowl. There's a lot still, and we can get into some of our little like loose ends on the Super Bowl here in this hour, Joe Shiasky, because I know your thoughts on the score bug. I have some thoughts on some of the broadcasting itself, the pre and post game, some very odd things that were happening. Tom Brady, how he did with Kevin Burkhardt, all of that. And 888-957-9570. We're breaking down right now Jimmy Butler's debut as a Golden State Warrior, and it was a spectacular debut. It didn't start great, but it finished amazing. 7 of 12 on the floor for him. Got to the line 13 times, made 11 of those free throws, 25 points, 4 assists. Stephen Curry goes vintage Steph, 10 of 19, 8 of 16 from beyond the arc, 34 points for the Chef, 6 assists. And off the bench, the guy we just heard from, Brandon Pajemski, 7 of 11, 16 points for Pods, 7 assists as well. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, and if you don't, you should. We have a slam dunk contest in Vegas going on right now. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. And Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is so easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. Remember, this is a national contest, so download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. What would you do with $20K in Vegas, Joe Shasky? Right now, would you make a big bet right now?
What would I do with $20,000 in Vegas?
You have to use it in Vegas. I'm telling you, you have to use it in Vegas. You can't come back with it.
Man, that's a great question.
Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I would probably bet against the Dodgers winning it all.
Okay. What's the odds on that? It can't be that.
I don't know, but
Dodgers,
I find
is it Dodgers against the field right now? Is that even an option? You're taking the field?
Yeah, I would take the field.
I think they're getting back Kike Hernandez, too. You love Kike. He's coming back to the Dodger field.
Yeah. Love the Dodgers.
They're so stacked. Hey, who's more primed to go back-to-back, the Dodgers or the Eagles?
Eagles.
You sure?
Yeah, baseball is so difficult. They almost lost to the freaking Padres.
Well, the Eagles almost lost to the Rams.
I mean, we just saw the Chiefs go back-to-back.
We did.
We haven't seen a Major League Baseball team go back-to-back since the Yanks.
It's true.
Almost 25 years ago. So I'm gonna
teams
lean.
Go back-to-back, but not win it. Who's gone back? The Royals?
Yep.
Right? That's the one.
Yep.
Is there anyone else? Rangers. They lost 2 back-to-back.
Yeah.
That was tough. I think that's it. You're right. Yeah.
So
I mean, the Yankees going back to back, but losing. Obviously,
Cardinals went to so many in a row.
Right.
Or not in a row, but they went to so many. They lost to the Red Sox. They won a couple.
That's what makes those Giants run so crazy too. As we're going to be talking about Giants here sooner rather than later, because pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow for some teams around Major League Baseball. Them going series, not the playoffs. Series. Not the playoffs, and then World Series again.
It was also a byproduct of the particular time where only, a couple teams made it in.
Correct.
So, it's just so different.
So different.
I was thinking, you're asking about the slam dunk contest. I was thinking about, some of my favorite All-Star moments. I know we're getting geared up for the All-Star game, but just.
Are you geared up for the All-Star? Real quick. All-Star game. That's coming up, and it's like.
As a couch viewer, yes.
The buzz, though, this is.
Not there.
Which sucks because it's at Chase Center. Is it going to pick up here in the next coming days? Come on. This is a big deal. The NBA just dominated Super Bowl week. You'd think there'd be some momentum. The Super Bowl itself was an absolute snoozer. Jimmy Butler, what he does, NBA has a real good chance right here to capture an audience, especially locally. But
you're not doing it with Mac McClung in the dunk contest.
Hey, my guy Buzelis, though, I'm rooting for him now. I'm big Buzelis guy.
Can I just give you who was in the dunk contest in 2000 when it was the last time it was in the Bay Area? Can I just give it to you?
Please.
Vince Carter, Ricky Davis, Stevie Franchise, a.k.a. Steve Francis, Larry Hughes, Tracy McGrady,
T-Mac,
and Jerry Stackhouse.
Who's now an assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors.
Okay, if I just said Vince Carter by himself, that would have been enough for most people. Stack, McGrady, franchise, Ricky Davis. Like, are you kidding me?
Yep. And then the all-time meme, it's over. It's over.
And then let me give you the three-point shooting contest. Hornacek, Dirk, Ray Allen, Mike Bibby, Terry Porter, Hubert Davis, Allen Iverson, and Bob Sura.
That's pretty good. I mean, you have how many Hall of Famers there already?
Dog.
Yeah, Allen Iverson, Dirk, who else?
Sorry, the whole thing went like, you know,
that's all right. That's two of them.
Hornacek,
Jeff
Dirk,
good.
Ray Allen,
Hall of Famer,
Mike Bibby, Terry Porter, who is so underrated, Hubert Davis, and I just think of shooting, I think of Hubert Davis, Allen Iverson, and Bobby Sura.
Hey, Mike Bibby was huge, like when because Mike Bibby
because of the roids or back in the day.
As post, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That was
I thought
after.
NBA players don't do steroids.
No. Well, that was post his career. He bulked up.
Sure.
I used to love Mike Bibby though. Like 9, 8-year-old, like 10-year-old, like our generation, Sam Carter and I. He had the headband.
Oh, Bibby was sick.
It was fun. Like those Kings teams were really fun. Until they weren't, because they lost to the Lakers, and the rest is history.
Yeah,
the scandal. This, that, and the other.
The refs.
Oh, the refs. Yeah, this, that, and the other. Speaking of the refs were in a problem yesterday.
That and Robert Horry.
Hey, get a rebound, right? Don't smack it out. Go get the rebound.
One last thing,
Refs were in a problem yesterday, by the way, in the Super Bowl.
Joe, I have to read this. Starting lineups for the West and the East.
Please.
2000 at Oracle. Okay, J. Kidd, hometown hero.
Damn.
Kobe, KG. Duncan and Shaq.
That's an all-time lineup.
That's incredible. Okay, and here's your East. AI, Eddie Jones, who was so underrated from that era. He was sick on Miami, sick on the Lakers. Vince Carter, Grant Hill, and Alonzo Mourning.
Wow.
Let me give you the benches.
I mean, the West absolutely blows that out of the water, but
I'm not done.
Still some names there.
Listen to the West's bench. Michael Finley, who you guys didn't even know who Michael Finley was.
I do, but yes. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gary Payton, John Stockton, Karl Malone, Rasheed Wallace, Chris Webber, David Robinson, and Phil Jackson's your coach.
Oh, my God.
And then the reserves for the East.
The size on that West team is outrageous.
That might be one of the greatest teams of all.
Yes.
That could go up against the Dream Team.
That team right now could dominate.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Ray Allen off the bench, Allen Houston, Reggie Miller, Stackhouse, Dale Davis, the $1 Million Man, Glenn Robinson, Dikembe Mutombo with Van Gundy coaching.
Wow. And Dale Davis, obviously the father of Trace Jackson Davis.
Bro, come on.
Hey. Again, does anyone realize the All-Star game is, coming up here in San Francisco? And they're doing like the celebrity practices at Oracle, right? Or Old Oracle, excuse me. Now Oakland Arena in Oakland. So that's pretty cool. They're trying to unite the Bay. It's San Francisco, obviously. Oakland, there's still some hard feelings about diehard Oakland Warriors fans. I get it. But hey, the whole thing's about celebrating the Bay Area right now. And I would like to see, and maybe it's up to us, Joe Shasky. Maybe it's up to us to, pump this thing up here. We are the home of the Golden State Warriors. Like, let's pump this thing up. Let's go.
There's a variety of feelings on this. Steph basically said he's not going to participate in the three-point shootout.
How do you feel about that?
Well, look, on one level, he is hurt. Like, I get it. He's hurt. The amount of people, I tweeted it out. Now, he's got to hurt them in a knee. Like, I'm well aware. I cover this team every day. I have an idea that a guy with a bandage on his thumb clearly has a thumb injury and a knee injury. Like, I've been watching all year, people. Not sure if you know this. But number two.
But don't play in the All-Star game real quick.
That was my next point.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
If you're going to take the weekend off and be an ambassador of the region and the area, then take the whole weekend off. Like, if that's truly what you do. Or I would rather him participate in just the three-point shootout as opposed to the game. I remember when the San Francisco Giants hosted the All-Star game in 2007. And it was at the end of Bonds' career. It was his final year in the league. And he didn't participate in the home run derby. And it was like, Barry, you do it for us, the fans. Like, we would rather you be in the home run derby than you be in the actual game itself. Just my personal opinion. Maybe people disagree with me on that, but that really bummed me out. And I get it. I get why. I get why Steph's not going to do it. But like, of all the things, like if you asked me, and this is just my opinion, and I'm curious what the fans think, would you rather him do just the three-point shootout or just the game? I don't really even care about the game. Like, I would rather him just do the three. It's the signature event for the signature player who I think of signaturely shooting threes at his home arena that he basically built.
It's the greatest three-point shooter in the history of the sport at his home court. yeah, I would like him to be a part of that.
That's all. And I'm not mad at him. I'm not angry. I'm not triggered by it. I'm just kind of bummed.
I'm disappointed.
For the kids and like the kid in me, I want to see the greatest shooter of all time just participate in that one. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Richie's out in Queens. He has thoughts on the NBA All-Star game, I should say. Richie, what's up, man? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Great.
What's up, buddy?
Just one quick comment, Chas. Giant fan. Should have signed Gritchick. That's all I want to say. Get a left fielder, little pop, right-handed hitter would have been nice for the Giants.
Yeah.
That's all I want to talk about that. Yeah. With the NBA, I go back 60 years. I have not watched an NBA, NHL, or an NFL All-Star game in 30 years.
What?
The point about Steph, I have no use for them. I think it's the only one I watch, and I love is baseball. It's a guy on the mound and a guy throwing home runs now trying to get everybody out. The rest of it is just a show joke. I have no use for it. And whether I'm wrong or right, that's how I'll stick to my guns with it. I love the 3-point contest because that's an individual trying to actually win out there.
Yes.
And not having Steph there, who's one of my favorite players. I was always hoping the Knicks would have gotten him. That's another story. But he's been such a showcase and such a face of the NBA. And not to, for him, and whether it's injury, could you just get out there for like 20 minutes? I don't know if that injury really is going to hurt him, but yeah, I would love to see him. But you guys really, I got to ask you, are you guys into the NBA All-Star game? I
used to be way more when I was a kid, but I also understand it's like the whole weekend is really not for me at this point in my life. It's for the younger generation, and I acknowledge that, but I still get a kick out of Saturday night.
Thanks, Richie.
Saturday night is fun for me because I find it to be a display of the awesomeness of the athleticism of the league. And the dunk competition for me at its core is, hey, we're at the park and my boy can grab rim or do whatever. He can dunk with a tennis ball. And then you see someone who can actually dunk. Part of the beauty and the charm is going back to its roots. And one of the first events that lured me into the NBA was Dominique and Jordan and the highlight packages that my cousins would show. My cousin Big Joey, who had the VHS, the air up there with Jordan and all that. Like him versus Neek is a seminal moment in my fandom of the NBA.
Same, but in regards to Kobe versus LeBron for me. That's what it was. It was Kobe going up against LeBron, and Kobe took it seriously, so that made LeBron take it seriously. And there was like a fun aspect to it. Now, is he going balls to the wall 100%? No. But he is locking up LeBron, and it's fun because you look back and some of those matchups, Kobe blocks him twice, or he's playing hard defense on him late. Like, that was fun for me when I was in high school, right? Now, I don't really care about the game. It's more like we just witnessed in the Super Bowl, and the All-Star Game's not the Super Bowl. It's way different, but it is a celebration of the area and the city. Like, that's what it should be. Mm-hmm. You're celebrating that. I don't really give a damn about the game or any of that, but you should be celebrating the city.
The region.
Yes. And I don't feel like that's a thing now. It hasn't started yet. So hopefully we're going to see that as the week goes on. But we just saw New Orleans come away looking so great from that Super Bowl
America
week.
the Beautiful.
It was awesome.
That rendition was awesome.
It was great.
I don't know about you guys. I thought that felt like, we're in New Orleans.
And I thought Jean-Baptiste, the composer and the artist, I thought he did a great job with the national anthem.
I thought so too.
I know Carter's pissed because he had the under in the time and he had to say the word 3 different times. He's still shaking his head.
That was insane. He did the same line 3 times over. I would have hit easily had he done it twice.
Got to do your research, homie. God, you got to do a different rendition.
Carter.
I went back and watched him do a national anthem actually as research, and he did the under.
God.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, he did it on a piano, yeah.
Carter's, wow, that's incredible.
He's so bad. He also had the blue Gatorade, for those who don't know, degenerate gambler, Carter in the back, technical producer extraordinaire.
What was the Gatorade?
It was yellow. It was yellow Gatorade.
Oh, my God.
Which is the favorite. Yeah, it was the favorite. Never go with the favorite. He had tails, though.
This is Gatorade. Like the commercial. Like it's just all time.
With the glass bottle.
Yeah, it's just all time.
Naturally, we called it Gatorade.
Gatorade.
We can put a bow on this conversation, though. Any more Super Bowl thoughts? We got 20 minutes left here before Fast 5. 888-957-9570. Jimmy Butler had his debut as a Golden State Warrior. How did you feel about that, Warriors fans? When you were watching that game and you saw Steph doing what he was doing on top of Jimmy Buckets heading to the line, putting the team on his back at times as well. He might have to do that tonight against the Bucks where Steph Curry is questionable. He might not play tonight. Jimmy Butler, hey, We'll see how, in shape he is right now because he hasn't really played a lot lately. See how his cardio is holding up. No Giannis for the Bucks. That's an older Bucks team as well. I'm looking at Quentin Post. I'm looking at Brandon Pajemski. I'm looking at Moses Moody. I'm looking at the young guys. Can they give me a little bit more? And Quentin Post, and you mentioned this, Joe Shasky, he's like, when's the last time the Warriors blew out a team? Well, they blew out this same Chicago Bulls team a couple weeks ago on January 23rd. 131 to 106 back in January 23rd.
Wow.
Quentin Post had 20 points in that game. That was kind of his coming out party. Remember that?
No.
No, you
Clearly.
No, because the day after you compared him to Brian Cardinal, I think.
Well, no, that's Guy Santos.
Oh, it's Guy Santos.
Guy
Okay.
Santos is, I said, how do you say the custodian in Brazilian?
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
I think it's Portuguese.
Guy Sanchez in there.
I think in Brazil they speak Portuguese. I could be wrong.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes,
So how do you say custodian in Portuguese?
888-957-9570. Let's ask Tony in Oakland. Tony, she's back. She took a 1 week off. I think she's still reeling. She's like, wait, Bonte Hill's out of here? Joe Spadoni's in here? What the hell is going on, Tony?
Well, fellow Paisan, right? The Italian won, and then the two Italian DCs were dueling, right?
That's right. Fangio.
Isn't that amazing?
Isn't that amazing,
and
Tony?
Then
They're taking over. They're taking over.
Our teams could be making. Why didn't the Warriors try for Luka? I mean, and then Mark Davis. I hear through the grapevine, with the Raiders. I mean, someone's been listening to my takes. And what do? They tried to get Belichick and then Carroll, right? Now they have Carroll. What was I saying? We should get these people because the Yorks cannot size up anyone. And people, the ones in charge hire people just like them. I mean, it's just, what do you think about that?
Hey, Tony,
I don't even know what you said.
Tony, real quick.
It's hard for me to have an idea of what I think about
Tony,
that.
how much of a better coach is Nick Sirianni over Kyle Shanahan right now?
Oh, my God. Well, you just have to see. All you got to do, these guys are great athletes. Very little divides an athlete from an athlete. And Sirianni gives them the Italian charm, right? What's his name? Shanahan's a computer nerd. He has no charm. He doesn't give them the X factor. That's the whole deal here. You see how Sirianni, I've been saying the Italian for how long now? I mean, the dude's got it. You got to get charismatic people in there that can give it to the players, and then they'll perform.
Yeah, but Mangini was Italian, and he's terrible.
We don't talk about
not all Italians. That's what I'm saying. You've got to have someone in there that can read. I was out watching the game. We were watching some bar, I forget what it's called, in Danville.
Oh,
and,
Danville.
Then I was stalking these guys, and they didn't like Bonte.
You were stalking guys?
No, she was at the bar. Pay attention. Don't cut her off. Continue, Tony.
I'm trying to follow along.
And so anyway, they made fun of. They said, "Oh, they didn't like Bonte." I go, "What do you mean? Bonte's the one who feels the zone and knows when someone has it, the way you guys don't."
Oh, no, those are the people at the bar. You were saying they didn't have the zone. They didn't have the X factor.
Yeah, because they were making fun of Bonte, and I was saying,
cool.
"No, Bonte has the stuff." But you got to be able to mirror the light with someone to know this. It's like being in love. They've probably never been in love, so they don't know the feel, right?
Yeah.
I've been in love.
Hey, thank you, Tony. That's Tony in Oakland. I'm in love whenever she calls to the morning roast. She always is welcome on this show as far as I'm concerned. Bonte Hill bestowed that X factor upon me, and now I'm taking it upon myself to, speak upon it to the rest of the Bay Area. As a fellow Paisan and Italian, I'm very happy for Nick Sirianni, for, Steve Spagnuolo for getting to that level. And you know what? Vic Fangio as well. Maybe Jalen Hurts part Italian. Who knows? Look it up.
Big Dom. God.
Oh, yeah, Big Dom. That's right.
God, I hate that guy so
How many sandwiches do you think are named after him? The DeSandro? It's probably a sandwich, a Philly cheesesteak.
The DeSandwich.
Oh, that's Sam. That's a 5. God, he's brilliant back there. I needed that in my life.
Think how big that sandwich would be if it's named after Big Dom.
Are you kidding me?
Like, there's no way you're just biting into
What's that grinder sandwich called where it's all the cold cuts? You got the red wine vinegar.
The heart attack?
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want head cheese and I want mortadella and all that. Right. And head cheese is not cheese. It's actually meat. You don't even want to know what it is. It's disgusting.
Sounds like it could be on the
cheese
Dom sandwich.
Let's just put it this way. It's from parts of different animals you don't even want to know.
I don't mind. I've eaten haggis before. Tripe?
I'm out. I'm out on tripe.
Stomach lining, tripe, all that. That's good stuff for me. What is that? Menudo? That's the traditional? Yeah. I love that stuff. Alex is in Atlanta. He wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Alex? Long time no talk. What's up, bro?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Look, first of all, great weekend getting to see Kansas City get exposed like bad credit during Toyotathon. So that was fantastic. Secondly, tripe is delicious, Joe. Don't knock it. You got to give it another shot. But, right now, guys, cautiously optimistic about the whole Jimmy Butler situation. You did have to make a rather substantial comeback against a very bad and gutted Chicago team. But at the same time, Butler is doing exactly what you'd want a player like Jimmy Butler to do for this team. He's penetrating and getting into the paint. He's scoring inside. He's getting to the foul line and making his foul shots. That's something you didn't get from Andrew Wiggins and haven't gotten yet from Jonathan Kuminga this season. So I'm optimistic there. Still a little worried about, what the Warriors defense looks like, having to give up all those role players because, they were getting blown out by Chicago until Curry put on his Superman cape in the third. But, you got a Dallas team coming up that's going to be without AD. You've got a Milwaukee team tonight that's probably going to be without Giannis. So, again, those should be 2 wins, but cautious optimism right now.
Yeah, and with no AD, Thanks, who could have saw that coming?
That's just brutal.
All of us?
Nico Harrison, he thought the medicals were great. They looked fine, this, that, and the other, and, that's what happens. That's the risk in that. If you're Nico Harrison and you're alluding to the adductor strain of Anthony Davis, he's going to be out for at least a month, maybe indefinitely at this point.
A month, bro. You traded, wow.
And that helps the Warriors because if you just go to the standings right now, you look at the Western Conference, the Mavericks are only 1 ahead of you in the loss column. They have 2 more wins than you, but they're the 8th seed right now. They can go free falling. Shout out Tom Petty here in a second. You don't know what you're going to get with the Kings, the Suns. I feel like they're destined, all of a sudden, one game in one weekend could change everything, Joe Shasky.
There's not a doubt in my mind that could change everything.
I'm feeling, more optimistic about just the play-in and maybe, just maybe, they could do something. Now, it's going to be tough to get to the 6th spot, I think, because I do think the two rules.
Get in the box.
Just get in the box.
Get in the box. The Warriors, get in the box.
Get in the game.
You bring up Dallas. Obviously, Anthony Davis being out for a month is, at minimum, is a huge deal for the Warriors and just the whole West in general. Also, Kyrie Irving has a player option at the end of the year. He could easily opt out and basically choose where he wants to go.
And does he want to be teammates again with maybe a Luka Doncic? Does he want to be teammates with LeBron James again? Does he want to go to, I don't know, another contender, right? Does he want to go to Miami? Does he want to try to finagle there and see what's going on over there in Miami? But to your point, things change quickly. That's why it still doesn't make sense for all the people that said, the Mavericks, they could be title contenders next 3 years. Yeah, if Anthony Davis stays healthy, that's the reason why the Lakers moved off of him for Luka. Age, man.
And Luka is more healthy than AD and has been.
Yes.
Luka plays 35. This is his averages as an NBA player. 35 minutes a game, averages 67 games a year.
Expected to make his debut tonight at Crypto.com Arena, by the way, as the play host of the Utah Jazz. I cannot think of a more generous landing spot to make your debut. Jazz at Lakers, 7:30 tip tonight. We'll be watching both those games. What time we got? Warriors, Bucks tonight. As we have that right here on 95.7 The Game. Coverage starts at 4 o'clock with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 5, again, right here on 95.7 The Game, Joe Shasky. What are you looking for tonight with potentially no Steph? I'm interested to see what Jimmy Buckets could do as the number one. Yes, I'd love for Steph to play, but part of the reason you got this move is that Steph is going to be out for some of these games, just like Jimmy is going to be out for some games with load managing, and they got to, make sure they time it so both those guys aren't out on a given night. That's going to be another one of those machinations if you're Dunleavy and Kerr trying to, fill out that roster on a given night and given week. But I'm very curious to see what Jimmy can do with Draymond, with Pods, with some of these young guys and getting accustomed to the game. Because it's one thing if I'm playing with Steph and he's just going to drop 40 or 30 or whatever and he's just going insane. It's kind of easy, right? It's all right, just get out of the way, Steph, do your thing. Now the focus is going to be on you, Jimmy. How much of a facilitator can you be? How much of, when the going gets tough, if they go on a little bit of a run, can you slow things down for the young guys? Because that's one thing that this team has missed when Steph's not out there. It's like they're chickens with their heads cut off at times. I need Jimmy to be that calming voice and veteran presence today that he's been with the Miami Heat, with the likes of a Tyler Hero, the Duncan Robinsons, guys like that.
Do you think the general consensus from Warriors fans, because they don't watch a lot of Heat games and stuff, wow, Jimmy's better than I thought?
I think so.
I do too.
I just don't think they knew what they were getting from Jimmy, and I think the performance calmed a lot of nerves.
Yeah.
If I was yes.
And to me, the way he was, the facial expressions and the way he was, like, forget the on-ball stuff, on-court stuff, like, the way he was interacting with Curry in between timeouts and stuff, and Draymond, like, and seeing Draymond and him, like, yell at each other in a good way was just, I mean, I thought Fitz was going to blow his top off in a good way. Like, he was so excited.
Jimmy talked about that after the game.
I mean, he's telling me what he sees, and I'm telling him what I see. Hell, I don't know too many of the plays right now anyway, so he's definitely telling me where to go on the floor. I'm grateful. He's shown me so much grace and understanding that I am new here, even though I've been around the league for so long. He's showing me the way, and I'm very thankful for Draymond.
For somebody that I thought was a ball stopper, I thought that in this game, he moved the ball a lot quicker. Look, you got to remember, on that particular Miami team, he had to kind of stick with the ball a little because, like, Tyler wants to dribble a lot. Duncan Robinson's catch and shoot. Yep. Bam don't really want to dribble and shoot too much. Like, he'll catch it at the elbow and take a couple dribbles.
Living in the paint.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, they had Gabe Vincent prior, beforehand.
Struce, your boy.
But Vincent's not your prototypical point guard or anything like that. I don't know. So Jimmy was by nature a guy who was going to have the ball stick in his hands. I thought his ability to, like, make the ball hop 3, 4, 5 dribbles, jump stop, kick. Like, he did a really good job. And I thought GP2 and some of the other players around him, I mentioned Guy earlier, cutting to the lane without the ball, putting pressure on the rim, and having, guys who were defending them off ball kind of fall asleep because they had to turn around and face guard Jimmy. Man, he brings a lot to the table. I love it. I love this move.
By the way, Warriors are wrapping up their shoot-around at the Fiserv Forum. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Steph was participating.
Let's go.
So we'll see.
Need to stack W's.
If Steph plays tonight, you have to
stack them.
You have to like their chances. No Giannis. Is Dame going to do anything? I'm not sure. Ben's in Berkeley, though. He has some thoughts on the NBA All-Star Game, Jimmy Butler, Super Bowl, all that. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man? You're on Spadoni and Chasky.
Oh, thanks a lot. You guys are doing a great job today, obviously, like usual. Jimmy Butler, you guys are right. Us Warrior fans, he looks a lot strong. He's stronger than we all thought. He just looks stronger on the court. He fits in well with the Warriors. Like you guys are saying, he's going to take the ball to the hoop. And hopefully tonight, with the other unit and Steph out, everyone can get comfortable with cutting to the hoop, dunking, attack the rim, get to the free throw line, and then when Steph comes back, that'll be the second unit, so to speak, like in the playoffs when Steph has to take a break and get some oxygen. So Jimmy will be like the quarterback. And speaking of quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts, you guys are right. I think the Eagles look primed to go back to back. Definitely. I mean, that guy. God, he was a second rounder in the NFL. All he did was win at Oklahoma and Alabama. He's won a whole bunch of games there in Philadelphia. It definitely looks like next year is going to be his year again. Even with the Dodgers, you guys are right. They look like they're going to definitely repeat. And which is sad for us Giant fans. But as far as the All-Star game here in Oakland, it's awesome. And you guys are right. J.R. Wright and Jason Kidd at the point guard with Shaq. That's an unstoppable team. Gary Payton on the bench. Look how much Oakland had to represent with Jay Kidd and Gary Payton, two of the best ambassadors of Oakland that anybody's ever seen. And I just want to give a shout out to Jay Kidd at St. Joe's. We were all on the same baseball team back in the day. Nice. That guy was better. And I saw Kobe, Shaq, and Magic at UCLA playing a pickup game against Baron Davis. And Baron Davis went up to dunk on Kobe. They were playing one-on-one. And then Kobe came down a little bit, and Baron Davis just dunked all over him. It was awesome, man. And Matt Barnes was there, too. A lot of good times. J.R. Ryder came to my house and ripped my hoop down back in the day here in Alameda. It was the greatest day of my life. Thanks to Tony Tenario and Jared Keller for bringing him over.
This is a randomest call.
Hey, Ben, appreciate it, bro. How many names did you just drop in there?
Dude, that was an all-time.
20 Hall of Famers?
That was flooding back here with all the water drops.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Ben, great name, by the way. Name of my son, Benjamin, very strong name. So I just want to get that out there.
It is a very, except Ben Solo.
Yeah, we don't acknowledge. I don't acknowledge the sequel trilogy as canon. It doesn't exist.
All right, so I was very insecure Friday night as we were about to wrap up the show. Carter, this is your opportunity to address the elephant in the room and explain to Spadoni and Sam what I'm like as a CYO coach.
Okay, real quick. Explain what Friday happened.
Friday night was our playoff game.
Okay.
I took a bunch of kids that most of my coached from kindergarten or third grade all the way through 8th grade. We lost in overtime.
Are they 8th grade right now? How old are they?
8th grade, 14, 13,
right, so
14.
they're not in high school yet.
No.
Okay.
And for a lot of these guys, it might be their final CYO basketball
they're not gonna
game. Or just basketball game.
Different schools, too. They're not
they'll
gonna be
probably all
teammates.
go in different directions. And we lost to San Francisco Day. Great game. Great game. Carter shows up with his girl. And, it was intense.
Well, I'd be glad to share that in Fast Five.
Look at that.
That's a tease.
What?
The floor is yours.
All right, Carter.
I went to Shasky's game on Friday night. Honestly, he has quite a team. Best quarter of defense I've ever seen in CYO in the first quarter. The score was 19-3, okay? And then slowly, this SF Day crept back.
Yeah.
By the end of it, I kept saying to Sierra, this is going to overtime. You watch. This is going to overtime.
I pulled a
And of
Shanahan.
course, yeah, he did. Big time Shanahan.
Did you know the rules?
Oh, I knew the rules.
That's good. All right, so you didn't pull a Shanahan.
Yeah, they kind of got worn out at the end of the first quarter. Shasky was pointing and screaming every play, all the sets, and he kind of slowed that down in the second. I told him you got to keep that intensity up because their intensity dropped kind of too.
I can't hit shots for them, Carter.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
It was a slow, painful death. There's a scene in Saving Private Ryan where the knife is slowly going into the guy's heart.
Yep.
It's like, that's what was happening to me on the sidelines.
And Upham just watching the whole time.
And then Dunleavy walked out like he saw it coming, you know?
He just left. He's like,
just
I'm
left.
out. Have a good night.
He just left.
By the way, this is Xfinity Fast 5, where we give our final thoughts of the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. There's a lot happening right now. Deebo Samuel asking for a trade. Jimmy Butler looking like it's going to work in Golden State. The Eagles, as you said, look primed to go back to back.
I hate them.
There's a lot happening. Oh, by the way, the Chiefs just got absolutely humbled. Shout out Kendrick Lamar, who Joe Shasky wasn't a fan of the halftime performance. I thought it was okay. I think all halftime performances are whack in general. I think concerts in general are overrated. That's a hot take of mine. So there's that.
Steve Miller Band at the Fillmore is not whack. Like, the venue and the artist matters. Up in Smoke in the prime, back in the early 2000s at the Mountain View. What is it called? Whatever.
Shoreline.
Thank you, Shoreline. All time.
I've seen Steve Miller Band at Shoreline with Joan Jett and the Heartbreakers opening.
That's a good one.
So there's that.
There's many great concerts. It's got to be the right setting.
Yeah. Doesn't do anything for me. I'd rather either play some video games or watch another sport of some sort.
I gotta get out, dog.
I do get out. I work out at the gym that's in my apartment building. I just walk across the parking lot.
I know.
That's me getting outside.
That's clutch.
That's it. Clutch sports.
Going from one part of your building to another, that's getting out?
Well, I go to the outside for like 10 seconds when I'm walking out there. So
I go to the outside. I allow myself to breathe some air.
I am a vampire right now. It's tough.
Oh, my God.
Because it's sunny outside, but it's still so damn cold. It's like 38 degrees
No. The last
out.
2 days in San Francisco were beautiful.
Yeah, but it's been cold.
No, it's not. You got to get out and you got to move around a little, bud.
No.
It was beautiful.
This sounds like a no-duh thing, but like when you walk around in the sun, like it does warm up a lot more than you would think.
But it's been windy in the East Bay, though. It's been like a little windy and
that
chilly.
was nice yesterday. My final thought is I picked Doritos for the best commercial, and I was woefully disappointed.
Seal.
I'm curious, the Seal commercial. What's everyone's best commercial?
There was one that got to me as a father of a daughter, where it was like a Google Pixel commercial, I think it was. But it was like anytime it's the dad going from a start to finish, from raising them to them saying goodbye. My daughter is like 2 years old. But like the fast forward of everything, like it almost put a tear to my eye. It was very sad and emotional. So there you go, in a good way, right?
Yeah,
you'll get there too. It's like you don't want to think about college, but sooner or later you can drop off at preschool. It's gonna be like,
well, the NIL program. We're going to be seeing who's going to pay for LJ school.
Yeah, this guy's going to have no problem. This guy's going to have no problem going through parents,
but not really.
Yeah, how much of the baby wipes are they going to cover? Are we going to get a sponsorship by Charmin? What are we doing here? Yeah, there you go.
Dude, the potty
wipes. Training.
The baby wipes are clutch, bro.
Get ready for the potty training, by the way. That's coming.
I mean, my guy's already going to have accuracy like Buddy Hield. I already know, dude. So like, he hits his first shot and then misses his next 10.
Well, no, they start to sit on it first before you can't go all the way to, A level of coaching there.
Oh, yeah.
Standing up and doing it. No.
Got to ease them in.
Exactly. Got to sit down. All right. What are we talking about here?
I don't even know.
Super Bowl commercials.
I don't even know. What was your favorite one, Carter?
I liked the Google Pixel one that was about Hog Island oyster, just because I could relate to it. I didn't think they were all that funny this year. The seal one was probably my favorite.
It was
as
very
far as
disturbing. The seal one. Let's keep it a buck.
The
That
seal
one
one was
creeped me out.
unsettling.
Also, great all-time song, "Kiss from a Rose." That is also the theme song for Batman 3 with Val Kilmer.
Kiss from a rose.
I don't know what was going on in that Duncan commercial, but I liked it.
The Duncan one?
I laughed.
It
hard
was
at that
good.
one. I have no idea what's going on, but when
Me
Jeremy
neither.
Strong came out of the tub, it's like, this is ridiculous. I
Belichick
love
and his
this.
girlfriend were in it.
Hey, for real, that was like a big topic at the house. A lot of the women not happy with Belichick at the house. They're thinking it's some creepy stuff going on there. It's too big of an age gap. I'm just telling you what the ladies were
Both
saying.
adults. I don't know. It's out of my pay. If she's consenting, if she's fine with it.
75.
She clearly doesn't care. And we all know why she doesn't care, but we're all afraid to say it. And I'm not going to. Because this is
Anna Nicole Smith on line 1.
I'm not talking about it. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goo are coming up next. It's going to be sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Here, 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at bayoilchange.com.
then. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
The noise shook me.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, what a weekend. You had Jimmy Butler's debut for the Warriors. Went extremely well.
The Butler did it.
You have Deebo Samuel wanting out of San Francisco. And you have the Philadelphia Eagles beating the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22 in the Super Bowl. And then tonight, we got the Warriors in Milwaukee. So a lot to talk about today, Goo. Lots to talk about.
Yeah, and I'm a little disappointed in you because I tried to prod you and poke you to take your victory lap because you won the bet we had. I had Chiefs of the field, and I owe you a dinner, Evan. I was wrong again. And you kind of you're taking the high road. But I'll tell you what, if we start with the Super Bowl, Steiny, I'm shocked. I did not see the Eagles coming to do that on that stage in the fashion that they did it, just rushing 4. And yesterday was a day of hell for Patrick Mahomes, who looked like Vinny Testaverde on his worst day. But he's got 3 rings, so I won't go in on him.
You're not going to kill him? I'm surprised. You don't want him to retire, to pack it in?
None of that. It's just you got to tip your cap. Who saw that, man?
Philly.
Man.
And, I mean, the Chiefs were playing with fire all year long.
Wow.
Won a lot of games late. I mean, the thing that I thought about, and as it relates to the 49ers, is it was just a year ago, the Eagles were a laughingstock. Sirianni was laughed at. The big collapse late in the year after they went 10-1. I mean, they still made the playoffs, but they lost their last 5 or 6 regular season games. There was all kinds of talk about Sirianni getting fired. That didn't happen. They got 2 new coordinators, got a couple new players, and they turned it around. Yeah. So maybe the 49ers can do the same thing.
Well, first you got to start with your lines, Tony. I mean, yesterday's game was an exhibition or exhibit on games are won in the trenches. So if the Niners are going to bounce back and get back, we won't know how they looked until after free agency in the draft. But they do got a new DC. But you got to get that beef up front, Stoney, on both sides, because that's what Philly had on display, and it was impressive. Not only defensively but offensively, they got weaponry. And Jalen Hurts, I apologize, you now are a Super Bowl winner.
Don't you get tired of that?
Don't you get tired of following me? I'm just telling you, I didn't think he could get it done. He got it done. You can't get tired. You got to just props, Goof, for giving the man credit.
I'm not going to do that.
But you run behind me and everybody about, don't you get tired? What? Who's keeping score?
Yeah, you are.
But you.
Nah, you know.
Sometimes it's okay to have an original thought and go out on a limb and make a prediction. I do that. I want you to do it more.
Why?
Well, you did. You said they wouldn't win it. Kansas City, and they didn't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You said, and you kind of hit the nail on the head. They've been living this life, Kansas City, on the edge all season long. But I'll tell you this. I gave, and I will give Mahomes credit for standing back in the pocket, Stoney, during the regular season and taking shots. He took some shots. He got up. But the bottom line yesterday was when he got hit, I felt like that was on his dome. And, Stoney, that was the beginning of the end. But you can't tell me that quarterback number 15 yesterday was not worried about the rush and that pressure. And he never escaped it, or they didn't for that matter. They didn't get to midfield until the second half.
Yeah.
Man.
One thing I love about games like these are that they seem to always end up not being what you think they're going to be. I mean, if anybody would have told anybody that the Eagles are going to win 40-22, you would have thought Saquon Barkley had 160 yards rushing. He couldn't go anywhere yesterday. Yeah. I mean, they shut him down, and they still got blown out. Yeah. So clearly Philadelphia's got multi-dimensions to them, and their defense was incredible.
Vic Fangio.
I've never seen a team as potent as the Chiefs just get shut down like that.
Yeah. And you had talked about it early, your buddies from Philly, Stoney, what to make of Hurts. But how great was he just sensing the pressure and not having Saquon Barkley didn't put up the yards, but Stoney, he was on the Chiefs' mind, and they were doing their damnness to stop him. And then when you thought the Chiefs' defense had something, he would skedaddle and take off. And then he was throwing the ball, making great throws. So that was a display of everything was on display. My goodness.
I mean, the other thing,
Philly, man.
I mean, if I'm a 49er fan, I'm wondering, are you glad that the Chiefs didn't three-peat, or are you bummed that Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts and maybe worst off?
Who?
Worse off? Big Dom. Big Dom gets a ring.
Yeah.
That's got to hurt.
Big Dom. But are you closer to the Chiefs if you're the Niners or Philly? I mean, Chiefs got some offensive line issues they'll need to address. But, again, they're 3-time champs here. But, my goodness, Donnie, it starts and ends with the O-line. And that's what the Niners got to do. And D-line is add to both.
I mean,
Operation add some beef to both lines.
You would think so. But the 49ers don't have a history under Shanahan and Lynch of drafting offensive linemen in the first round. A lot of people say because they're normally at the bottom of the draft and they feel like if they can wait another round or two, they can still get the guy they want. But, yeah, 49ers, I don't know, they're probably looking at that game thinking they were there last year and they had a shot at the Chiefs. Maybe not as much of a chance as the Philadelphia Eagles did, but, you know, I'm sure the 49ers watched that game, and it probably wasn't easy to watch.
Yeah, and I got to tell you this. We hadn't talked about Kendrick Lamar, who I thought did a great job at halftime, Stoney, but to wake up to the Deebo Samuel news as you talk about the Niners, I guess if it was 3 years ago, that would have shook me a little bit, like, oh, boy. But, Stoney, I don't want to say it was a nothing burger. They got to deal with it. But I just feel like the best of Deebo with the Niners we've seen, and he didn't have the impact when you talk about the numbers. But I wonder where they're at in regard to Ayuk being out or not going to be able to start, next year, week 1 with the team, where this goes with Deebo Samuel.
It's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, this isn't the first time the 49ers have been in this situation. In fact, it feels like they've been in this situation a lot recently. You know, the fact that they're telling Deebo and his agent to go look for a trade, to me, that in and of itself doesn't mean a lot. I'm sure they're gonna come back to the Niners with a trade idea, and the 49ers will say, no, that's not enough. And I don't know. I don't know how long. I mean, how can you let things linger after the last offseason? I mean, if there's a guy in your organization and it's Deebo Samuel and he wants to get out of here, you got to move him now. I mean, you got to move him. You can't bring him. You can't let it play out and have him anywhere near the team after this demand.
Yeah,
and especially after the way everything worked out last year. You know, by all indications, they want to go sign Brock Purdy pretty quickly in the offseason. And I think it's because last year's offseason didn't go so well. And they want to get that done. But now they got an issue with Deebo Samuel. I don't know what they can get for him. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I know if he doesn't want to be here, you can't have a guy like that on your team.
Yeah, and I would and he would never ask me, but Stoney, I would tell Deebo when it's all said and done, if he has played his last down in a Niner uniform, wherever you go for your football life, will you come up with a coach that devised so many ways to get you the ball to where you were the guy, you got paid? But I'm just looking at the impact from a statistical standpoint last year, Stoney, and it was minimal, but if Ayuk's healthy, he's not. I'm thinking, okay, the Niners got Pearsall just step in. But right now, I'm wondering how the Niners navigate. You can't draft another receiver in this draft, can you? And then maybe they can, but I would be shocked because we talked about the needs of the line on both sides of the ball. But, yeah, Deebo saying he wants out, Stoney. I was like, you got to be kidding me on the day of the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, he was unhappy this year. He complained about not getting the ball enough. Then he complained about not getting the ball, and he dropped a touchdown pass in a pivotal game
against the Rams.
You know, it wasn't a touchdown pass. It was a pass over the middle he could have taken to the house.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, if the the 49ers, the first thing I got to believe they want to do this offseason is be more together and united than they were last season. But we'll see. I don't think it's a great start with Deebo Samuel wanting out. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. And don't forget, in the 12 o'clock hour today, we're going to be giving away another spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center. We got one more week of contestants to line up. So you want to listen at the 12 o'clock hour for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. 888-957-9570.
Fans, San Francisco International.
The Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Chiefs won't three-peat. Philly wins yesterday 40-22. Dominant performance by both lines, and they just completely shut down Patrick Mahomes when it mattered, Goo.
Yeah, and I'm still shocked. I didn't expect that. Like I said, you alluded to it. Everybody expected a close game. Kansas City came in favored by 1, but never in a million years did I think Vic Fangio's defense could get home rushing just 4. And I'd bring that up because that's what the Niners, their first Super Bowl back against the Chiefs, they didn't blitz a lot because they had all kind of guys coming at the quarterback. And yesterday, I'm stunned. Mahomes looked like he was a guy that was tired of getting hit, and it happened early. I don't want to sit here on Monday morning quarterback, Stoney, but I guess I will because I do it with the best of them. Did they abandon the run too fast, Philly? But I guess Andy Reid and Mahomes thought they could do something. And I don't know if we're watching the end of the Mahomes to Kelsey connection, which has been so prolific for a while, if that's kind of waning down. But Philly did whatever they wanted, Stoney, and this game was 24-0 at half.
I mean, the other thing that you gotta chalk up one way or the other is, the Eagles fell apart last year and lost in the first round of the playoffs. And what was the one of the big things they did was go get a running back. And Saquon Barkley obviously was, a top 5 at least MVP candidate, and he kind of changed what they did offensively. And, it just got me thinking about McCaffrey and how they need McCaffrey to be their Saquon Barkley, and they didn't have him this year for most of it. And now maybe you look and you say you were going to be in trouble without McCaffrey if he wasn't going to play this season as good as Jordan Mason's been. I mean, it's pretty impressive the way Saquon Barkley was so important to that Philadelphia Eagles offense just 1 year after getting there.
Yeah, Stoney, and for people out there saying he didn't get 100 yards, I don't care. The attention that he garnered with 25 carries for 57 yards opened up to me everything else. Those lanes for Jalen Hurts, Stoney, and he took them, and he looked confident, throwing for 221 yards. I mean, throwing it deep, throwing it short, using his legs. And again, you could say, Goo, now you're overreacting. I'm not. Philly's a problem, and they're in the Niners conference, So, yeah, I'm sure Niner fans are happy to see the non-three-peat by the Chiefs, but when you shift your focus on looking at the Niners through the prism of how do you get back to that game, right now it goes through Philly.
I mean, I got to believe if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan,
give it to me.
I'm sorry. I got to believe if you're a 49er fan, you're still not ecstatic that the Chiefs lost. I mean, if you're a 49er fan, you can't like Nick Sirianni holding up the trophy. I mean, you just can't.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's been a laughingstock for years now, and it just goes to show you that some guys that you never think will get it done can get it done. And some guys you think that are going to get it done maybe never do. But, I just remember some of the conversations we were having on this station about Nick Sirianni and Kyle Shanahan.
I was one of them.
And I'm not saying Sirianni's a better coach than Shanahan, but he must have done something right to take a team that collapsed last year and kind of get it to regroup and then come back and win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's pretty impressive, if you ask me.
And Stoney, you just hit the nail on the head. It's more than impressive because after that 10-1 start, I believe last year, it wasn't just football. We heard whispers, we heard rumbles of the Eagles locker room is in shambles. So for him to put that back in the bottle and get that fixed and gather his team to focus on this year, and of course the addition of Barkley help, I think it just makes it that much more impressive from a Sirianni standpoint. Castani, I really thought he was a lame duck. It might cost him his job. And again, I don't actually know what was going on in that locker room, but sometimes when those things start to fester and happen, coaches don't come back from that. And not only did he do that, he had the accomplishment of doing it on the field. So I don't think there's anybody right now in the city of Philadelphia or in the NFL feeling better or feeling like a victory is sweeter than it was yesterday than Mr. Sirianni.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm giving him his credit. And just real quick, I know hey, I'm not saying he's better than that coach or that coach, but he's more decorated than Kyle Shanahan by already having won, being 1-1 in the Super Bowl and getting that one in front of the world yesterday.
I mean, the thing that I wonder about, because we don't know what kind of coach Nick Sirianni is behind closed doors. I mean, we only see him at the podium after games and on the sidelines.
Yeah.
But if you are coaching a team and they're 10-1, and then they finish 10-7 or 11-6, whatever it was, they had a terrible last half of the season, and then they lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I got to believe that any coach in that situation who gets retained has to make some adjustments to his style. In other words, I can't imagine after the turmoil of last year and after hiring 2 new coordinators that Nick Sirianni didn't take kind of a new look at what he had to do to get this team back into the Super Bowl. Like, there's no way a coach can be rigid and come back from a year like last year. Like he had to change. Yeah. Now, I don't know how he changed, but something must have changed because the team was drastically different than last year. And, of course, when we talk about change, that leads me to Kyle Shanahan and how rigid he is as a coach. Is it too rigid? You know, can he develop another style, another approach to things? Because I think there's a lot of 49er fans that feel like, you know, Kyle's going to be Kyle regardless of the personnel he has and regardless of who's quarterbacking or who's on the team.
Yeah, and I'll say this to Kyle, Donnie, and nobody could take it from him. Multiple visits to the Super Bowl. Last year, I won't say I thought it was relationship based why the Niners took a step back. Nobody asked me, but I'll share it. I think it was 89%, 90% if you're rounding up injuries. But to that point about Sirianni, I thought it's one thing to have or maybe a fractured relationship or a relationship not so well with backups. But there was real conversation out there about him and his star quarterback, Jalen Hurts, not getting along. So for you to tip your cap and say, I don't know what it was, Goo, but that's a heavy one. It starts and ends right there. And whatever he did from a personal standpoint, Steiny, he went and did it. It worked, and now they've won. But I just look at Kyle this year in the Niners is I really believe injuries is why they didn't accomplish their goals. So moving forward, I'm not saying Kyle's perfect, but I don't feel like players threw him under the bus this year if any of that were going on.
Yeah, I don't feel like, you know, I think injuries were a part of it, but I think obviously what happened in the offseason got him off to a slow start, and the chemistry was off for the 49ers this year. It felt like it just did. They didn't put together a good game all year, and here's just what I'm wondering is, you know, you see a guy like Sirianni go from last year to this year, and I don't know. The first question I thought of is, you know, how does Kyle Shanahan turn this 6-11 team back into a playoff team? And if it's not injuries, what else could it be that he's got to fix?
Well, I'll tell you what, with Robert Saleh coming back, that's a blast from the past, right? But what led him to getting that head coaching job is what he did here in San Francisco as a defensive coordinator. And what I'm excited to see, Stoney, and I think it's a big hill to climb, is the defense is not, as far as the personnel, what it was last time he was here. So it starts, to me, just on that side of the ball is how do you get your nasty back? And we'll find out what happens with Greenlaw. Maybe he's a Niner, maybe he's not. But if it were me, you didn't ask, I would roll the dice and bring him back because I feel like if he's healthy, I mean, we saw, and it was a short sample size, in a few games or a half, what that Niner defense looked like. So that starts there. And then as far as what you're going to do to add to Bosa on the defensive line, because let's be honest, Donnie, he needs help. Who doesn't? But if you're going to get back and contend with the likes of the Eagles, you got to have more than just one Bosa. And right now, it looks like he's on an island by himself. And I'm not exonerating him from any – you got to do it regardless of who's out there, but the offensive line. You talked about the lack of – or last year they said, hey, Goose, Steiny, we didn't see anybody worthy of a first-round pick. We'll see what they do this year because we both know I can look at you right now and say, Steiny, that unit needs an infusion of nasty. Puny was a great pick. It worked out, but now you got to add. What's Trent Williams going to be? I know this. He's going to be a Niner, but what version are we going to get? So all those things are staring the Niners in the face, and I'll say this. How many coaches are going to come in and get their first Super Bowl before Kyle? And the reason I bring that up is he's had 2 chances. Now you got to go to the lab and kind of reinvent your team on both lines of scrimmages. How many first-year kind of coaches are we going to see cut in line and get theirs before Kyle? Because McVay's done it. Now Sirianni's done it.
Let's go to Mac P in Union City. Hey, Mac P, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So football is really the key. The key to football is, can you get to their quarterback and can you protect your quarterback? And the Eagles put on an absolute clinic in that regard. 0 blitzes with all that pressure. That's unbelievable. The other thing, Jalen Hurts, I was never a big fan of him. I remember when he was at Alabama and Nick Saban benched him in the national title game for a freshman Tua.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this guy's not that good. But he was throwing darts and he did an amazing job. So,
would you call Hurts a game manager?
Maybe to an extent, but he was throwing dimes. Everything was super accurate. Obviously it helps having that amazing line, but he was putting it where it needed to be, and he was, accuracy was on point.
Yeah, it was.
He had it in him.
Yeah, it was yesterday. He was more accurate than Mahomes yesterday.
Oh my gosh,
no doubt. And
go ahead.
The interception he threw, it's down near the goal line. Didn't have a huge problem with it. Other than that, he was really good.
But Steiny, when you bring a dynamic, it's kind of funny you brought that term up, game manager. I never looked at him like that. When you got the skill, when it's working, you got the skill set to run with the best of them. We saw that yesterday, 72 yards on the ground, and they were backbreakers. Like Kansas City couldn't even get to him, it felt like. And then to throw those missiles and show off your arm in the fashion he did, Steiny, I don't think there's too many people calling him that, even on his worst day. He's dynamic.
Well, he was yesterday. Hurts had more rushing yards than Saquon Barkley yesterday. Pretty amazing. He spread the ball out to a bunch of receivers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just looked comfortable. And when the pocket collapsed, he was able to get it. That was the thing that was interesting to me is when the pocket collapsed for Hurts, he was able to scramble and make something happen.
Nothing on.
Mahomes just seemed to be bottled up. There was nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
So 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about the Super Bowl, Nick Sirianni getting a Super Bowl and Kyle Shanahan still looking for one. And
now you got to get back. You know what I mean, Steiny? We can't take that for granted.
I actually think it'll be easier to get back this year than last year.
Let me guess why. The schedule.
Well, that's a big reason.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're not coming off a Super Bowl. They've had extra rest.
Yeah.
They've now had a chance to see all these other teams play in the playoffs. They weren't a part of it.
Do you consider the drama starting already with this Deebo trade request?
I do.
But if they handle it the correct way.
Which is what? What's the correct way?
Get rid of him.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't want him back if this is the second time saying he wants to be out of Dodge. And his production was kind of, I'll just say minimal. I feel like the league's kind of figured out, what Kyle and he did so well. Now it's just about Stein. If this were 3 years ago, I'd be saying, could you get a first or a second? Now, I don't even what do you expect to get back for Deebo? So do you just get rid of him because he doesn't want to be here?
I don't know, but I know that I'd rather take care of the problem sooner rather than later. And the 49ers have a little bit of a history of this. How are they going to handle this one with Deebo Samuel? That's the question. I don't know. And maybe it's going to take time. I know June 1st is an important date, so maybe we got to wait and see what happens with Deebo Samuel. But if you're just joining us, he's asked to be traded, and the 49ers have requested him permission to go look for a trade. There you go. All right, Goo. I need you to explain something to me, please.
All right, give it to me. I'm right here, and I got your dinner money.
And I don't have a strong opinion on it.
Okay. I'm your guy.
I don't think that I hated it. Don't think that I loved it.
I appreciate you bringing it up. I think I know where you're going.
Can you give me an explanation of what happened at halftime?
Okay.
With Kendrick Lamar.
He was the halftime performer yesterday.
Okay.
And before yesterday, Steiny, last year musically it was about a feud with Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
Okay.
Kendrick Lamar won that feud, and he brought the West Coast together. And the anthem,
from LA?
Yeah, this from LA.
Okay.
And the anthem was Not Like Us. He won Grammys left and right. I believe he won 5 Grammys. He was Song of the Year. So you got some people that still love Drake that will never say Kendrick was good yesterday because of the feud and the win, the victory that Kendrick got between the beef. So Drake has gone through real quick here, trying to sue, trying to get this performance stopped.
Why?
So the song Not Like Us, which just obliterated Drake, was not performed in front of the world. And Kendrick performed it, and he performed it well. He mentioned Drake's name, and he stared at the camera. So in essence, Steiny, it was another L at Drake on the stage where the world was watching. And Kendrick he did everything he needed to do. Compton is happy, LA, Long Beach, and the West Coast and Kendrick fans. And at first I looked like, oh, there are too many guys out there. What's going on? I want a variety of dancing. But if you know, you know. And if you watched it through that prism, it was an A+. And right now, Kendrick Lamar, in regard to hip-hop, Steiny, he is the man.
All right.
So that song, and I'm a Drake fan.
The song, what is it?
Not Like Us. Not Like Us.
Oh, Not Like Us.
Yeah.
And that was the diss track. Okay.
And he performed it.
So what does Not Like Us mean? Like Drake ain't like us?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like too much of a diss.
Well,
was there some profanity in the lyrics?
Well, Drake being from Canada didn't have this going for him for me. Usually when there's a diss like Pac and Biggie, East Coast got East Coast back, West Coast. Drake's from Canada, so he really never had a side. So you know what I mean? That didn't help him. And the Not Like Us was Kendrick going in on like, you're from not out here. You might want to be, but you're not. Oh. And the beat by DJ Mustard, it's Not Like Us, was just it's a thing of its own, man.
Okay.
Evan, did I leave anything out? Because I know Evan into hip hop.
You hear us now.
Oh, okay.
We were talking about the Super Bowl halftime, and I asked,
because you're a hip hop connoisseur,
I asked Guru to explain what happened at halftime. Because, like I said, I'd have no judgment on it. I don't
know if I covered everything.
I didn't hate it, but apparently
your thoughts on his performance.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was cool how he. I don't know. With all these performances, it's all about the subtleties, right? So he brought out some dancers like Turf Fiends from Oakland. Oh. Serena Williams was performing. Well, she was there. Samuel Jackson, Uncle Sam, in front of the president. I thought was kind of an interesting touch. Like he did a lot of little
what
things.
Did he do?
What?
What was the last thing you said? He did?
Oh, Sam Jackson.
Yeah, Samuel Jackson was playing Uncle Sam.
Right. I got you. I know he was playing Uncle Sam. Oh, you mean like
Uncle Sam's usually white.
Okay, you said it.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. All right, got it.
Thank you, E.
I got
it. But
it.
I thought he did well, man. Yeah.
All right.
So now,
Jason Whitlock's not happy.
No. Is he ever happy? But next year's Super Bowl is here.
Okay.
Let's just start. Maybe by the end of the show, you could come up with a name. Evan, you too. Who should be doing the halftime performance here in the Bay Area?
Bob Dylan.
He don't got Bay ties. You said he sucks in person. Maybe he's 42 short?
I tell you what, you want to get it going. I'll tell you who you should have.
Give it to me.
You know how everybody complains about a long halftime?
Yeah.
Send Van Morrison out there. That halftime will be less than during the regular season.
Yeah, no doubt. Not like us.
Oh, yeah. Man. All right.
So did you turn the channel or you watched the performance?
I watched it. And the choreography was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
How'd they fit all those people in that car?
That's one.
I don't know.
And some people I watched it with said, I can't understand anything he's saying. So I said, you don't like rap. Just say that. But I thought he did well.
You know, the one thing I was in and out a lot, so I didn't feel like the commercials were incredible.
What's happened?
With what?
The commercials. They used to be the talk. They're just,
Yeah.
Astute observation by you.
I just didn't.
Like when we see Willard and Dibbs, I'm like, give me your commercial. Hopefully they're not listed.
Well, I remember 10 years ago.
That was everything.
There was a list of 7 of the best. Wow, that was great. That was great. These didn't really do it for me.
Yeah. But Philly did.
Where'd you end up watching it?
Had some friends. Just did it like that.
Seemed like a strange answer.
From a strange fella?
Now, let me ask you this. Where was this karaoke taking place that I saw all over your social media?
Oh, that was my boy AP's house Saturday in Manteca.
Okay.
His daughter turned 25, and it was a cowboy theme, and he didn't tell me. His daughter. So I get there, and everybody's in cowboy gear. They were dressed. They were sharp. I was like, it would have been nice to know. I could have put on some cowboy thread, the Black Rodeo.
You could have.
Yeah. I've gone to one of those in Texas.
Do you have a cowboy hat?
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Like J.R. Ewing.
You need to wear that one day.
I will.
Why not?
Maybe to the All-Star festivities this weekend. All-Star.
Oh. Well, somebody's saying there's some nefarious stuff between Drake and Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know if I want to get into that. Who should be the Bay Area halftime host?
Or do they do it like that? Are they? Because obviously Kendrick's not from Louisiana. A lot of people wanted New Orleans, Lil Wayne, and he got bypassed.
Let's get Taylor Swift out here.
You think she'll
get
do
it done?
Last time Beyonce did it, Panthers Broncos. Boy, army fatigues.
Let me think. Who's a hot young act right now? I wouldn't know.
Well, do you have to be young?
Well,
we've seen Prince do it. We've seen Michael Jackson.
You got to be established.
Purple Rain. Wow. That's my friends.
From the 925. Steiny, you think Goo was watching alone?
What was that? No. I just said I was.
Your boy was.
Did you catch it by yourself?
The whole thing.
Did you eat? I didn't.
I didn't either.
Did you sip?
No, I did not.
Well, that's why you're on fire, man.
I played.
You're ready.
Played a little golf in the morning. Got home.
How'd you shoot?
Not very good.
Over 90.
Shut up, Goo. Who cares about my score?
It's not your job.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh boy. All right. Coming up on the other side, we can talk more Super Bowl, but we got to get into some Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler.
Yes, we do.
And let me tell you something, Warrior fans.
Oh, boy.
Let me tell you something, Warrior fans. I was struggling to get on board with this trade.
What?
And I've been working to try to find a reason to get behind this trade. And I found one.
Uh-oh.
I found one. And I finally figured out what we want out of this Warriors team this year. I'll bet you I have a goal we can all believe in.
Wow.
I'll tell you that on the other side. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, during the 12 o'clock hour, we're giving away a spot in Knockout at Chase Center.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
To the Dallas Cowboys. You want Deebo?
Nope. Really, I don't.
Wow.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with D.
Wow.
I mean, I can't hate on what he's done as a Niner, Snotty, but I really feel like the package or, the things that he's known for, they've kind of figured out the league. And I think we saw that the last year or two, especially last year's Super Bowl. His impact was minimal. I'm not saying he's done, but I wouldn't take a flyer.
Let's go to Sam in Oakland real quick. Talk a little more Super Bowl and then get to the Warriors. Hey, Sam, how you doing, man?
Oh, doing great. Gosh, Jalen Hurts, what a performance, huh?
Yeah,
he looks so, and you guys are talking about the accuracy. We should talk a little bit about his baseball background, how good he was in high school. When he was doing an interview, he's like, they were asking him, hey, Jalen, who were you in high school? He's like, I was pretty much like Ken Griffey Jr., Derek Jeter, and Craig Biggio. He's like, in 10th grade, I could do it all. I was going to get drafted. He's like, but they didn't make the playoffs for football, so he put it all into football. And he's like, man, but I wished I never quit playing baseball. Because that guy he looks like an incredible shortstop. I mean, how with his size and strength and speed. I mean, are you kidding me? But look at him on the baseball field, making it look easy, man. Look, it's bam, bam. That's just pitch and catch to him. That's a strike to first base all day, 90 feet away. Give me a break. You don't think he has a rocket for an arm from the outfield? But as far as the Drake and Kendrick Lamar battle, you guys, I think Kendrick. I don't think they're even like Tupac says. Just because it's words and rhyming, that's not rapping. Both of those guys are more rhymers.
Oh.
And Drake is half white, so he puts that against the Lamars.
Oh.
So that's always going to get beef with the other side. There's so many pictures of Drake with his white uncle, and the other side, they can't stand that. So who's this half white dude rapping? So it's hardcore to hardcore West Coast.
Yeah.
Come on, Goo. You know what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Sam.
Hey,
can you translate that for me?
It was a lot there. I just know Drake is one of the best to ever do it, but he took a fat L, just like the Chiefs did yesterday, to the Eagles in regard to this battle. Our guy Willard gave us some more intel that we'll leave alone, some background on the feud, but I think it's not good for the airwaves.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. So let's move
But
on.
I never looked at Hurts and thought, oh, boy, yesterday, he'll make a great shortstop.
Oh, no, that's a great shirt.
Yeah.
Randall's back. Randall Cunningham. You would like that shirt.
Yeah, that was one of my heroes going on.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Talk a little bit about Jimmy Butler and the Warriors.
And I don't want you to like it. I'm doing one of your things. No, you stay out of it.
I finally fit. Okay.
Man.
I'm not crazy about the trade, but I didn't. Yeah. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Not crazy about the trade, but I've been watching the Warriors for decades now, and people are saying, well, what's the goal for this team? What should this team, can this team do this? Can this team do that? You ready for this one, Warrior fans? Here's how you got to approach the rest of the season.
We're tied for 9th.
This is great. Hopefully you remember. But you know what we could have again? You know what it's setting up for? We believe too. That's what it is. It's we believe too. In 2007, the Golden State Warriors were no factor. They went 16-5 down the stretch. They squeezed into the postseason. They played the Dallas Mavericks, who had the best record in the NBA, 67 wins, and they beat them. And then they got beat by Utah. The Warriors right now, floundering in 11th place. There's 31 games left. They get Jimmy Butler, which to me is exactly like the Warriors getting Baron Davis back. Remember, he was hurt most of that year. So they get Baron Davis for the last 21 games. They go 16-5. And I'm thinking maybe Jimmy Butler can be the Baron Davis of this team. They go 21-10 down the stretch. They get into the 7th or 8th spot. They have a chance against OKC or Houston or somebody like that. Could they do it? That would be That's the way I think we should look at the Warriors. Can they pull off a we believe? Because they're going to have to go 21-10 to get in.
Well, it's 30 games now. They got 30 left.
Exactly. Yeah, so they got to go 21-9. 20 or 20-10, something like that. They're 26-26.
Yeah.
They got to go 20-10 to get to 46 wins. So that's the way I think we should look at it.
I'm not mad at that. I was like
if right now I told you they're gonna get hot, they're gonna make the playoffs, and they're gonna pull an upset.
Right. And it may not be an upset when you talk about what we're looking at, and a lot of people have been reminded. I know it was just one game. They were down 26, but damn it, I'm going to say it, Steiny. I felt like Kevin Durant was out there. The Warriors had another option, a connector, and just watching Jimmy be Jimmy, Steiny, putting his mouthpiece in. There's a swag component to his game. He is a connector, and that's why he was able to take, an okay Miami Heat team to the finals twice. Neither here nor there, but to get down in the fashion they did, and boy, Steiny, I was like, my goodness, what's going on here? And then to have them do something Steph already said this year without Jimmy, pre-Jimmy, that they weren't built to come back, they come back. And I know it's the Bulls, but if you're going to go we believe, I'll go one step further. I kind of don't like it because you got names in regard to Dre and Steph Curry that have won championships, so they didn't come out of anywhere. But I'll give you
out of nowhere. They haven't made the playoffs.
I'm giving you this for that because the journey is going to be that of we believe. You're right.
Well,
you got to play your ass to qualify, and then you're going to have to beat a team that has more wins than you. At that point, is it really an upset? When you have Jimmy Butler now who controls the paint in the middle, and then you got Curry doing his thing on the outside, it's just wow. I watched the game again and just sitting there thinking like, oh my gosh, this dude can pass. And it wasn't all perfect, but moving forward, and it starts tonight, Milwaukee with no Giannis, they have no other option than to get hot. But it just seemed like stylistically, the Warriors got a counterpunch to their arsenal, as before they felt like a one-trick pony.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors in 2007 were 26-35. They were 9 under 500. Baron Davis got hurt or had been hurt all year, or he'd been in and out of the lineup. And there was a lot of drama going on at that time. In fact, Chris Mullin was the GM. He flew back east and talked to Baron Davis, and Baron Davis ended up coming back.
Yeah.
And Baron Davis was the piece. He was the piece. They got Baron back, and they went 16-5. And maybe Jimmy Butler is going to be like Baron Davis this year and be able to turn the Warriors around.
Yeah. And he had 25 in his debut, but Stoney, what I love most about it, and I can't forget Post, he had 18 points, but the bottom line is the non-Curry minutes. Butler was out there with Dre. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're still good. Yeah, Steph, you rest. And that's what I saw. So the fact that Jimmy Butler can play with it just felt like anybody. Stoney, I felt like the word I'm looking for is he was the connector. And 132 points, and it's gotten off to a good start, but you keep hitting the nail on the head, and I'm not going to run from it. They have no margin of error. That's why when they were down 26, I'm sorry, partner, where I was at that party, I was like, this is a nightmare. You cannot afford to keep losing. And they turned it around, 42 points in the third, and win it going away, 132-111. And this, again, is one game, partner, but this is what I envisioned when they got him.
Steph Curry questionable for tonight in Milwaukee, although he did go through shoot-around, but we'll get an update on Steph Curry probably later on today, whether he plays or not against the Milwaukee Bucks. I mean, there's no doubt the Warriors absolutely, positively got off to a good start with Jimmy. Well, they really didn't get off to a good start with Jimmy Butler. They had a great second half.
Down 14 at half they were.
Yeah, against the Chicago Bulls, and they ended up coming back and beating the Chicago Bulls in a big way. Jimmy Butler, they look different. They definitely look different. That was the first thing that I was looking for is, do they look any different with Jimmy Butler? And they do. At least in the second half of that game, they did. And it seemed to me, too, like
27 free throw attempts.
it seemed to me like Butler, Butler was told, or it's understood that he can do what he wants out there in a way. Like they want him to be the number one, essentially.
To lead, Steiny. What if I use the word lead?
Well, as a player, I would like that, just to take some pressure off Steph Curry. But again, it's one game, and we'll see. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We can talk about the Golden State Warriors for sure, and also I'll just stick it to some Warrior fan. Aren't you glad he didn't get Vucevic? Did he even play Saturday night?
That I don't know.
Was Vucevic in the game? Carter's saying he was. Okay, Carter's saying he was.
Well, we had our Vucevic down, and he's a lot younger. Just got him a new deal. Quentin Post, 20 minutes, 18 points, plus 11 on the night.
Yeah, and the Warriors got to take advantage, too, of the schedule coming up. They get Milwaukee without Giannis. They're going to get the Mavericks without Anthony Davis.
Already.
And then they face the Houston Rockets on Thursday before the All-Star game. 888, All-Star break. By the way, All-Star games in San Francisco.
Here we go. This All-Star week, baby.
Yeah, can't you feel it?
I got to go out after the show is when I'll know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. All-Star game this weekend. Warriors have 3 games up until the break. But 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you make? I mean, we talked about that trade. We talked about the trade deadline for a good week or two before.
Yeah, man.
They get Jimmy Butler. They send out 4 guys, including Andrew Wiggins, and they come back from 24 down to beat the Chicago Bulls. So great start for the Warriors with Jimmy Butler, and just how do you feel about the Warriors right now? I mean, you got to be feeling better than you did midweek last week when they didn't have a performance like that in a while. So now they put up 132 against the Bulls, and they end up winning. Maybe it's kind of turned around the hopes of the fan base too.
Yeah, that'll go a long way. But I'll say this: the bottom line is the players are going to control which direction this team goes, and hopefully it's just like what you talked about, Stoney. You get in, you handle your business, because right now the margin of error is just razor thin. But what I love about this, when I left you Friday, you were kind of concerned about the Warriors' three-point shooting. Curry took 16 three-point field goal attempts to Butler's 1. But what if I told you, Steiny, that's almost a match made in heaven, that they're so different, and it gives the offense another Draymond was talking about the target or the catch radius, basically, for Jimmy Butler, giving it to him in the post, and the ability to go up strong, get fouled, make the free throws. That's diversity. And I think that's a diversity this team has been lacking, and we'll see, where it takes them.
I mean,
damn.
Steve Kerr has been talking about how this team doesn't score at the rim and they don't get to the free throw line. So those are 2 things that Jimmy Butler does very well. They were on display on Saturday night, and the Warriors end up blowing out the Bulls in the second half. Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, I was originally, I really wasn't really interested in Butler because I thought they would have to give up way too much draft capital to get him. It turned out okay, but I'm really underestimated the mental edge this guy is going to bring compared to Wiggins. I mean, this is an intimidator. This guy changes a lot of things. I mean, the Wiggins has played well for them. There's no doubt, and I give him his flowers for that. But this guy has an edge that can plant seeds in opponents that's way beyond Wiggins. People didn't fear Wiggins, but this guy is a game changer. And, obviously he's 35 years old. That's a big difference. And it's a matter of whether they stay healthy or not. But this guy, he finishes. He's not intimidated. And I think the compliment, they do a little pick and roll with him. I mean, him and Steph, I'm like, wow. It's a game changer mentally for the team needed that. They needed a mental boost, and this guy has got that. So, it's one game, but I really like the attitude change at the club. It needed it badly. So
good stuff, Scott.
Yeah,
good stuff. Yeah, I mean, Kerr said they needed some kind of jolt, and Jimmy Butler's going to be that jolt, and we'll see what happens. But I do think that just seeing Jimmy Butler on the floor's got to galvanize Steph Curry a little bit. I'm sure Draymond Green likes to look at him and see him as a teammate. But, I mean, Butler was absolutely fantastic against the Chicago Bulls, and can they continue it?
Yeah.
Because they've got to. They've got to continue winning.
No doubt about it, man.
This is a team right now that can't afford to lose 3 or 4 in a row. And they got a little break this week with some of the teams they're matching up with, and now they gotta make it count.
And
against Milwaukee and Minnesota.
Yeah, and I'll say this, and you can say, Guru, was it before they were down 26 or after? But when I saw Butler out there with the likes of Draymond and Steph, just from that plateau, that's why I can't just hammer home, and I'm not getting ridiculous. It's a feeling I had like when Durant was out there. Like, it's not just Steph and Dre, and things may not go right, but they had another option, a guy that can diversify his portfolio, was getting teammates involved, making the passes. So from that standpoint, to the caller's point, he is a mental dog. That doesn't mean everything's going to go right, but even when they were coming back, I'm like, oh, okay, there's that guy. And that was a good feeling. And then when you look at the final score, had you not watched the game, you wouldn't have felt like the Warriors were down 26. But, Steiny, this was his 26th game played this year. From a physical standpoint and load manage, I feel like Jimmy Butler and his new deal, we should be to expect him in the lineup every night until the season's over, damn near. I know that's not probably going to happen, but he's just got to be like a loaf of Wonder Bread, fresh.
Yeah, and we'll see. Maybe, I'm thinking about the back-to-back on Wednesday and Thursday already, and maybe those guys can play back-to-backs because it's right before the All-Star break. But those are the kind of things you got to watch. Watch for Steph Curry questionable tonight, but 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think of Jimmy Butler's debut for the Golden State Warriors? Is it sustainable? Do you feel like you saw something on Saturday night that can stick with this team and help guide him to a strong finish and a playoff berth? That's really what we're talking about. By the way, Quentin Post, you're right. He's got an NBA contract now,
man,
and looks like Trace Jackson Davis is out of the rotation. Looks like it's going to be Post, Looney, and Draymond. All right, the great Rich Michnin saying trade Kuminga. They should have kept Wiggins. All right, thank you. He does that. The great Rich Michnin does that all the time, but he's paying $2.
So I got you.
He gets to the head of the line apparently.
Yeah, Stanley, and I don't want to upset or ruffle the apple cart, but just in regard to Kuminga, I'm sitting there watching this game like just keep stacking the wins. But when that day does come, when he's back and reinserted into the lineup somehow, I would hope starter, but just to have him back, I think sky's the limit for this team.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder what Steve Kerr's going to do when Kuminga comes back. I think the choices are Kuminga comes off the bench, and I think that's what he'll end up doing. But if he starts him, then who's going to come out of the starting lineup? Buddy Hield? Well, what about Draymond Green? Can Kuminga and Jimmy Butler work a little bit better than Wiggins and Draymond Green is the question. 888-957-9570 is the number. And all signs right now are pretty good for the Golden State Warriors. And they got Jonathan Kuminga coming back hopefully in a couple weeks. And right now they're back to 500. And I think, what are they, tied for 9th or 10th?
Yeah, tied for 9th, but they're in 11th. So right now 11 is next to their number, but they are tied.
Wow. Man, they still, a lot of work to do for the Golden State Warriors. But, hey, great start for Jimmy Butler and the Golden State Warriors. What'd you see as the difference between Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler?
Okay. I just think it has nothing to do, Steiny, with the box score. It has everything to do with, what word am I looking for? Presence, moxie, a connector, a guy that I believe on the court, if you could read the heads of the defenders, that they're playing or going against, Donnie, Jimmy Butler can do what he wants on the court, and he doesn't give a damn. I don't want to say Gary Payton, but that type of mental comes to my mind when I think about Jimmy Butler. He's one of those guys. I think he knows who he is and what he wants to do. It never varies. I do understand, Steiny, he's not perfect, but just 13 trips to the free throw line is exhibit A on who he is and the timing of when he tries to insert his will onto the game. So you said, Goo, I asked you one damn question, one word. Aggression would be my answer in regard to the difference between Wiggins and Jimmy Butler, Stoney.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to that. Wiggins tended to
float.
Well, just wait on teammates to get him involved, and if the offense didn't come to him, it didn't come to him, and he was kind of fine with that. But Jimmy Butler's probably not fine with that. And Jimmy Butler's the kind of guy who'll go get the ball and make something happen rather than being a little bit passive, which Wiggins has been, over the course of his career. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors are off and running with Jimmy Butler. Great start against the Chicago Bulls. They got 3 games in 4 nights coming up, and we got to keep an eye on those games when they're bunched up in the schedule like this to see, how many guys are going to play, how many guys won't play. But you would think they got a good shot to build some momentum before the All-Star break with a game at Milwaukee without Giannis. They play at Dallas without Anthony Davis. And then they have a back-to-back against the Houston Rockets on Thursday in Houston.
You got a problem with, that's going to be a bear. You got a problem with me or any Warrior fan? Because I'm doing this, Donnie, and I ain't shamed. This already scoreboard watching. Yeah, I know Destani, I know, would say, hey, Goo, you got to worry about your business. But unfortunately, you're looking up in the standings. I'm looking at the other teams. So, we can do our thing, but you're going to have help. And I know it's 30 left, 29 after tonight, but that's why I was so just discombobulated when they were down 26, thinking they're not going to be able to come back from this, and they did.
I mean, here's the situation is right now they're tied for 9th with Sacramento and Phoenix. All right. They're 3 up on the Spurs now, who have lost 2 in a row.
Man.
I actually don't think it's too early to look at the standings. I feel like, listen, it's like, to me, I feel like the Warriors right now are starting a golf tournament. And they say you can never win it on a Thursday, but you can lose it on a Thursday. And that's kind of the position the Warriors are in. They even if they get it going, they can't win it in a week or two. But they could get thumped in this playoff race too if they stop winning right now. So like 1 3 or 4 game losing streak, might put the Warriors in jeopardy. So it's important they keep this thing rolling. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk a little Jimmy Butler. He seemed to have changed the fortunes or the outlook of the Bay Area fans. Am I right in assuming that? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This Valentine's Day, fall in love with downtown Los Altos. From one-of-a-kind gifts to cozy cafes, you'll find the perfect way to say I love you. All the free parking you need. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
It's Monday, and most of you had a huge weekend of eating as you're watching the football game on Sunday and Jimmy Butler's debut on Saturday like myself, but not your boy. And that's because I partnered with Abundant Life to lose weight. I'm so proud of myself for saying no yesterday. I started a few weeks back, and I'm already down 15 pounds, almost halfway to my goal of losing 30, and I already noticed a difference in how my clothes are fitting, and the best part is I feel great. You know what they say, look great, feel great. If you're thinking about losing weight, join me in a call, Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day, and they make it super easy, no exercise required, required, no counting points or calories, and no prepackaged meals. Call for your free consultation, 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. Or visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. If me and Dibs can do it, so can you. That's 925-854-5140. Or visit AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Tell them Guru sent you. You won't regret it.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pajewski weaving to the right, still dribbling, holding now, two-hand toss cross court to Butler. He goes by Patrick Williams, hand off Looney, layup good. Butler with a beautiful assist. Warriors lead by 6, 34-28.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. If you're just joining us, you missed just the perfect analogy for this team and what they could strive for. Could there be a comparison between this year's Warriors and the 2007 Warriors? The We Believe Warriors. Here's the way I look at it. That team in 2007 went 16-5 to sneak into the playoffs. The Warriors are going to have to go 20-10, something like that probably to sneak into the playoffs. The Warriors were galvanized in 2007 when Baron Davis came back from injury. This year, they've got a new acquisition, Jimmy Butler. Could he be the pivot point for this team? And then lastly, yeah, I get it. This team's won titles. But the reality of the situation is the 2007 team and the teams before it had never gotten it done before and made it to the playoffs and won a round. And this team has had a lot of success, but they're older, and we wonder, can they get one more shot at the playoffs? So I think there's a lot of comparison to make between those two teams and what that 2007 team had to do and what this team's got to do. They got to fight from an 11 seed and get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you. I won't steal your thunder. Shout out SGA, but 07, Steiny, if that team had come and gone, nobody had expectations. And I know you're different than me in regard to what we thought the Warriors were going to do this season. But when you're sitting with Steph and Dre pre-trade, I still expected their ass to be in the playoffs. So I'm just having a hard time saying the We Believe because I expect.
Well, they didn't make the playoffs last year, and they were under 500 when they made the trade this year. Yeah. So they haven't done anything for a year and a half.
But you got the name recognition with Steph, Dre, and now Jimmy Butler.
And that team had Baron Davis, who's a big name.
Changed. Yeah.
I don't think the expectations have changed. You thought this team before the trade deadline was going to make any noise in the postseason?
Well, that was my hope, but I was, it was in my face that, man, it's going to be hard. They're probably going to have to go through the play-in and still may, but now I feel better about the team as a whole because they kind of added something, to their repertoire, so I'm like, let's see it. But, I won't fight you. That's how you feel. But in regard to how they get there and what's in front of them, you're right. There's no Cinderella when you got Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler. Like, now it has to happen.
Yeah. Baron Davis was hurt all year on that team. T. Moore on the YouTube chat. Space Toilet. Can't believe I got to even say that on the air.
Yeah.
The super chat.
Boy.
Do it. You do it.
Jimmy. Sing it, Guru. I did.
So that's worth $2.
Yeah.
To somebody.
Singing worth 50 cents.
Let's go to Elise in Berkeley. Hey, man.
Hey, salute, Sonny and Goo. How you doing?
Hey, sir.
Not like us. Hey, first thing first, Philadelphia, salute to Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, and Saquon Barkley. I'm really happy for Saquon Barkley. Moving on to Jimmy Buckets, the real impact with Jimmy Buckets. I disagree with Steiny's, 2007 reference, We Believe, too.
How come?
I would compare them to the 2 years ago play-in Jimmy Buckets Miami Heat, because let me tell you why. That team really wasn't supposed to make a lot of noise. You got Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler. I compare Bam Adebayo to Draymond Green as far as their bandwidth on the court. Of course, Bam Adebayo is bigger than Draymond Green, but essentially you can run your offense through them and let them initiate. Then you have Jimmy Buckets, and then you have just some guys around Jimmy Butler, like no-name guys, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, et cetera. The only difference between this Warrior team with Jimmy Buckets is the championship pedigree from the Warriors organization and Steph Curry. And then you put a healthy Kuminga back in the fold for the second half of the season. Guess what? Miami Heat didn't have nobody athletically like that can defend and go get you 30 on that 2 years ago championship run that they had when they lost championship against the Joker. So I would compare them more to the 2 years ago Jimmy Buckets Miami Heat team. But we got to see how it comes together. I like the first game, but I thought that we have to change our offense that's conducive to how Jimmy Butler led Miami Heat, and I don't want us to get three happy, like on the run and gun side of the game. I think we can get more action into the paint, and that's where Jimmy Butler's impact will be felt, is getting to the free throw line, slowing the game down, and now he can command that attention. That will free up our shooters on the outside. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thanks, Aleezy. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, 1-3, Steiny. That was my favorite stat line. Part of Jimmy's stat line was 1-3. And I know you're concerned about the team as a whole, but, man, the dude's a savant at getting to the free throw line and a lot of his buckets in the paint. Shout out Jimmy Buckets.
Let's go to Steve in San Mateo. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, Steve. All right. Let's go to Murillo.
Our guy.
Murillo's in Petaluma.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
All dynamite in this Monday morning. Happy with the beginning of the Jimmy Butler era. And rare day for me. I'm going to agree with Guru here. I totally agree with his answer in the comparison with Wiggins and Jimmy and what they bring. I think for what this team needs, the shake-up in terms of the comfort zone from the leaders and kind of putting a timestamp in this Steph Curry timeline, I think in the end, it was a great move given what you gave up. And one thing I'm going to extend into is a little controversial here. I don't think he is a better player than Kevin Durant. Don't think so. But I think for what this team needs, I think in what you gave out, I think a Kevin Durant trade would cost us a lot more money. I think Jimmy was the best move at the moment, because here's the comparison I'm going to make. When Durant brought that Brooklyn Nets to almost the finals, it was kind of him doing it, being Kevin Durant. I think Jimmy Butler does in a different way as he did with Miami, which is empowering other players and making them better. This team needs someone that can make and make others better. And I think Jimmy is a little better than Durant at this point of their careers. And I think he has a little more to prove. So I like the trade. It grew on me. I think it's going to bring a sense of urgency to the team and to the front office. And he holds people accountable. I love when he yelled at Draymond on that bad pass. He didn't yell because he didn't pass the ball. He yelled because he passed the ball, but was a bad pass. So I think that accountability will bring the best of our guys. And if it's the way we believe, Steiny, we have champions, so it's easier to believe in champions. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of the week.
Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. How'd you feel about Jimmy Butler's debut if you're a Warrior fan? Did it change your outlook? I mean,
and what if we'd have had these phone lines open at halftime when they were down 14 and 26? Steiny, I wonder what people would have said then, because I know I was saying some things under my breath like, you got to be kidding me. And they fixed it.
What do you mean?
Like, if we said, how do you feel about the trade when they were down 26 or at halftime? Do you think we'd be – I mean, because the Warriors came out second half. Credit to everybody. They kicked ass.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just, pretty from the jump. Is my point.
No, they played a great second half, and they absolutely took apart the Chicago Bulls. Now they play the Milwaukee Bucks without Giannis.
Yeah, it's big.
So
hopefully not without Curry.
Yeah, Curry as of right now is questionable, but I guess he was at shoot-around today, so I guess that's a good sign. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to David. David's in San Leandro. How you doing, David?
Steiny Goo, big fans. You guys are the best on the radio. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Thanks,
Love listening to you guys. I was against the Jimmy Butler trade on paper until seeing him play. It's like what Guru said. There's just something about him. Like, we have not had a player like this with getting to the rim and just his whole mentality. So I'm hoping the team can stay healthy and get into the playoffs, and let's see what happens. And I have one other take. I think Steiny will like it. It was everybody trying to crown Mahomes as the GOAT if he would have won. And it reminded me of when Tiger came storming out doing things nobody had ever seen, and they were like, "Oh, he's going to catch Jack. He's going to catch Jack." It's hard. Just them getting beat down and not winning 3 in a row shows how hard. That's why nobody's ever done it.
No doubt.
So it's like breaks on Mahomes. He's a great player. I'm a Raider fan, so I hate the Chiefs. I'm glad they lost, but it's just slow down. That he's better than Montana or better than Brady. That's all I got. Love you guys. Keep it going.
Appreciate the call, David. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, but Steiny, you said, well, just back to Mahomes, was I going to kill him? And it's like what I said to Evan. What can you kill? A guy sitting with 3 already before the age of 30.
I mean, he's 3-2 in Super Bowls right now. Yeah, I think he's. I would still take him. I'd still take Mahomes. I'm not writing him off. Are you?
No, I'm just trying to get this text from the 312. Rule number 1: never doubt Curry. Nobody has. When he's getting proper help from others, he lives in clutch. He lives for clutch moments. Also, go watch Butler clutch moments. Please do y'all research. We don't need research. We've told you. We've seen it. We've been waiting for it. The hell are you talking about, 312?
Yeah. Melinda's in Livermore.
Hey,
Melinda, what's going on?
I'm calling about the basketball, the Warriors.
Okay.
And I think you guys have to have your callers quit talking about trading. We got the guy, we used him, we won the game, and he seems to be strong. And I've heard this morning, and I believe it's right, that he's very aggressive. Obviously, that's the case. Steph just needs help. He is slowing down. He's hitting the rim, not going in it very often. And I'm just saying very often. Now that he's got help, let's see if that helps him. I don't have a lot of faith that it's going to help Steph. But
wow. Wait, Melinda, you don't have a lot of faith that Butler's going to help Steph?
I didn't know anything about his background. That's the only reason.
Oh, you didn't before the trade.
Yeah, I think that he's got what we need, and he's going to push it forward because he knows he's going to be the star if he does,
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the
Curry had 34, young lady. 8 of 16 from deep. Steiny, 19 field goal attempts. I think the chef is feeling frisky.
Yeah, I think the other thing about the Butler getting $112 million extension, I mean, the more I think about it, the more I think when they gave him that $112 million extension, they're saying to him, just be the same Jimmy Butler you've always been.
No, wow.
Walk into the locker room like who you are. Mm-hmm. You're a $50 million player, and we need you right now as much as Steph Curry, and feel free to come into our locker room and be be who you've been for your whole career. Right. I mean, he's clearly not, they didn't tell him just come in here and fit in. They didn't tell him that. I think they told him, be Jimmy Butler.
We need it too.
And we'll be a better team.
Yeah, and so, I think we got a glimpse of that. But they needed, Steiny, what else would you do? A guy like that. I mean, we've seen Kevin, I know he feels a way about his time here, but as far as Steph and the team allowing him to play his game, if that was perfect, and Jimmy Butler in one game just showed you a little bit about every aspect of his game, and I love it and can't wait till tonight and keep stacking the wins, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. 510 on the text line. Guru, please keep the faith on the Warriors.
I got it. I'm ready.
Your fandom is the best part of the show.
No, I'm ready. No, I was it's not about a victory lap. It's about this team needed something.
You can't take a victory lap after one game.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you, I'm really not going to be surprised if they go on a heater. It was just the silhouette of his body, just knowing we got a junkyard dog, and Draymond Green is who I keep thinking about in regard on his best day, Steiny. His impact. It never was about getting to the free throw line. Jimmy Butler can have that same Draymond Green impact, but also bust your ass for 25 and 30. Get the ball down in the post, get fouled, slow the game down, go make the free throws, and then D up on the other end. And it just felt, for one night, it was infectious on everybody else. And I think, Steiny, I don't know if you've ever done this. Hey, I'm coming to pick you up. We're going to the club. You don't got to worry about because your buddy's a badass, you know? You just feel like lightweight protected, like you ain't looking for problems. But if they jumped off, you're protected because you're with a badass. And that's how I feel like the Warriors were on the court when they were down 26. Like, we got this dude to go along with what we already have. Let's go. And that's what happened. 132. Curry said they weren't built to come back.
You lost me at pick me up to go to the club. I didn't hear anything after that. Because the analogy fell apart right there. Steiny, it's like if you're going to the club, you better use another one. I haven't been to a club in a long, long time.
There you go. A different kind of club. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is an interesting thought from the 925. We haven't seen anybody like Jimmy because he's another number one. He's not a 2. He's a true alpha 1. There you go. I mean,
yeah. And you said they needed 1 or a 1A. I don't think the Warriors care as long as it's not below 1B. You know, just naturally, Steiny. And I know, man, I'm slowing down. It's one game, but I'm excited. It's all outdoors. They needed this, and it didn't look like they were going to get him. It might have been somebody else. He didn't want to come here. Forget all that. He's here and wrapped up for 2 more. And Steiny, again, there's a psychological component to sports in general, right? You got your bread, Jimmy. You got up out of Miami. I got to really believe this honeymoon stage will last us to the end of the year and the postseason.
I mean,
you would think.
That's a long honeymoon.
Yeah, but I could see it. I could see it if they stay winning.
Because you got 30 left.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, it seemed like it was half and half last week. A lot of people liked the Butler signing. A lot of people didn't like the Butler signing.
Right.
I wasn't crazy about it, but they won their first game with Jimmy Butler, and it looked pretty good. And I'm wondering if there's anybody out there that thinks, you know what, maybe this might work. And then my question is, you know, what does this trade working look like? I asked this on Friday, but now I want to ask it again because of the game we saw Saturday. What would define this trade working? This trade worked I know it's a 3-year thing. So if they don't make the playoffs this year, it's not the end of the world, even though some people don't want to hear it. But what would be your definition of the trade working? That we would look back, let's just use this year and put aside what are the goals and what is making this trade work if you're watching the Golden State Warriors. Like they were 500 when they made the trade essentially, and they're in 9th or 10th, tied for 9th or 10th. So what does this trade working look like for the last 30 games? Let's go to Abel in Napa. Hey, Abel, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. After watching that game with the Warriors, it was awesome. Oh, my gosh. You know, I've been a Warrior fan since the turn of the century, and when the Warriors won the 4 titles, I was good. You know, I was even giving a pass. Even if we don't win again, I'm good. Because I've waited for 40 years for them to win the title. But here's the thing with the Warriors in this year.
Yeah.
I've looked at the Warriors, and I'm looking at it like it's a screen, okay, a grid. And there's a gigantic hole in the center of that grid called the paint. Right, and nobody would attack that paint, and when they get attacked, when the Warriors would attack the paint, they get slapped upside the head. So then what happened was we had this gigantic hole, and then when Jimmy Buckets comes in there, he goes to the paint and just he's like James Harden, he can get in there. He got some ticky-tack fouls, and the referees, for some reason, are blowing the whistle. But for the Warriors, we got no calls. So now with Jimmy Buckets, and since that game, just watching that game, it's like a whole different. It's like the sun just came out.
Yeah.
It's been you know what I mean? And what I see is now I have a grid there, and now we have the whole. Now I don't see a grid. There's no hole in the grid anymore. Because now we have Jimmy goes to the paint, kicks it out to anybody. Everybody's better as a result of Jimmy, because people are making shots that they don't normally make because they're so scared and nervous. But when Jimmy Bucket's there, everybody seems to have they're wide open because they're trying to double on Jimmy, double on Clay. They run out of players to double. So what happens is the Warriors are looking outstanding. I'm very optimistic about this team. I think this is going to be another great year. All of a sudden, it's worth me paying $300 to go to the game, which is what I'm going to do on the next game. But that's what it costs the game on the lower bowl. But I'm telling you, these guys, I couldn't stand watching them. Now I love watching them.
What has to happen for you to say this trade worked?
They have to go from 24 points down to 25 points up. That's what has already happened, right? And I think what's going to happen, you're just going to see. To me, we have a good coach, even though people are down on him for making certain decisions. But he's been there, done that. He's like an outstanding coach. You don't talk bad about him. You don't talk bad about Draymond either. Draymond brought us this. Draymond is now we have two dogs in the kettle, and we're gonna just attack people. And this is a different team. It's a whole different ball game. Yeah. And I'm telling you, I'm positive. I remember when Draymond was replacing he was replacing
David Lee.
Forward. You're right. David Lee would go negative. Draymond came in, put a positive. I called my son and said, "Hey, Abel, this is a different team. You got to watch these guys." And then that was it. Draymond came in and changed the whole mentality. He's a genius. To me, Draymond is a basketball genius. He knows what he's doing. He's a very intelligent person. And he knows exactly what he took us to the championship. It's hard to get to the championship. It's no joke. 40 years I waited for these guys. And when Run TMC were playing, I had season tickets when Run TMC.
Thanks a lot, Abe. We got to get some other people.
My man, he's happy.
We got to get somebody here, 650. Steiny, we need to talk about the buyout market. The Warriors can buy somebody out, but they can't sign a buyout player who has a salary of over $12.8 million, which is the mid-level exception. So, Ben Simmons, for example, was just waived, and I think he went to the Clippers. Yeah. The Warriors couldn't have been in on him, even if they wanted to.
What do you get? I know we're up against it. Adrian Gutierrez from the chat could be the best one all day. The chef cooks and the butler serves.
Yeah. They did on Saturday.
Yeah. She had to steal
a lot of restaurants close on Mondays. So
I know barbershops are closed.
We'll see if they can continue this. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Great debut for Jimmy Butler on the Golden State Warriors. And my question to Warrior fans is, what has to happen for you to say this trade worked with Jimmy Butler? What has to happen? And maybe more specifically, does something have to happen this year for you to say that the trade worked? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Also, coming up in the next hour, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
Finds post. Dribbles it out. Finds Draymond. 7 on the clock. Lob inside. Butler, the catch. Goes up and scored and got fouled in one motion. He caught it and scored, and Herter fouled him in the air. What a play by Jimmy Buckets. My goodness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Jimmy Butler makes his debut for the Warriors on Saturday, and the Warriors blow out the Bulls. A great second half. They dominated it entirely, and they came back from a 24-point first-half deficit. Jimmy Butler with 25 in his debut, and the Golden State Warriors are back to 500, and now is the time to start to climb.
Yeah, and it starts tonight, and hopefully they got Steph Curry at Milwaukee. It's kind of funny. You feel like something's changing, right, Steiny? AD is out. Got hurt in his first game with Dallas, so he'll miss that game. Giannis out tonight. I don't see why we can't go in there and get a win.
Well, if they play a game like they played the second half, they'll be fine.
There we go.
They'll be fine probably the rest of this week. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Frank in Sunnyvale. Frank's got a nickname for the trio. Hey, Frank, how you doing, man?
Yeah, so I love the analogy of bringing Jimmy Butler to a club. I'd bring him with me on a Friday night about 1:30 anytime. Bring it on, Jimmy. So I got a name for the three. For Steph, Jimmy, and
Draymond.
What's his name? Draymond, yeah. He gave me a sour feeling at first with these three guys, but after Saturday night, nothing needs to change. Just bring it on. I call them affectionately my Sour Patch Kids. Yes, sir. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, don't call us. We'll call you.
Sour Patch Kids.
What the hell?
Just keep it simple.
Yeah.
How about Grumpy Old Man? Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Although Steph's not grumpy.
Yet.
He's frisky.
By the way, Draymond seems to be running hot right now.
It's always a fun game.
He seems to be running really hot right now.
Why do you say that?
Because he just seems to be running hot right now. That's all.
He was a plus 27, Stoney.
That's all.
Yeah, keep doing your thing, Dre.
I borrowed that from the 818 from Joe. He says, Draymond feels like he's been on edge lately. I kind of believe it too. Also, there's a texter here that says, I don't think it's a coincidence. 718. I don't think it's a coincidence that Curry had one of his better games. The first game, Butler arrived. So there you go. Yep, Curry was a lot more like Steph Curry.
And that was
Saturday
a lot
night.
more efficient from him on 34 than it was the night in L.A. where he, shot 30-plus times.
Yeah. Let's go to Al in San Francisco. Hey, Al, how you doing?
Hey, all right, guys. Thank you for getting me on here today.
Sure.
I just want to speak about, the trade. It was a good trade, positive trade, bringing Butler in. And it amazes me because this is what we needed. Going to the free throw line 13 times, that's ridiculous, man. I mean, that's 20-something points if you look at it. Just going to the free throw line. So it's very impressive, that we have somebody that can attack the paint and get fouled. And Kuminga was he's going that way. He was doing that. And with Kuminga coming back, all they have to do is go to the foul line, man. Get 20, 30-some points off of the foul line. They'll be okay. But since Butler came in, it's a very positive move for the Warriors. They have to string up some wins, man. At least 5 or 6 wins in a row. Try to get up there into the 6th, 7th seed, 5th seed, and get into the playoffs. It's not in the play-in. Just get in the playoff for this year. We'll take that. Next year, we'll, get better and just, try to make it next year to the finals if we can't get in. At least we'll get in the playoff. It makes a statement with Butler being there. But look at this, guys. Draymond and Butler are dogs. That's true. When you put two pit bulls together, you know what happens, right?
Tell me.
They might start growling and then start biting on each other. So hopefully they don't, come into butting heads during the season because Butler doesn't take he doesn't play either, He'll man up to Draymond. I just hope they don't get into that kind of confrontation. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Al. Yeah, appreciate it.
Well, they respect each other, and it starts there, right, Snotty? So, anything can happen. We've seen it before with Dre and a teammate, but the bottom line is, you keep playing good basketball. I don't see how, something to jump off. Not saying it won't happen.
888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody out there feel like the 925 on this text? I think people are overreacting to a win against the Bulls. It is still a wait-and-see game with the Warriors. Yeah, you're right, but they're 1-0, not 0-1 with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, who we all know before he put on a Warrior uniform was a good basketball player. So anytime you can bring in, and yeah, we lost something in Wiggins, no doubt, but anytime you could bring in a guy with his game, his skill set, Stoney, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say again with the 13 free throw attempts and visits that his game is different. And maybe they needed this to add to how they're going to win games, and not just win games, partner, close them.
Yeah. I mean, they as of a couple weeks ago, they'd led the league in clutch games, and they were about 500 the last I checked. So, you start winning more of those games, you're going to start to win more games, period. Cruiser in the 209. Hey, Cruiser, how you doing, man?
Hey, my brothers, good morning. Hey, this is why I love your show, because you guys give me both sides of my mind, right? So last week, Sonny, I called and I expressed that I was hating on the idea of Jimmy coming.
Yeah.
But then the trade was made, and I was still skeptical. The great Uncle Looney talked me down, helped me make sense of it. So I said, all right, let's see. Because whether I like it or not, it's done. Let's just cross our fingers, hope for the best. Played a great game. Granted, it was against the Bulls, but hey, that's what we brought him here for, to give us some help. Now I'm like Guru, and I'm walking it back. So in order for this trade to be a success, I say we get the 5 or 6. We avoid the play-in. I'm not going to say we're going all the way, but let's just see what we're dealing with, because I think pissed off Jimmy Butler is a great motivation. He's like a nuclear reactor. He makes his own energy, and he's able to just unleash and blow everything up, as we all know. And also, I wanted to tell you one more thing, Guru. Yeah. If you're ever at a party or wedding and you hear the DJ playing Reasons for Earth, Wind & Fire, don't fall for the okie doke. That song's about a one-night stand. You tell the DJ you better switch that music or he's going to curse the party. Right,
okay. Yeah.
Reasons.
I have no idea what he said.
Reasons, the song by Earth, is a classic. I got you.
Yeah.
I never knew that was the subject matter. Wow.
I didn't either.
Yeah. Nothing good about a one-night stand.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
I mean, to me, the goals of this team, to me, would be get into the playoffs and somehow win a round.
Because you're 3.5 back of 6 right now. And that could change, but right now, that's where that stands.
Yeah, and obviously you'd want to avoid a play-in game, but, I mean, if you got to go through the play-in, you got to go through the play-in.
But now I feel more confident about if that's the route, and I expect it to be. I just feel like give me a 7-game series.
Well, if they're a play-in team, I think there's a chance that they didn't play as well as we'd hoped. I mean, I think if they go 20-10, they got a good shot to get up to 6. Who's 6 right now? Minnesota?
No, 6 right. Yeah, you all right.
So they're 30-23, I think. Minnesota.
Right. Yep. Clippers half game behind them.
And then the question becomes, who do you expect to be better than they were the second half than they were in the first? Well, now I guess you got to believe the Golden State Warriors are going to be a better team than they were the first half of the season, right?
What about Dallas without Anthony Davis for a month? And right now they're at 8th. Could they slide?
I mean, if he's hurt for an extended period of time, then that's trouble for them, no doubt about it. I think if he's healthy, they're going to be a tough team for the Warriors to catch.
They gave Houston the business, and he didn't even play the second half.
We still got, let's see. Do you expect, the Lakers right now they're 6 games up on the Warriors.
I think they're going up, Stoney. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't think the Warriors can catch them.
What about Minnesota?
Minnesota right now is 30-23. They're 3.5 behind Minnesota. Minnesota's won 3 in a row. They're playing a little bit better.
The Wolves are also the only team that the Warriors have the head-to-head tiebreaker
that's a good point.
against.
That's a good point.
8-2 in their last 10.
Yeah, so if they were to start, if they were finishing a tie, if they finish in a tie, the Warriors would end up going. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Nate. Nate's in San Francisco.
Boys.
Yeah.
I got some apologies to make.
Mr.
Mr. Butler, I was not familiar with I was familiar with his game, but I saw a very energized Jimmy, and I saw a very happy Steph. And I think if we're going to make the assumption that the trade is a success, we were about 5 minutes away from it not being a success when we were down 24-26 or whatever it was. But you can see the look on Steph's face. He likes the spacing. He likes the fact that Butler goes strong in the post. I don't know if we ever could convince Wiggins to do that. I don't know what your guys' take is, but I think we have somebody who's a little high motor, and he's very motivated right now because he got his check. And there we go. That's all we need.
Appreciate the call, Nate.
And Wiggins could. He had post game. He didn't like. I felt like he didn't like doing it. He could do it, but Jimmy Butler, it's a part of his game, Stoney.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Warriors, as it pertained to Wiggins, they had to always try to get him going. And you don't have to get Butler going. Nice. Butler's going to try to get going on his own. And so there were a lot of games where it felt like, to me, Steve Kerr was trying to spoon-feed Wiggins early in a game to get him involved. You don't have to do that with Jimmy Butler. I'm not saying he's going to, from the outset, just start shooting the ball, but Jimmy Butler's the type of player where he's not going to kind of go down without a fight. He's going to give himself a chance to get a team back in a game if they're getting beat pretty bad. You know what I mean? Like he's a guy who would rather go 3 for 14 than, kind of float through, or let's put it this way. He'd rather go 5 for 17 than like a 12 or 11 shot game. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, he only needed 12 shots on Saturday to get 25 points. So that's pretty darn good.
But also, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say the best compliment I believe you could give an athlete is about the mental part of the game. Alpha male. And that's what Jimmy Butler is. That's not who Andrew Wiggins is. And you just touched on it. So when you talk about, am I going to wait for somebody to feed me, or am I going to go ask or just go take my food? And that's, I believe, the difference between Jimmy Butler, Stoney. We do know he's an alpha male. You can't see it in the box score, but when you watch the game, you see it, you feel it. And I think his teammates felt that on Saturday. And Curry's been giddy. And we'll see where this thing goes. And I just love that they got a game tonight with no Giannis.
888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Jimmy Butler played his first game with the Warriors on Saturday. Came through with flying colors, 25 points. Warriors come back from a big deficit and then win handily in Chicago. They're in Milwaukee today. And don't forget to join us at 4 o'clock for Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs. Willard and Dibbs will be doing the pregame show today. So there you have it.
Let's go.
Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, fellas. Wonderful show, as always.
Thank you.
I love you guys, man. You guys are great.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, you asked the question, what would make the Jimmy Butler acquisition a success?
Yeah.
And I would have to kind of reiterate some of the things I said last week when I called. It's like, if we get the Jimmy Butler on the court and not have the Jimmy Butler off the court drama, we're good. Because I've always liked Jimmy Butler's game. Everywhere he's played, I loved him in Chicago. I loved him in Minnesota. I loved him in Miami. But let me tell you something. When this dude gets mad, when he's not happy, he don't care about the collateral damage. He don't care who gets hurt. He don't care if the coach gets hurt. He don't care if his teammates get hurt. He don't care about nothing but Jimmy in that situation. And so I just don't want to see that Jimmy, because I've always liked his game.
Yeah, no, and Horace, you're the man, and we appreciate your kind words, for sure. You know, they're banking on the good Jimmy Butler.
No doubt.
Clearly. You know what? I forget who it was. And I don't really need to go down this road.
But you brought it up.
Somebody texted, what's the difference between what Jimmy Butler did and what Devondre Campbell did?
Oh, Stoney, see that? Well, Campbell committed what I believe the cardinal sin,
which was
of leaving your team hanging,
which is
during
what
the
Butler
game.
Butler's did the same thing.
I feel like a relationship had tarnished, and he don't need me to save him or cape for him. And he was feeling some type of way, and he was suspended or whatnot. But you knew something was off. Campbell's came out of nowhere, Stoney. Like if you knew you were that hot or mad, and your number got called to leave the field and your team in a predicament like that, I don't see any coming back from that or even another team taking a flyer.
Jimmy, he never refused to not go in the game.
That's
no, he refused to not go in 15 games.
Yeah, but he didn't premeditate it the point where he set his team up to expect to have him to then leave them hanging.
So it's way different.
I would say it's different.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
And to the people that paid him new money, the Golden State Warriors, Stoney, they had to take that into account, do their due diligence, and it was something that I don't believe was on Campbell's level by far.
Yeah, I just, I wonder. And
they've moved on. You know what I mean?
I wonder what I just wonder up close if we'll, see what Miami had to deal with in Miami at any point. And obviously, if we don't, that means things went very well. But I am interested, to give it more time and to see how he settles in to this team. I'm not.
But he's got a clean slate. I'm sure they're giving him one.
Well, he's kind of like Harbaugh. Like he comes in, team wins, and then at the very end, it all blows up spectacularly. But the honeymoon phase is usually very good.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at that.
Question is, can the honeymoon last 2.5 years? And I think we'll see, but maybe.
Maybe it just lasts 1.5 and the last year's terrible.
Yeah.
But we cannot forget, at least I can, there's been one sheriff, and he answered to no one in the Warriors locker room, and that's Draymond Green. And damn it, they got another one. And I don't want any scraps or any confrontations, but if they have some loud conversations, if it ever gets there, why do I feel good that Jimmy Butler's not going to take just his crap without trying to give it back to him?
And that's good. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah. But I just like that Draymond knows. I got another guy that runs hot like I do.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean,
maybe Draymond's in Quentin post-faced, and here comes Butler.
There you go.
Leave him alone.
There you go. I forgot. I didn't even think about that one. Another perfect comparison to the We Believe team. Volatile characters.
Well,
We Believe had him with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes and Barron and Al Harrington. This team's got some volatile guys with
the doc is coming,
Butler and Draymond Green.
Yeah, they needed some more nasty.
I am hitting the mark today.
But the Warriors needed some more nasty.
Yeah.
My boy, 49er Manny goes, he reminds me a mix between, I said, damn, Vern Maxwell and Xavier McDaniel. And if you know anything about the game, those were two badass dudes on and off the court.
Who again?
Xavier McDaniel.
Okay,
and Vern Maxwell.
He did.
Yeah.
Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Jimmy Butler and his fit.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me on. Quickly, before I get to my take, I want to know if we're going to be blessed with Franklin and Marshall's finest at the knockout contest this year with you participating, Steiny.
That's on his mind on a Monday morning.
Game time decision.
Yeah, we'll see.
Game time decision.
Love to hear it. Okay, I know Guru's going to be there because he's got to make up for last year being the first person out.
Hey, I didn't know the rules. I'm in this year, baby.
Let's go. All right, I appreciate it, guys. So what I wanted to say was what I noticed the other night was just like a type of Warriors basketball I feel like I haven't seen before, and Steph kind of painted the picture perfectly about how he dominates the outside, shoots 16 threes. Jimmy Butler dominates the inside, shoots one, but gets to the free throw line 13 times. I think this was the best game the Warriors have shot from the free throw all year. They were 23 of 27 for 85% from the field, which is really good considering they are dead last in the league in free throw percentage. So now you have a guy that gets to the line. He's aggressive. He's strong. I think the fit is good. It's a type of basketball I haven't seen them play in a while. But so far, game one, it looks good, and hopefully it can continue. And in regards to Draymond and Butler, getting along together, they were playing dominoes the other night with Buddy Hield. They're fine.
All right, there you go.
Well,
I like it, Steiny. And I know we got a lot
of guys.
Look at you.
Who played dominoes and got into fights.
Yeah, I got you.
Isn't that
Big Six?
Isn't that sometimes the start of a fight, a domino game?
Man, I've seen it. Can I give you this? And Evan, this is a Goo original.
Yeah.
If this does continue, instead of Jimmy Buckets, can we say Jimmy Fits? I kind of like it.
Like Bob Fitzgerald?
No, fits like Fits. He fits the Warrior system. Steiny's biting his lip, but you don't know cool, so I don't want you to like it. But
that was a nickname suggestion.
Yeah. Nicknames to Jimmy Fitz.
You didn't even know, did you?
What is going on here?
There's the real Fitz.
Dude, he's happier. Kalina, too. Dude, when I heard Curry say, I kind of dominate the outside, and he does the inside to the guy, I melted reading that quote like, that is what it's about. We didn't need another Splash Brother. We need a Larry Smith who can score. Guy with the yellow hat. Hard work. And Draymond to say like he's a quarterback. He's a good target. He knows how to steal it. Like, I know it's one game, man. Well, it's actually 2 quarters. They were down 26.
Absolutely incredible. Was it 26 or was it 24? I thought so. Thank you. 24. Wasn't that
I was
impressive?
in a party sipping. Hey, people were hot.
About what?
The Warriors he don't fit.
Well,
people I don't even know I'm arguing with. I said, you know what? I'm off today. The mouth shut.
Let me offer some words. And this is kind of a sports urban myth. And I always like to see if it works or not. So they usually say when a guy like Jimmy Butler, he's missed what? Last month? Last couple
25
months?
games.
Yeah.
26 now.
And they say, well, what's he going to be like when he comes back? And there's a school of thought that says the first game or two, your adrenaline carries you. And then after that, you backslide a little bit until you get going. So what I'm getting at is everything looked great for one night.
All right, I hear you.
And clearly Jimmy Butler's brought a new dynamic to the team. The question is it permanent? Is it permanent? 888-957-9570 is the number. I see KC. I see Bobby. I see David. We're going to get to all your calls today. The Jimmy Butler, I don't want to call it the Jimmy Butler era. I mean, Steph Curry's still here, ladies and gentlemen. But the Warriors off to a good start with Jimmy Butler in the starting lineup. 888-957-9570 is the number. Somebody's saying, wait till Jimmy Butler gets in shape. He looks like he's pretty good. He did. I mean, he don't look fat.
And I got something to read to you guys on the other side.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Also, do not forget, coming up this hour, I'm going to give you the keyword to play Knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up on the next segment. And that segment was also brought to you by the all-new Emeryville Bay Street. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse.
Buddy Hield on the left wing. Pass, lob, Butler catching a dunk. Jimmy Butler a little skywalking. And an assist from Hield. It's 5-2 Warriors.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate the call. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to give you the keyword in about 5-10 minutes for your shot to play knockout at Chase Center. I'll give you the keyword in about 5 or 10 minutes.
A big day for us, man. For us all that day. Knockout. The revenge is coming of last year's failure.
Yeah.
And you give me eliminated.
It was one of the most non-clutch performances I maybe ever remember.
I'm trying to think.
Non-clutch. All right, let's go to KC in Walnut Creek. Get us going, KC. What's going on, my man?
How are you guys doing today?
Hey.
So I just wanted to touch and say, with the Jimmy Butler acquisition, I had no doubt that it would be a good pickup. I mean, I decided it to see Klay Thompson go. I mean, his efficiency wasn't there. He's not the same player he was. And we were paying him a whole lot. He wanted a whole lot. We effectively went from Klay Thompson to Jimmy Butler. And I don't think he's washed. I mean, I don't know what you guys think about that, but I don't think he's washed. We also have to remember, Jonathan Kuminga is not even playing. And the Bulls are not necessarily the greatest team, but, that was his first thing. I don't think he had any practice either. Jimmy Butler, I don't think he practiced with the team either. So That game was kind of just like, go out there and ball and figure it out. And they balled out. I think when they get their chemistry going, when they actually have a plan of how they want it to work, it's going to be hard to guard. You have Steph Curry on the outside, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the inside. Plus, when Jonathan Kuminga comes back, that's going to be so hard to deal with. We have Kuminga, Butler, Curry, Hield, and Post. I really like Post, too.
Yeah.
I think Post is going to be great. He can stretch the floor, set really solid screens for those guys. We have the depth to compete at a high level. We always have. It's just I feel like we were missing that one piece, that one, true scorer, and I think we got him.
And you think
I'm with you.
You think Butler, what are your expectations for the rest of the year, KC?
Well, I think it depends on who we play in the first round of the playoffs, but I think we can make it through first round of the playoffs and maybe even the second. I think I'm optimistic. I mean, when you have a guy like that I don't think he's washed. I don't think the wash allegations are real. I mean, he just showed up and put up 25.
Yes, sir.
I don't think he's washed. I think he's going to ball out. I think it is a little bit of a concern about his attitude
court.
about stuff sometimes when he gets upset. I could see that. I'm a little worried about it. But then you also look at this. I think this is the best teammate Jimmy Butler's ever had in his career. It's Steph Curry.
To play alongside of. Yeah. You're probably right about that.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Curry's one of the greatest of all time. So, this is probably Jimmy Butler's best teammate that he's ever played with. KC thinking, KC already assuming playoffs.
Well,
you got to love it. Assuming playoffs and win a round or two.
Steiny, again, you can tell me the ghost of Kevin Durant, it's not about the size, it's just the caliber. And I'm watching that game when things start going well, holy crap. Not only do you got to deal with Steph, Dre, and the rest of the gang and the youngsters, you now got a bona fide dude that's left his imprint on the NBA already. And a lot of this, I think we're going to take a lot of calls. I'm not mad. But, Steiny, Jimmy Butler, when you heard his name, it was a joke. You thought about insubordination. You thought about suspensions. But what we've seen now is that's over with for now. It's just about the basketball and Jimmy Butler. And on display in the Shy, I thought, Stanley, the fit was seamless. And to hear that comment by Steph Curry, I dominate the outside and he dominates the inside. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, man. And now all their other players like Post, the Loonies of the world, Pods, they're all going to eat. I think this was an incredible addition. And now they just got to go out and make it manifest. But off to a good start, Steiny. But that's why I was in from the beginning.
This is Jimmy Butler about playing with Steph Curry.
You know, they say opposites attract in a lot of ways in life, and I don't think I could be a better compliment to him and vice versa, in the sense that they're not leaving him ever. Probably two people would never leave him, so there's so much space for everybody else. And I get the easy job. You know, I'm playing one-on-one, or I'm playing in so much space, and then everybody's looking for him, and everybody's looking to get him open, and at the same time, he's looking for everybody else. So it's so great to play with somebody like that.
Wow. That's Jimmy Butler talking about playing with Steph Curry.
Yeah. And all now we have left, Stoney, outside of the games, 30 games left, is the domino of how Kuminga's going to fit in this. That's the domino.
Yeah. I mean, what if they rip off 5 or 6 in a row and then Kuminga comes back? What do you do then?
Then you got to, Stoney, I'm with
off the bench probably.
You don't want to upset what's going right. And that's what has me real quick here, Stoney, just about, and I know it's not the day because I'm a Kuminga fan, but I'm watching that game like, you're right. Kuminga has no leverage right now. Just the acquisition for the future in the next 2 years, I want Kuminga to go nowhere. But, Stoney, I do wonder if there's going to be enough basketballs with him there when Kuminga does come back. But, man, they got a tough SOB, the Warriors do, a gamer when he's on, and we'll see if they can go back-to-back, but they must. Like, 30 games is not a long this is going to be come fast and in a hurry.
As it relates to Kuminga, one of the things that I've been thinking is, you know, if let's say they start to win a little more consistently, and this clutch game stat that everybody is aware of, I think when we say that the Warriors have doubled down on the veterans, they've doubled down on everything for Steph.
Super fair.
The one thing is, I would be concerned a little bit about Kuminga with Steve Kerr. And it's not so much playing time as I really am struggling to see Jonathan Kuminga on this team right now finishing a lot of games. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt Kerr's going to rely on Butler, Curry, and Draymond Green. So those are 3 guys that are going to play. And we've known that he likes pods late in the game.
I was just about to say his name.
And he likes Looney in close games. So he's got to figure out what to do with Jonathan Kuminga and how to use him once he comes back. And if he can integrate Kuminga perfectly, and I don't know what that means. I don't know what you should do with Kuminga. But
do you sit real quick? Do you sit him down and have that same talk with him like you said about Butler? Because I'm worried, and it's just a concern, Stoney. Kuminga comes in now, sees Jimmy Butler, sees it's working, and feels like, you know what, I got to score 48 to show my worth. And I want to say, or I hope Kerr tells him, young fella, just do what you do. Bring that boatload of energy, and everything else will work itself out. But if we get a Kuminga that kind of feels like, Stoney, the only way I can show my value, I think, is by scoring 30 and trying to do too much, because basketball will reveal when you have a guy out there maybe trying to do too much. Heart in the right place, but trying to do too much. So I'm curious, man.
All right, it's time to give you the keyword for our knockout tournament, and the keyword is Butler. The keyword is Butler. When you hear this sound, we'll play this sounder, and it's your cue. When you hear that sound, it's your cue to call into the contest line. I'll give you that number, and the first caller will get a shot at knockout. So the keyword is Butler, and we'll play that sounder sometime before 1 o'clock. And when you hear that sounder, you call the contest line, and you can win your spot in knockout.
Let's go.
I can give you the number now. Don't call it now. 415-523-4652 is the number, and that's the one you call when you hear the sounder next. Let's go to David in New Orleans. Hey, David, how you doing?
Bayou.
What's going on, fellas?
How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I listen to y'all every day down here, man. Y'all get me through my work week.
Right on, baby. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Well, let's get to it, man. I got a couple of points I want to make.
Yep.
first from a lineup perspective, the lineup construction with Jimmy, the reason why I believe that he fits even better than what we had before is because essentially you do what Dennis Schroeder does and you do what Andrew Wiggins does in one person. And so also what that allows Steve Kerr to do is have another player on the court with a little more size. Let's say if you want to go with Kuminga, you could play him at the 3, or even if you're playing with Paz is a bigger player on the perimeter also. You also help Steph in terms of length too, because now he's on the floor with bigger and more athletic players that's able to finish better. So across the board defensively, it helps us out, so we don't have to commit as much to double teams, traps, and hiding players in certain spots. From that perspective, and with Jimmy, I believe he's just a force multiplier, bro. Everywhere he goes, no matter what team he plays for, after he gets to the team, players play better. He went to Minnesota when they wasn't winning a lot. They won. He went to Miami. I mean, they have a reputation for a winning organization, but in terms of taking them to the finals multiple times, being a number one player, and he never played with a Steph.
No.
So he's actually benefiting from Steph just as much as Steph is going to benefit from him. So now you have 2 elite number one players that both led their teams deep into the playoffs. Multiple clutch players, primetime clutch players feeding off of each other. So I think all across the board is just a win. Me personally, I believe it's a win all across the board.
Appreciate it, David. Go ahead, one more.
One more thing about in terms of his dealings with Miami, I wanted to get to too. I feel like with the Heat, it's more of a it's like a Pat Riley or nothing. They're a little more rigid in terms of how they operate their business from a day to day. And I feel coming here with leaders like Steph Curry, people like Steve Kerr, and the type of ownership we have, I think that they're more into how the players, listening more to the players, allowing them to express themselves better, and just kind of be more of who they are. So I don't think he'll have any problems in terms of the organizational makeup either, man.
Thanks, you go. David. Good call, man. Thank you. Appreciate you listening down in New Orleans.
Yeah. Steiner, you like our guy Leroy, right? He's a fixture.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, he says, the name, Guru and Steiny, the name I came up with for Curry, Butler, and Draymond is, I love this, CBD. They are going to cause diarrhea, anxiety, and fatigue for opponents for the Warriors, and they're going to sleep better, and their anxiety will go away. CBD.
That's a 1.
You talking to Leroy now?
I'm talking to Leroy. That's a 1.
He explained it before you go, Evan.
You deduct 2 for that.
Explanation was not necessary.
You deduct 2 for that explanation.
That CBD almost gave me CTE listening to that explanation.
Leroy, that's him, baby. I read too much.
That's a 4.
You subtract 2.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't see how, and again, please don't think this is hate.
Yeah.
I don't see Kuminga coming back into the starting lineup when he gets back. Wow. I mean, I think when you're going to play Butler and Green together, you got to get an extra shooter on the floor. And he loves to start with Buddy Hield. He loves Curry and Hield.
Saturday.
And he feels like Curry, Hield, and post give him enough, players to stretch the floor or to make threes. And, Kuminga, I think, is going to have to come off the bench and be the guy who gives him a spark. But I'm just wondering, how he fits in the starting lineup if he's going to play along Butler and Green.
Yeah.
And you don't want to play Draymond Green at center to start the game. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how that's not a problem.
I do want to find out, no doubt about it. But it's their reality. And, again, I'm not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. I'm not. But, Steiny, at the end of the day, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, and I know he's handled everything well this year, the way he's been handled, his different roles, starting, coming off the bench. But I got to believe, you just tell me what you think, a young guy like that, been watching games, and he's so ready to get back whenever that day does come back. If it does result in him not starting, he'll never tell us, but I think that would kind of suck. But maybe he'll be out there finishing. I don't know.
Yeah, look,
But there's a new sheriff in town, man.
I mean, this has absolutely nothing to do with a personal feeling about Jonathan Kuminga. It's about what Steve Kerr has talked about his entire tenure with the Warriors, and that is combinations that work. That's all he really cares about. And so I'm just looking at this team and thinking about Jonathan Kuminga and where he's going to fit in on this team. And all I'm saying is I could see Steve Kerr bringing him off the bench, which he's done most of his career as a player for the Golden State Warriors. So that's just something to keep an eye on. I don't have a strong opinion about it.
Before you grab the next one, can I give you Pod's last 10 games?
Sure.
15 points, 27 minutes, Steiny, 51.1 from the field, 40 from deep, 76 from the free throw line. And Steiny, I don't know, and he's hustling his ass off, 1.3 steals. I mean, I don't know what happened since he got hurt after coming back, but, I mean, he's helping.
Yeah, he is. Let's go to Bobby. And this could be very, very interesting. This is Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, thanks for the time. Hey, I definitely want to talk about Jimmy. I call him Jimmy Butthead, so you know how this is going to go.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Before, let me just say quickly about the Super Bowl. Look, I rooted for KC.
So did I.
And it's because, honestly, like, if you think about Jordan and the stars that he just destroyed, Drexler, Malone, Barkley, under Dan, Sean Kemp. I mean, the list goes on. But there's no shame, right? I mean, it was Jordan. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
They were stars. There's no shame in losing. The great Kevin Duckworth, maybe even Oliver Miller. I have no idea who was in there. But the point is, KC just dominated, and there was no shame in losing. But now I hate that Philly can say, hey, Niners, we did what you couldn't do, and that's why it hurt me so much.
Yeah.
But look, Jimmy Butler, look, Goo, I love you. I know you bring the passion, but man, sometimes I feel like you really miss a perspective. And I know that sounds like a lot of shade, but when you say that, like, the old Jimmy, it's over, like his Jimmy Nuclear organization destroy, it's over. So it's been one game, man. He's been part of this organization for like 3 days. How can you say it's over? We got to wait to see when conflict occurs, when he becomes dissatisfied, and we'll figure out how he can destroy this organization. He is a force multiplier, like that previous caller said, but he's a force multiplier of organizational destruction. So I'm not in on him, and I don't care, man. Honestly, even if the Warriors win the chip, personally, he's not the kind of player I expect from a Warriors culture. You know, I put too much of what Steph is on the Warriors in terms of their culture. And obviously I hope the Warriors do well for the fans' sake and for your sake and for Steph's sake. But honestly, I can tell you I'm not going to feel that much joy when they win because I just cannot get around Jimmy Butler.
Really? Hey, Bobby, let me say something to you, and I love you. It's so funny because you feel how you feel, but I'm shocked and I'm bothered. And the reason I'm bothered is, and this is sports version of it, you sound prejudiced. You've let everything that's happened to Jimmy Butler and other locales, which is fair, not even give him a chance when he's here. Then you're flipping up bird to the Warriors front office and culture for thinking they can't have a culture that'll have the best of Jimmy Butler. The dude's been in some places for a while and they've had success, but for you to say you're not going to give him a clean slate and the team's doing that, and we have a guy here named Draymond Green, and you can look past all those transactions and still root for the team, but Jimmy Butler you can't root for? Come on, Bobby, I'm a little disappointed. It's the basketball version of prejudice, man. Look yourself in the mirror and give Jimmy a fresh start.
Goo, you are not being fair because, first of all, we all have a crazy uncle that's part of our family.
Yes.
And we think they're crazy, but if anyone tries to talk smack about them, we're going to defend them. Draymond Green is our crazy uncle. He came into our family. But I'm not going to find your crazy uncle and invite him into my family. So those are completely different scenarios. I cannot equate Draymond Green, who was drafting the organization, and obviously was pretty normal, right? He became more bold.
But he knocked out one of your players. Jimmy's never he never knocked out a player and didn't get suspended. So I'll just leave that there. Jimmy has done nothing like that. You say what to that, Big Bob?
I say that
you can't.
Fool me once.
No,
I don't know what's that expression. Fool me once.
Shame on. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Shame on me.
Come on, Bob. Give him a chance, B. He's out on him, Steiny.
Yeah, I'll say. I don't view Jimmy Butler as a bad guy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he's altered some organizations.
Well,
don't get me wrong.
You're being nice, altered. Wow.
But he's not a player to me that I can't stand because of what he's pulled.
Okay. All right.
You know, I mean, again, I'm not crazy about what he's
falling apart over there, man.
I'm aware of what he's done to his past organizations, and I'm certainly not gonna say one game makes this thing one of the best trades ever.
All right, I need your opinion on something. Do you find it valid that I bring up the comp of Draymond Green and say if you've dealt with those antics, who are we to say? Anybody that has some problems or some stuff will say it's Steiny. Who are we to point the finger at and not even give them a chance? And that's all. Bobby, you feel how you feel. I love you. But to say you're not going to give them a chance at all.
Well, I don't think he said he's not giving him a chance. He was saying
he don't like it.
And he was saying after one day, don't say that, well,
I didn't say
there's not going to be any. There's not going to be any. No, I mean, don't say I think he's saying, Don't say right now that Butler's going to be fine. He's going to fit in, and there's going to be no conflict, and everything's going to work out perfectly. It might. But
as much as the Warriors need Jimmy, Steiny, I'm thinking Jimmy needs the Warriors to remind everybody just how good of a ball player he is, because he became a joke over in Miami of what was going on. Malcontent.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler is a Golden State Warrior, and they play the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. I see full lines. I'll get to you all on the other side. Don't forget, coming up before 1 o'clock, you're gonna hear a sounder, and that is your cue to call the contest line, which I'll give you the number on the other side for your shot to play Knockout at Chase Center. Once again, you'll hear the sounder at some point before 1 o'clock. 888-957-9570 is the number. 3 games to go for the Warriors before the All-Star break. 3 games in 4 nights. Milwaukee, Minnesota, and then the Houston Rockets. And then they get about 6 days off. And the second half starts, and we'll see what happens. All right. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Once again, your shot to play Knockout at Chase Center coming up before 1 o'clock. And that segment was also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal.
drives on White. Stops and takes a tough shot. Banker's too strong. Curry flies in for the rebound. Backs up, no good. Tipped in by Jimmy Butler. It's a one-point game.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
You happy, Steph? Steph, you happy?
I think he is.
Yeah, I think he might be too.
How many Bobbies do you think we really got out there? And when I bring up Bobby, we love you. But guys that just aren't gals, they're not going to give Butler a chance. Stoney, I don't think that's right in any facet of life, man. You bring somebody to your team, I think a clean state is in order.
I don't think he's in the majority, Bobby.
All right. Especially after if they keep winning. I hated him. Now he's pretty okay.
I mean, as far as around the league, I got to believe Jimmy Butler is much less disliked than Draymond Green.
Oh my gosh, I would say the same thing.
So
yeah,
we'll see. It's been great through one half.
Yeah.
Let's go to Bryce in Santa Rosa.
Strong name.
Hey Bryce, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for the compliment on my name. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I just want to start really quick before we get into the Jimmy Butler stuff. Go Birds, and I'm going to win that Vegas championship or Vegas getaway thing that you guys are doing. I'm winning that. That's,
all right.
You're sending me. Okay, but getting on to the Jimmy Butler stuff, I don't understand why people are so skeptical about it in the sense of we got him for a great price. Like you guys have been saying over the past couple of days, last year around this time, the asking price would have been a couple of future picks.
I feel you.
And
maybe, yeah.
We got him just for Wiggins and Slow-Mo, who we weren't playing, and one pick. I think we got away so good and so clean on this deal, and I'm very excited for it. I think a lot of people don't know Jimmy, like you guys have said, and as a Butler fan myself, I have paid attention to him for a while, and for years he's said in interviews, his only real goal is to win a championship, and I think that he is on now the team that gives him the best chance to actually do that, because as we've been saying, he's never played with a top-tier option like Steph Curry, and they will highlight each other in a way that gives Butler so much more freedom and joy. I mean, the biggest thing that I saw from the game on Saturday, look at Steph's face and look at Jimmy's face when they were at the end of the game in the tunnel doing their interviews.
Yeah.
They're happy. And all I can say is a happy Curry is a hard-to-beat Curry. And when it comes to Jimmy, I think there's a lot of mentorship that he has for players more along the lines, not so much Kuminga, but more like Moody and Trace Jackson-Davis. I think he's going to be an impact on both of those players in developing more quick decision-making skills and bringing their highlight skills to the team at the moments that they need them.
All right. We'll see, Bryce. Appreciate the call. I have no idea what Jimmy Butler is like or not like as a mentor. Hey, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. All right, there it is. Your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. First person to call the contest line with the correct keyword. You're going to be registered for the Knockout tournament. 415-523-4652. Know that keyword. Call 415-523-4652 and get yourself registered for our Knockout tournament at Chase Center.
Yep.
First caller to 415-523-4652 with the correct keyword is going to play Knockout at Chase.
Yeah. It's going down, baby. And I'll say this to the caller's point, Stoney. The Warriors had 25 wins up until Saturday's 26th win. And all wins are good, right? But I'm telling you, man, I just thought about the Durant days at the end of that game, watching Steph smile and crack jokes, and they just felt like they were sitting around. They felt like they were just sitting around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and having a ball because business had been handled. So that's why I feel like again, Durant's back, but it's just a different version of Durant because Jimmy Butler is a dude. He's been a dude, has some mishaps. But I tell you what, Warrior fans, and hopefully, and I'm talking to you too, Bobby, sometimes you benefit in life from relationships going sour, and that's the only reason I believe Butler was available when he was. And the next man's trash, what is it? The guy's trash is the next man's treasure. And maybe that's what's about to pop off here in Golden State. One game, one half, but man, I just feel like they're locked and loaded and ready to go now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Certainly a great start on Saturday. Let's go to May. May's in Arizona. Hey, May, how you doing?
Hi, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well.
Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is let's start with why a couple of shows ago when we talked about how people don't want to come to play with Steph because of Dre. And I just want to tell the fan base, man, I think that they're the problem. We're the problem. Start with KD, even with Clay. This is the one fan base I've ever seen, even in the basketball, other teams and whatever, that they bash even their own draft. When Curry's the only one that's immune. Curry has went 0 for 10 in games and meaningful games a lot, but everybody defends Curry. But then Clay goes 0 for 10 in one play-in tournament area, and everybody goes bonkers. KD, he comes here and he actually wins you championships, but online they're destroying him left to right. And I feel like maybe we need to calm down a little and start respecting these people and stop hindering Curry in the way, because I feel like the fan base is the problem. And the second thing is I actually like that we didn't get KD and we got Butler for this reason. Butler doesn't care about the public's opinion. He's very he has a way thicker skin than KD. So whatever we say, he won't care. So I'm so glad that we got, because when I heard KD was coming, I was like, oh no, this again. And then the other thing, basketball-wise, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we don't want to talk about the half, because that's why we saw the impact. But even from the beginning, I love how Butler plays. He's basically a point forward out there. He's a combination of Draymond's brain and Kuminga's body. So it's amazing. Wow. Yeah, he's very smart, but he's also a freak athlete. He knows how to use his angles. He knows how to take advantages of defense. He takes what defense gives him. And I love that he hates turnovers. Draymond had this boneheaded turnover, trying to send a weird, stupid pass and he literally looked at him and he shook his head. And he literally told him, don't do that again.
Right.
I love that. I love that we have somebody that can check Draymond on the floor, because a lot of these close games, I don't know if you noticed, we lose them, not because we didn't have talent or the firepower on the floor. It's because either Dre or Curry makes these stupid, boneheaded turnovers in those crucial times.
Hey, May. Yeah, finish up, May.
Yeah, we love May.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
And then one more thing is, I love that Pods, it gets they go over crazy on Pajemski about how horrible he is and whatever. But even when going back in his breakout year last year, his best times was because he was with another primary ball handler. This will also help Pods. This will help Kuminga as well, because imagine having to learn from a person just exactly as athletic as he is, well, not at this age at least, but as he was, and how to use angles, where to find your spots. This is going to help him tremendously. And I feel like Kuminga coming off the bench actually helps him in a sense, because if he is on the floor with Butler, without Draymond on the floor, or only with Draymond on the floor, I feel like they will create really great decisions. Even in the second half, if we notice with Butler, he knows what the game needs in the moment.
There's thanks a lot, May. We got a lot. We got
shout out Hubie Brown and May.
Other people to get to, but
about the Klay Thompson stuff, I would just tell her, go listen to the great R&B singer Teddy Pendergrass. Love TKO, Steiny, and one of his fine lines in there was, "You gotta let it go," and that's the stuff that you gotta let go. All that stuff is water under the bridge. Jimmy's here. She's made a lot of great points, and let's enjoy it.
Well,
you gotta let it go.
To me, what she was saying is everybody's loving Jimmy Butler right now. Everybody's loving Jimmy Butler right now. But if, things get a little shady, I think she's saying that people are absolutely going to kill Jimmy Butler.
Right.
And that's what she's down on, I think, is what I heard. You know, the one thing, I was talking to a media guy in Chicago and asking him about Butler. You know, what's Butler like? Because he knew him from Chicago. And he just said, Jimmy's a lot. He's a lot. And so, you know, we are just getting to know this guy. We saw a little bit of his talent on Saturday, and things look great right now, but
oh, no doubt.
And I'm not saying things are going to go awry, but you know, it's one game, and let's see how they play these 3 games before the All-Star break.
And I hope I'm not coming in here saying, Steiny, get the parade ready. The bottom line was reality for the Golden State Warriors were, and kind of still is, but I feel better about the challenge is you were about to embark on the 2nd straight year of not making the playoffs for a litany of reasons. But now you've just given your team a shot in the arm with an alpha male like Draymond Green, but the ability to put the ball in the bucket, score, pass, play make, and all that stuff was on display. One game, one half, but it just feels better. So if they don't get to their goals, it'll be more disappointing, but it won't because the team didn't stop and get gas. They got high octane in Jimmy Butler, and we'll see where the vessel ends, Donnie.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Pat, how you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
And Goo, I have to say you were right. I was questioning you last week about this whole Butler thing, but in one game I've started to become a little bit of a believer already. So I got to hand it to your instincts there. I guess the one thing I was really impressed with him was, you know, they always talk about him making other players better. And sometimes I look at that and go, I don't even really know what that means exactly. But when you watch that game, now I kind of grasp more what that means. Because that's exactly what I thought he did. His passing was as strong, physically as strong as Draymond, but even more accurate, and he's got great vision on the court, and I was just really impressed with that. And he's a guy that, obviously makes really smart decisions, but you can imagine, having post a 7-footer outside and Curry outside and Butler running to the basket next to Kuminga heading to the basket. It's like, it could be some good times there, So they look really good. I was very impressed with Butler. I don't agree with that other caller. I mean, I think his transactions have been much more significant than Butler's. I've had a little bit of I think Butler brings some controversy around him, but when Butler shows up in the playoffs, it's playoff Butler, and we know what Draymond has cost us some playoffs because he just got himself thrown out of games and whatnot. So that's a little unforgivable for me, but I'm optimistic. I just hope that he can continue because if we looked at the first half, we'd say bad trade, and we looked at the second half, we'd say great trade.
Exactly.
So what's going to happen in a couple of weeks? So, but I'm more optimistic than I was when they first announced the trade. So, I have to hand it to you. I hope you're right.
It's early.
Yeah,
it's early.
Thanks, Pat.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I think of a play, Stoney Butler was coming baseline and just threw a pass that I didn't even see coming, a bounce pass to Looney for the finish, and Looney laid it right up. Just like, I know it's just a pass, an assist, right? But the gravity that he has, Stoney just hit it to Looney like, okay, man.
Yeah, I mean, no other way to put it. Terrific debut for Jimmy Butler, and now the Warriors. See, this is kind of what I'm interested in.
I got to hand it to your instincts there.
They've got 3 games in 4 days.
Yeah,
they got Jimmy Butler, who's been out for a month or so. They've got Steph Curry and Draymond Green, who have been load managed. I want to see how they handle this week. I want to see if they have a shot at winning the next 2 games without the guys who are playing. But even if those guys were playing, they were a chance to show that this team's improved. Now they get Milwaukee without Giannis. They get Dallas without Anthony Davis.
That's huge, twice.
This is exactly these are the exact kind of games you got to take advantage of if you're the Golden State Warriors.
So you would understand any loss. I overreact. But if I come in here tomorrow and somehow they lose to a Milwaukee team with no Giannis. I think that's, and this isn't about Butler. I think the Warriors didn't handle their business and missed an opportunity. Like,
well, how can you say that before the game? I mean, maybe Minnesota, maybe Damian Lillard has 70 tonight. Who knows?
Curry's questionable too.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
So, I mean, should they win the games tonight? And
Vegas got them favored by, if you care, 5.5.
Okay.
Yeah. But I hear you. They're in a good spot to reel off some here.
But this is where
one game at a time. I know
we can't fall into the trap of like if he looks terrible tonight, he looks terrible tonight. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. It doesn't mean the trade was terrible, and a great game Saturday doesn't necessarily mean the trade was great. It's going to all depend on the next 30 games. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I agree with Steiny, though, about Kuminga coming off the bench and we believe. I said we was going to be we believe when they traded Clay, and it was on Kerr. Like, the difference in the first half and the second half was Kerr. He's made his defensive changes. He put Draymond on the Bulls version of AD. I don't want to chop his name up. And then let them play free on offense, and they went on a 67-18 run. So now is he going to let them play more free on offense and focus on the defensive strategy? Then they got a chance to get that 6th seed and see what happens, because it's about matchups. What Andrew Wiggins is a great system player. Jimmy Butler is a matchup problem. So if you look at the West, now they have matchup problems. Who's going to guard Steph? Who's going to guard Jimmy? Is it going to be if it's OKC, is Dort going to stay on Steph? Now is SGA going to guard Jimmy? Who's going to guard Jimmy? Same with the Lakers. You got LeBron, Luka, and then the only problem is Denver. They don't want to see Denver in that first round because they don't have nothing for Jokic. But after that, we believe is on Kerr, and Kuminga got to come. He's got to take Jordan Poole's spot. That 20 points off the bench, that energy, that young energy, boom. You can throw him in the 3, 4, 5 off the bench. He gives Kerr options. So to me, it's on Kerr right now at this point.
Appreciate the call, Christian.
I like that, but
appreciate the call.
It's not really. It's part of it on Kerr, but it's on Kuminga to take advantage too.
Steve Kerr probably is going to lean into this. Like, this is his kind of player. A veteran player who's got pedigree. We're gonna ride those three big time.
Yeah.
Into the whatever it is.
Gets a lot of his points in the restricted areas.
Into the 11th seed, into the 10th seed, into the 6th seed. Who knows? I'm also interested, like, what happens when Jimmy Butler, like, what does a bad game from Jimmy Butler look like? Because I have a feeling. It exists. Well, I have a feeling Jimmy Butler's poor game is still a little bit more impactful than an Andrew Wiggins poor game. It feels like just about the only thing that defined Wiggins was what he shot from the field and if he was making threes. I got to believe that Butler, scoring's only one thing, one aspect of his game. And
playmaking.
I think, he definitely was a factor on Saturday. Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco.
Let's see if he changed his tune.
What's up, Mystic?
Guru, I'm changing my tune. I'm singing like I don't know who. Like you were totally right, man. It's a great fit. And the thing that I totally underestimated with Jimmy was his ball handling. It's his ball handling. Yeah, we knew he could score. Yeah, we knew he'd get to the line. That's fantastic. We knew he'd be a somebody who could check Draymond or be a foil for Draymond in some regards. But the ball handling, he's a better ball handler running, facilitating the offense than Steph Curry. He's a better ball handler running, facilitating the offense than Draymond Green. And like one of the callers said, he's a future template for Jonathan Kuminga. I am super excited to see those two guys play together. Because in this league, you got to have two wings that can defend, get to the line, and score. You got that with those two guys. My question is, what happens to Draymond Green? Because Jimmy Butler handles the ball in the same spots that Draymond handles it, and the defense can't sag off of him. So instead of having Draymond in the spot at the mid post at the top of the key, and now the Warriors are playing 4 against 5 because the defender's roaming,
Now you got a guy who commands a double team in that spot, which makes it 5-on-4 the other way. So I think that Draymond is the guy who needs to move over, playing short spurts, and Kuminga should be playing next to Jimmy buckets. That's my view. I don't think they'll do that because they don't want to pay Kuminga. But we'll see.
Mystic, I hear you, man.
Appreciate it, Mystic. I mean, bringing Kuminga off the bench is a way to keep his value down a little bit, you would think. But if it dovetails with Steve Kerr thinking that's their better team, then that's what's going to happen, I think. Yeah. I do like the the Warriors run a lot of their offense through Draymond. Now maybe the Warriors run a lot of their offense through Butler.
And I'll take that all day, every day, like an Apple update, Stoney.
Yeah. Let's go to John in the city. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy? How about a little? John was going to give us a dose of reality.
That was dig for a meal, I thought.
I said what I said. Maybe he's been overwhelmed by the positivity because he wanted to talk about how trash the Bulls are.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So,
well, who cares? They were up 24.
Yeah, I guess. Steph Curry on Jimmy Butler's first game.
I mean, he's been out for a minute, and I know he was excited to get back out there. Just the idea that, again, you can throw it to him on the block, you can take advantage of matchups. You got to the free throw line, which is something we struggle with. Just making the right play, making the right reads. At the end of the day, like the way that we play, we do have to kind of adjust a little bit to slowing down and understanding where he's going to be, get him in his comfort zone. But most of the time throughout the game, if he gets stops, you run. It's just playing good basketball, and he obviously can do that at a very high level.
I mean, the last time the Warriors were successful, they had a guy that you could just kind of throw the ball to, and he could either create a shot for himself or somebody else, and that was Kevin Durant.
Yes, sir, Steiny.
And so we'll see if Jimmy Butler can be that kind of player for the Golden State Warriors.
I love it.
Again.
And that's the most upbeat, tone-wise, I've heard the chef in a minute.
Yeah, this is Jimmy Butler on the spacing of this team right now.
There's so much space out there on the floor, too, that I just get to do what I do best. So I'm happy to drive in there and kick the ball out whenever I don't have a layup or I can't get fouled. Game is very, very, very simple here, and they make it so easy for me. They're looking to get me going all the time. So I just got to do my job, put the ball in the basket or get to the free throw line.
All right, Jimmy Butler.
They make it easy for me.
They made it easy for him.
Yeah. Well, excuse me. Yeah, but the goal is to keep that up. 20-10, Steiny.
7 from the 7-1-8. Jimmy will always create advantages for the team, even when he isn't making shots. Wiggins doesn't create advantages, so when his shot isn't falling, he isn't impactful. Okay? Yeah, the whole Draymond Butler thing, and I mean, they're both competitive guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how much.
And Draymond had 7 assists, led the team.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm forget.
Well, now you
can't get mad at me.
You're kind of hanging me out to dry at 11:20.
I didn't mean to do that.
1:11.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. One more segment remaining before we get to the crossover. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
I got to hand it to your instincts there.
Dan Dibley here with my good friend Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we're talking about weight loss and
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we keep giving away stuff on 95.7 The Game, and here's your chance to go to Vegas. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas. And $20,000, that's right, $20,000. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour. That's your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. Also, don't forget, coming up in the crossover, your chance to win 2 tickets to the Rising Stars game this Friday, 2 tickets to the All-Star practices on Saturday at Oracle. So listen during the crossover, which is from 1:50 to 2:10, and you can win tickets to the Rising Stars game on Friday and the practices on Saturday.
Let's go, baby.
Evan, you got something to tell us?
Oh, it's just a small piece of news. According to, I think it's ESPN, Farhan Zaidi has taken a job as a special advisor with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh.
He's headed home.
That's nice.
No EDD.
That's not what I was talking about, though. Oh. I'm talking about Angela
Bassett?
She's
close,
straight.
Bot. Hello to Evan Giddings. I got a chance to meet your mom over the weekend at Mill's Celebration of Life. Told her I was a big fan of yours and Steiny and Guru. What? Angela.
Oh, yeah, my mom did mention that. Thank you for listening, Angela.
Yeah,
Appreciate
so she
that.
met your mom, and Angela told your mom she likes you and the show. So there you go. Thanks, Angela.
The world's a lot smaller than you think, Steiny.
What do you mean by that?
You meet people you didn't think you'd meet, and this was at a celebration of life for someone who's passed, and I didn't know that our circles connected as closely as apparently they do.
Nice.
That is the beautiful part about life, man.
Couple interesting thoughts from the 718. They have to play through Draymond, otherwise teams won't guard him. Right after that, same guy. They have to play through Draymond, otherwise teams don't guard him. They will have to dig out how to maximize Jimmy while Draymond isn't being unguarded.
Wasn't a problem when they had Durant.
Well,
I understand it's a different type of game, but I'm all in, baby.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we've been talking about Jimmy Butler's great start for the Golden State Warriors, 25 in his debut. And now the Warriors play the Milwaukee Bucks
tonight.
You get to see your boy.
That would be
Kyle Kuzma.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Now he gets to play some meaningful basketball. So I think he's in a good spot. But Dame Dollar. Yeah, Dame Dollar from Oakland, who will be in the 3-point contest with Buddy Buckets.
Have we gotten to the bottom of why Steph's not in the
it's hurting
3-point
more.
contest?
It's hurting more as it gets closer.
You think he's scared?
I don't know. Right, Evan? No. You got to do it at home.
It's a lot of pressure.
Dibs Friday during the What's Bugging You, he hit it out the park. But Steiny, this thing is taking on a life of its own. I assumed it. And Norm told me only asses assume, son. But I do it with the best of them. What's your take? Why would he say no at home Saturday night? And let's put a rat on the table. The first one of the day brought to you by Atco Pest Control. The 3-point contest is the new dunk contest. That thing is so stale. The 3-point contest is still alive and well. No chef at home?
We don't have the ha-ha.
The home base?
I don't know why he's not participating.
Let's go, buddy.
Maybe he's participating because he's fallen prey to people like you.
Now, hold on.
Who were so scared that he was going to play in the Olympics.
Which he
and
did.
get all tired And so maybe he's saying, you know what, I'll appease fans like Guru, and I won't participate in anything strenuous.
Dude,
over
you're
the
not
All-Star
running a
break.
mile. You're shooting. You do this in your sleep on the Kamal.
Well,
come on.
Technically, it's a back-to-back. He's He's going to play on Sunday. Celebrini said no.
Hey, I'm all in about the festivities, and Evan and I already got our itinerary, Steiny, so you can come if you want. But the bottom line is, as excited as I am for Sunday's game, it's like a 24-hour pickup.
What?
All the one team's going to be on the side. I'm not excited.
Exactly.
I'm scared. I'm scared to watch what you could see at the local pickup facility.
What is wrong with you?
I don't want to watch. Every All-Star game's been an All-Star game. East-West. Now we got, hey, this team, Team C, it's your turn. What?
You picked the wrong word. You're really scared? You said, I'm scared.
No, what's the word?
You tell me what the word is.
When you think something bad's going to happen and you just got to go watch it. You went to college?
Thinking from the head up.
Sounds like it's a train wreck.
Well, hey, I'm looking for Priest. So are we. How you feel about Jimmy Buckets?
He's too
forget that.
There you go.
I like him as a player, man. We appreciate talent. You do too. And that's why I appreciate you today. But a lot of people want to just...
It's getting on my nerves.
No, so this is going to really bother you. A lot of people want to send the soup back that you made. There's just one ingredient missing from your We Believe comp. And I just hate it. Like,
too bad.
We Believe was doubted.
This is yes, so is this.
Jimmy.
That's right. There, you think fans in other markets think the Warriors are going to jump up to 5 now?
Now, I'll give you
Nobody.
that.
No chance.
I'll give you that.
Nobody's scared of this move if you're you're not a Golden State Warrior.
Now, if they run off 7 of 8.
Good for them. They'll be up to 7.
Well, they're tied for 9th.
Yeah.
Could be an 8th,
but they're listed at 11.
They
That's
went 27 and 12. They went 27 and 12 last year.
Damn.
And still wound up in what? 9?
Whoa, man.
10.
But San Antonio, who we thought were going to be on their butts. Yeah.
Do you allow for any kind of adjustment period?
I made it up.
I mean, Jesus.
But, Steiny, there can be you can't. Like San Antonio, you have no business losing to Charlotte. I'm just sorry. I don't care if Evan or you are out there. Come on now. You got CP3.
What do you guys think about Hornets legend Dalton Connect?
I just feel bad for the kid. But maybe he'll go out there and average 15 and 6, Donnie.
Where?
In Charlotte.
Oh, boy.
Wait, what?
Oh, boy.
All right. I see the other head that Rich had. Sunday was a long day. I know he got nicks. And he's back with, hey, I missed that this morning. That's what, Evan, you had the joke. And I'm like, what? It's not funny. I get it now. Oh, man. How would you feel if you're him?
As a rookie, you got to deal with it.
But when it was all said and done, you were blessed that this thing got nixed.
Well, he would have had more of an opportunity in Charlotte.
I thought he was making a good thing for his. I thought the Lakers should be happy with him.
They were, but they need size. Got to give to get. 415, I thought that trade got rescinded. No, it did. It did.
Oh, man. Come on, man. We having a good day. I mean, this morning when Evan was bringing them up, I'm like, what am I missing?
Tell you what, let's get into this a little. Let's talk about what a LaMelo Ball Dalton Connect backcourt would look like. Oh boy, they're gonna be. They're gonna be. Let's go to Daryl in San Jose.
Yeah, we need another.
Hey, Daryl, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right,
Steiny.
Hey,
Steiny, stop with the Prince and the Luther stuff, and you sound good, but you kind of fading a little bit on that.
On what?
On some of the singing that Guru's been doing. Guru's been just chiming out, man.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, Daryl. Brother.
What I want to talk about is a missing piece, a couple of missing pieces that it looks like the Warriors may have from what I saw in Jimmy's first game. I know it's his first game back. I know he was tired. He did the interview on, the Bay Area channel. Looked like he might have had a little bit of back strain. But I was saying before when I first was trying to get on is that I think they need another piece or two. Now, we'll find out if Curry does play tonight against the really good teams coming up. They're right in the middle of a pack for defense. That needs to be better. But what I was really saying is that Moody and Pops need to pick up their scoring. They need to add more to their scoring because if Jimmy is out or Curry doesn't play, that's going to be the equalizer right there. If they can pick up their scoring and add to that, then Curry doesn't have to do as much heavy weightlifting. He did a lot, even when Butler was there in the third quarter against Chicago.
24.
He shouldn't have had to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, he shouldn't have had to do that. So if we can get Moody or Pods to pick up their scoring by 5-7 points on average, I think that's going to keep Curry from having to try to push us over the edge. But
that makes sense.
Dunleavy picking up some stuff in the summer, we're right on track. You got to pick up that stuff, though. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Daryl. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Pods has picked up his scoring.
That's where I was going.
This from the 650. Connect is going back to the Lakers.
Hello.
The trade never went through.
I understand that. I just was had a brain fart on Connect's logistics. I know he's back in L.A. Good for him.
You know what? I think
Moody had a bad game, Steiny. 2 of 11. He was letting them fly. But Pods, to your point, and the caller's point real quick here, he had 29 against the Lakers, a career high. Not so much 8 points after that game, but I thought he was more than serviceable Saturday. 16 points.
You know why he's not this guy's right. 7-1-8. The reason he's not participating is because of his thumb, I'll bet you.
Think so?
Yeah, I kind of do. 7-1-8. I'm going to credit you on that one.
So why is he playing Sunday?
I'll let you tackle it.
You know why? Because the league's making him. Because he was voted a starter. They're making him. He's got to do something All-Star weekend. He's the only reason we're having it here. Because we've got Steph Curry.
No, we got the Super Bowl here next year. That's like you said, the only reason we're
in Santa Clara.
Wait.
What?
Pods and TJD.
What about them?
They're performing this weekend.
There you go.
I know, but I'm saying they told Steph, hey, Steph.
Yeah, Pat Spencer's in the Rising Stars game, too.
Dude, my man he's a player, man.
Trace Jackson-Davis out of the rotation, but into the Rising Stars game.
So you were a bit flummoxed just a second ago. The caller said put some respect on.
Yeah, I don't know. What was he saying?
I said Teddy Pendergrass had a verse in one of the songs, TKO, and he said, you got to let it go. And I basically hit the note, and he was just giving me my propers.
Stop!
I got you.
Wow. When it comes from you, Evan, it hurts. It does.
Let's hear what Steve Kerr said about Jimmy Butler.
Pretty fun having Jimmy on our team. Yeah, he's an amazing player.
Fun.
The ability to get fouled, it just settles the game for us at key times. But I'm most impressed with his passing. I just think his passing changes everything. He connects the game, and he does it from anywhere. He'll dive down to the post, catch it down there, or he'll pass off the dribble, or he'll just make the quick swing. So the skill, the strength, the ability to get to the free throw line, and then in the end he goes beyond that. It's his just his presence out there. He's a lion out there. He is a force.
Translation: Wiggins couldn't pass.
But yeah, hey,
what?
This ain't even
No, yeah, it is.
I think that was a cheap shot.
On who? At who?
Wiggins. You doing it, not Kurt. He wasn't. He needed therapy when he talked about the other night when the trade went down. I told you, but I like where the Warriors are at.
Can Wiggins make a play off the dribble?
I would give him a 6.5, 7.
No,
and it's not his fault.
I give him why not? Why isn't it his fault?
Because he never got that to his game.
Well, that's his fault. It's his fault.
I'm not going to hold the players accountable. Evan, come on. I'm focused on what he does positive. But
well, you can give it up now because he's a Heat player, so now you can rip him.
No, I can't. He plays tonight. I can't wait.
No, rip Wiggins now.
I'll never rip Wiggins.
And then go overboard with Jimmy Butler, because now he's ours.
No,
he's ours.
But
Wiggins stunk here. Let's face it. He
Shut up!
Is that
Hey,
what
the dude won the 2022.
No, I mean that's what we do around here. Wiggins is gone. Let's bury him.
No,
Jimmy Butler's a lion. I thought he was a dog.
That's on you, Steiny.
What?
I'm doing all the hip stuff, Evan. You gotta be quick. I'll tell you what, real quick, something I saw yesterday. This is #random. Speaking of let it go, Steiny, if you got dreads, you can't have your ceiling missing. If you got a bald spot, you can't have dreads. I said it. Go ahead, Steiny.
Who are you talking about?
Michael Irvin. I said, look at my man. His locks are long and then just a hole back there. You can't have dreads and have the ceiling missing. I would tell him and my friends, you got to let it go. Cut it off.
God.
LeBron cut his.
I think the last thing a guy with hair should do is make fun of somebody who's losing their hair. I would never do that.
Steiny, I'm just saying, hey, when you're losing it, you take it off. You don't try to do. Man, out here, I'm like twisted up like loonies, and you see the camera in the back, and I'm like, Michael? I'm gonna send him a thing on IG. Like, Mike, you gotta take him down, bro.
Right,
let it go.
So Guru's one of these guys who mocked Manu Ginobili for 3 years.
I hated looking at it. I wanted him to just take it down.
It's not the Ginobilis.
Unbelievable.
It's the Urlachers. It's the guys that have been bald, are going bald, are clearly heading towards baldness.
Stop it.
And use extracurricular reasons to not go bald.
Oh, man. Derek White did it, Steiny, from Boston. He just let it go. Looks good. Michael, you too old for that now, and I love you.
Who are you talking about?
Michael Irvin.
Oh.
Oh, my God.
I love you, Mike.
Jimmy Butler. Hey, did you hear the head coach called you a lion?
I appreciate it, but I think we got a lot of those lines. Draymond probably being the biggest one. He's always barking at somebody in a good way because he wants to win, and he wants to win every possession, and he wants to win every single game. Home, road, doesn't matter. And I like that. I like that fireness that everybody has. Tonight was one of many, so we want to get it rolling.
What about a Tuesday in New Orleans?
He'll be ready.
He doesn't want.
The lion sights out the other lion. Just like the Animal Channel, alpha males. Somebody told me, Goo, can you lose that? That's what he is. And he asked, you're a lion. But he pointed out the other lions, Donnie.
Draymond, yeah, he wants to win every game. The same guy who said he can't get up for games in March even, I think. He doesn't even care in March. Draymond hasn't even started caring
That was
yet.
a throwaway line by Dre.
Of course, because it was a Warrior who said it.
Shocked you talking to me.
I get it. Steph Curry asked if Butler's presence was felt immediately.
Yeah, you play against him, like he's a guy that you have to worry about at all times. And he can dominate a game in a lot of different ways. I'm sure from like a vocal standpoint, he's still getting comfortable. We were still having good conversation on the sideline, trying to figure stuff out. Not trying to overcomplicate it either, but for him, like he made his presence felt across the board. And having played against him, seeing the success that he has had as a winner, there's a reason he's been to 2 finals. There's a reason, he has the reputation that he has. And again, 1 game, great start. I just like the different look he provided for sure.
All right, that was Steph Curry after the win in Chicago on Saturday.
Fair to say the vibes are good around the team?
You know what? What do
do
you care? You were the same guy who, when they said the vibe is good, you have that famous soundbite. You don't care about vibes.
Because things weren't
Evan,
good.
Can you help, please? Can you help?
Evan, man.
There's a lot of them I'm trying to go through right now.
Yeah, I mean, now the vibes are important.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph, and we got buckets. Jimmy buckets. That's what's different, Steiny. Yeah, I felt like the vibes weren't good, and they weren't. They were just saying what they were supposed to, and they went and did a trade. And right now, we're all kind of like, man, where could this thing go? But you asked me, because it hit me, Scotty, just give me a 7. I told Dre at Tipsy Putt Thursday night for our view party.
You told Dre?
Yeah, our guy Dre. Remember you said you know him real well?
Oh, Dre.
Yeah, Dre.
Not Draymond Green.
Oh, yeah, Dre. That just getting a set, we both agreed, a 7-game series would suffice for me as far as being a good season, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see him win that first series.
And that ain't going to be easy.
If they get there.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
If they get there. We'll find out. Let's listen to more Jimmy Butler.
I know, but, I've been in Miami for, 6 years damn near. So it's kind of like I know what I'm supposed to be doing, but I kind of go back to what we were doing over there, and I got to get that out of my mind very, very quickly. But they understand, and they're, barking at me, hey, no, this is how we do it, this is how you got to do it. It'll come with time. Hopefully that time is Monday, that I don't make as many mistakes. But I will say that I am trying.
Saying all the right things. Jimmy Butler. What are the similarities between the Warriors and the Heat?
It's one and the same, but it always helps whenever you have everybody on the roster, everybody on the coaching staff continually telling me to be who I am, be myself, and it'll work out just fine. So, I was trying to do what I thought was right, and then it was like, oh, well, everybody's telling me to be me, so go do it. And then I think we played a little bit better because I was out there being myself.
I mean, that's part of the deal, that they want Jimmy Butler to be a number 1A, whatever you want to put it. But Jimmy Butler's walked onto this team, and he is now one of their top 2 players. There's no doubt about it. And we'll see what happens. Great start on Saturday. Steiny, can you at least admit there is no big dog in the West? OKC's unproven, and Denver doesn't have a legitimate number 2. I mean, I actually don't think that the West is wide open. I mean, I think the teams I think Oklahoma City's good. And I think Denver's good. Who's third? Houston, we'll have to see. They're a young team. But I think now
Memphis.
I forgot about Memphis.
Yeah, but we got to worry about street closed jaw. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
they're playing without him, but when I think of Memphis down there, I think of him,
Yeah. We'll see who can stay healthy down the stretch,
and
too.
Chet Holmgren came back, looked like he didn't skip a beat.
Stay right there, because on the other side, on the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, it's your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase. That's on Friday night, and also the All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. We're giving away 2 tickets to both events during the crossover. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. I'm scared of Willard.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life Source Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt and no frequent maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99.
I'm fed up with all this vibe crap. We want buckets, Steph.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. It is crossover time, and it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Also coming up in the next 20 minutes, your chance to win 2 tickets to the Rising Stars game at Chase Center on Friday, and then the All-Star practices on Saturday. When you hear this sounder, Jimmy Buckets. When you hear Jimmy Buckets.
Is that you?
Yeah. I got it out of. I said I was going to do it one time. One time.
Okay.
One time.
That was good.
All right. Yeah, that's good.
Jimmy Buckets is the key word. So when you hear Jimmy Buckets, call into the contest line. And I have that number handy today, I believe. No, I don't. 415-523-4652. It's not that line?
What? Not yet.
It's not?
No. You don't. I'm just giving it to him now.
He had that
Don't
right.
call in right now.
Oh, no, don't
But
call
I'll give you
in.
the number. 415-523-4652 when you hear Jimmy Buckets. And you're going to those events.
Yeah, don't call now.
No, don't call now.
Well, because I've lived the life that they live back there behind the glass. I was a behind the glass guy for many years, and these are the times where people who aren't listening, they hear the number and they just call. And so you either have to ignore them or block the lines, or it becomes a little bit of a frustration sensation. So yeah, don't call now, but get your fingers ready now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, boys.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Tell him about the big bet you won, Steiny. He hadn't rubbed my face in it all day.
Well, we know. He doesn't need to tell us. We were here for it.
Yeah, we were.
We remember the day that we told you. That's not a great bet.
No.
It's not a great bet.
That was a shocker to me. The final, just everything about the game.
Yes. What an awful Super Bowl. What an absolutely awful, awful Super Bowl.
Unless you're an Eagle fan.
I mean, sure. I 24-0, 23 yards at halftime.
Who saw that?
Nobody. And so I sort of walked away with this question. It was like, it felt like we were all expecting that Chiefs game to come some point all year. We predicted it week 12 and 13 and 14, and it never happened. And then we got to the playoffs and we gave up. We're like, oh, okay, fine. I don't see it, but I guess they're good. I don't understand how they're doing what they're doing, but they do it, and Mahomes is good in the fourth. So I guess the Chiefs are just the best. And then all of a sudden in the Super Bowl, there came the effort that we had been predicting would come all year.
And not only the effort, it was the first time, Dibs and Steiny, if you followed the Chiefs all year, Mahomes, they had their blueprint. Shout out Jay-Z on winning close games. But you could get to Mahomes. I seen him how the hell did he get up? 1,000,000 times he got up. But yesterday, I think the Eagles hit him, that pressure. He wasn't punch drunk, but I could tell it was on his mind. I'm just getting rid of the pigskin. I don't care where it goes, because I'm getting pummeled, and it happened for 60 minutes.
Well, it happened for 30 minutes, and by the time it happened for 30 minutes, that game was over.
Damn.
And I looked at the halftime stats, and I believe they had 3 carries for 3 yards.
Hadn't been to midfield.
3 carries. So you couldn't run it, and you couldn't pass it, because every time you drop back, there was at least 2 or 3 Eagles all up in your business. You couldn't block. You couldn't run block, and the 2 times you had Travis Kelce open in the first half, you underthrew him.
That was bad.
Even when there were plays to be made, and there weren't a lot of them, he didn't make the plays.
Do you know how many times at the end of the game, how many times he had handed off? Do you know how many times?
At the end of the game?
By the end of the game.
6?
Those were 7.
Okay, yeah.
7. And none of those running backs got to 10 yards.
Well, I saw early on.
Nobody had 10.
So
what?
Just an honest reveal at the half. I'm looking at the live line because I had the Eagles. I bet the Eagles plus 1.5, and I thought, okay, this one's in the house. And I looked at the live line, and I'm like, ooh, Chiefs plus 7, and the over/under was 24.5. So I did a little parlay. Chiefs minus 7, rather. I apologize. Chiefs minus 7 to the over, and so I'm thinking, all right, Chiefs get the ball. Come out.
Oh, no doubt.
Take your time.
Here we go.
Establish the run. March it on down. Get a score. And they could not. And so I was watching early on. It's like Pacheco for 5, right away. Okay, IP. Get it done. And then the next time it was like Pacheco for 1 or Pacheco for 0. Turned out Kansas City won the second half by 6, I believe.
When you can get home rushing 4, like the Niners did in their first Super Bowl, the iteration of themselves, it's everything. And that's what Philly did. 4. And was getting pressure.
Yep.
Man. Nick Sorensen was somewhere like, see?
Yeah. Well, and I do want to
rush 4. Like, that's the key.
Can we go to that just real quick? And I know it's going to be a lot of our show and a lot of the next month, but my feeling from yesterday was a little bit of FOMO. Like, I want what they have, Philly, which is an offensive line that was 1,700 pounds of man, and that's Greg Cosell who broke that down to us last week, and also a defensive front that with 4, not only can you get home, but you're going to ruin the game. So as we all look at it from Niner fans' perspective, that's what you want.
You got to make some acquisitions then, because they don't have that on the defensive side.
Either side, you don't have
yes,
no
they
doubt.
do. And I would start with Myles Garrett. That was my takeaway from that game yesterday. And I know
if you could,
the draftniks all say that this is just a drunk with defensive linemen draft. So that's wonderful. And the Niners may, and I would say probably, will go that route. But
I hear you. If you could get it done, come on now.
And the one advantage, there's an advantage for the Niners tucked into this Myles Garrett conversation, and it's a big one. And it's this. Myles wants a Super Bowl ring, right? So he is targeting contenders. So we even have the odds of who is going to acquire Myles Garrett. And the Niners, I think, are third or fourth on the list. But it's all the teams you'd expect. Washington and Detroit and all of these teams, the teams that you think might contend. Well, 2 things the Niners have that not all the other teams do. First of all, Cleveland's going to want him the heck out of the conference. So they're going to want to send him to the NFC. And the other thing is, of all these supposed contenders, the Niners are the only ones who stunk this year. So these other teams can offer their first-round draft pick. It's 26, 27, 28, 29. The Niners have 11. So I'm offering that.
Along with Deebo.
Well, sure.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
I couldn't believe that.
I would.
Where'd that come from?
And 11 won't be enough by itself.
Oh yeah.
But I would start there, and I would try to figure out how someone would stop that defense.
He put you right back in it.
I'm not giving up 11 for Myles Garrett. If you draft somebody at 11 who is good, maybe he's not quite Myles Garrett, who's on a Hall of Fame track. You got 5 years of the 11th pick. So whether he's a tackle or an edge rusher or a 3 technique, whatever he is, you've got him at much less. And I know Myles Garrett doesn't make a ton, but you got 5 years, actually 4 years, plus a 5th-year option of team control. I'm not giving up 11 for Myles Garrett.
I'll take 2 years of I know this man is a stud.
And I'll be in that same line.
This is a turn.
What he would do.
Absolute stud. I mean, what if the guy you get at number 11's last name is Kinlaw? How you feeling? There's no way to know who you're getting. You know,
and how long it'll take.
I get your point.
Oh, what if it's what if it's Buckner?
Well, and even if it is,
right?
like it's probably going to take him a minute. Like he's going to be a rookie. Everybody wants to win right now.
Dude is a beast.
I would definitely.
It's going to cost more than that, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but probably only like add in maybe a third, something like that.
Because the owner's like, and I know it's owner talk. We're not trading them, but yeah,
of course they're trading
until you get the right.
Yeah, they're trading them. Just like the Niners are going to trade Deebo because Deebo wants to be traded, and Mark and I were going back and forth in the green room about what that will be and what it likely is behind the scenes, and he's either getting cut or traded or restructured. And if you're Deebo, you want to get traded because when you get traded, that contract goes with you.
Yeah. So it comes. It's on me to like on me.
We all.
Can you get a third for Deebo, guys?
What do you think? There's 4 of us here, Stein.
What do you think's going to be the price for Deebo Samuel?
Not a lot.
That's what I was made. A third, maybe.
Not much. I actually think
2 years ago it would have been through the roof.
What do you guys all think? That's true. The Niners waited a year too long on the wide receiver thing. They waited a year too long. They flirted with this all last offseason. Is it Ayuk? Is it Deebo? What do we want to do? They did actually, as it turns out, the worst thing they could have done, which was sign Ayuk to an inflated deal, then watch him get hurt, and then have Deebo's value fall through the floor. That was absolutely not the parlay you're looking for on this one. What do you guys think about this, though? The whole thing to me felt very coordinated. In other words, it was too fluffy and kind, this trade demand. Schefter comes out with a tweet. Deebo says, I talked to Kyle. It was just a great relationship. I was practically in tears when I told him that I just feel like it's time for a new spot. And the Niners are immediately like, cool, good with us. Like, I don't know. We'll get a read on this. Tim Kawakami's going to join us in an hour. I know he's tapped in on it, but feels to me like the Niners went to Deebo and said, look, one of three things is going to happen here. We're going to trade you, we're going to cut you, or you're going to take a pay cut. Well, pay cut is off the table.
Okay.
A cut is kind of that's an ego slap. And so a trade is the thing. And for being a good Niner, the Niners said, you announce it. You go ahead. You announce that you want to trade, and we'll work on it with you right away. Like that, it just felt coordinated to me. There's no butting of heads.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Jimmy Buckets! All right, there it is. That's your call to win 2 tickets to the Rising Stars game and the practice on Saturday. Call 415-523-4652. Caller number 5. You're going to the practice on Saturday, the Rising Stars game on Friday. There you go.
Are we allowed to borrow that sounder for our show?
415-523-4652. Jimmy Buckets. Sure. You can do that.
Your thoughts, Dibs? Because I'll go to you first just on Jimmy Buckets. I've been telling him, you've been listening, I hope. I am ecstatic. I felt like Durant was out there, not with the results, just the fact that the Warriors had another dog on the court that does things in the mental game, in the mental box score that maybe a guy like Wiggins didn't. Do you leave them for dead still as far as having a shot to do something in the playoffs with this acquisition? And it's bigger kind of than just the first game, but just it was a reminder of who he is.
Yep, small sample, but if you look at everyone else and how they played, like Quentin Post was knocking down threes and Pods was playing with vibrancy, going to the basket. And so if you want to look at all the rest of the bit players or the others, as you would call them, if they all play like that regularly, then yeah, you may have actually some action. But what Jimmy does and what he brought was that
That's all I'm talking about.
And that heft and that
Swag.
downhill, that IDGAF kind of basketball.
I love it.
And this is not about him versus Andrew Wiggins because Andrew was amazing and he'll forever be a champion. And I can't wait until he returns here and the video tribute, which will be without sound, by the way. I'm being told by sources. And I'm mean-spirited, but true. What Jimmy brings is a lot more of the, dude, I'm not going quiet into that good night. And so, yeah, in a small sample, it was great. But let's also remember the first half of that game.
Oh, no doubt.
And
We do.
early third where they're down 23.
I was
dude.
sick to my stomach.
But
at the
didn't
first
Curry
half.
say we weren't built to come back? No, that was the old version of you.
Well, I just Steiny, I was with you. I got all the skepticism I need for this trade, and clearly stated all that last week. But also said, my God, I want to be wrong. I really, really want to be wrong. And so that was a good start, but it wasn't a great game. It was a great half. It was literally a great half against a very mediocre to bad team. And so that doesn't mean I'm not flicking any of it off. Yeah. We got to see more.
Oh,
right?
no, and we will tonight.
We got to see more.
Go ahead,
we got to see more. But it's a good start
because they have no room for error.
None. No, they got to win 2 out of every 3
I'm like, they're going to lose this down 24.
I mean,
I thought Dibs like, oh boy.
They're 26-26, and to get to 46, they need to go 20-10.
Damn.
And that's going to be tough, but they got to take advantage. They got to take advantage of little breaks like tonight. I mean, you go into Milwaukee without Giannis, now you got a good shot of winning that game. You go into Dallas without Anthony Davis, you got a shot at winning that game. And then you just roll the dice against Houston. But I also am interested to see just how everybody's handled this week. They got 3 out of 3 games in 4 nights. Now the All-Star breaks in back of them, so maybe the back-to-back won't be that big a deal. But I do want to see if Steph's going to play all 3 games. I know he's questionable tonight, but he was at shoot-around. I just think these next 3 games are kind of going to give us an indication of like
they got to get rolling. I mean, they got to get rolling before the break. They got to win 2 out of 3 to start this thing this week, and then they can go from there.
Well, this list of people or teams that they're playing coming up looked so daunting a week ago.
That took a hit.
But then look at it now. So tonight, Giannis out.
Major.
Wednesday, Dallas. Goodbye, Anthony Davis. The next night you play Houston. I think they've lost 7 or 8 games in a row. I don't know what's wrong with them. Something's wrong with them. Sacramento, they just lost to Aaron Fox and
won their first game over the weekend.
I know, but it was against New Orleans, I think, and they needed to rally from down double digits. Like they're not. These are teams that are suddenly they've got weak points, and you are full strength. I don't know, man. I would not be comfortable unless they win 3 of these 4 games. All right. Yeah, actually, no. There's 3 games before the All-Star break.
Right.
Yeah, you got to win at least 2 of them.
I kind of feel the same way. And, I did look at that game on Saturday and thought, you know what, the second half, they look pretty good. And if they could somehow incorporate Kuminga into this, and I don't know how they're going to do it, but then you might have a little something. But Kuminga, there's a role for him on this team. I just don't know what it is. I'm being dead serious. I don't think Steve Kerr's going to start Butler at 2. Butler at 2. Kuminga at 3. Draymond at 4.
See, that's what I'm hoping for.
No, you were so right earlier. I think that you're looking at Quentin and Draymond and Jimmy and Steph and probably Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
And that's going to be your 5. And I do wonder about Kuminga on the floor with Jimmy Butler, because when Kuminga's playing with Andrew, it's okay for Kuminga to be the alpha, the aggressive guy. But now you're playing with Jimmy Butler. It feels to me like it's going to be more difficult for Jonathan Kuminga to be that ball in my hands, go get me what I want
We
guy.
need you bad because we have nothing else.
Because you got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And you saw Jimmy even on Saturday night where, there was multiple possessions where he either commanded it on the post or he got himself to the post and he got into contact and he finished. And
that's what he does.
That's what he does.
And they diversified their portfolio, Willard, to the point of I feel like it's a boxer that now has a counter punch because now they can go to the body, having you go down. And hearing Steph say, I kind of dominated the outside, he controlled the inside. Half of his 75% of his points come from the restricted. Like, this is a match made in heaven. And Steiny, I know you're concerned about the 3-point shooting, but man, the fact that this is different, the way he plays and scores, it could be a godsend.
Maybe it's a puzzle piece that fits together. I mean, it was fun to listen to Jimmy specifically talk about the amount of space that he saw in this game. And I'm like, right. Well, maybe Chicago's just awful defensively. I don't know. But, that was fun to listen to him talk about. And so maybe it is a match made in heaven. But I think your guys' Kuminga points are strong. This is a fair question, and let me add one more piece to it. It's not just the skill set we know Jonathan to have, it's his headspace. When Jonathan comes back, what do we got right now? 30 games left? Okay, and he's going to miss probably at least this
5
week.
more.
So, 4 or 5 more. So he's going to come back with 25 games to get his extension number. He's got no leverage. And now a lot of his touches have just gone away.
And they may already know what they're going to do, Will.
Yeah, well, I don't know who else is going to offer him anything. So this is going to be tough on his mentals.
Yeah, and look, we talked a lot about Steve Kerr in the last 5 years, about how sometimes he doesn't go to young players. And now I look at this team, and now if Steve Kerr thinks they have a legitimate chance to make a run, then we know kind of the way Steve Kerr coaches. And, I made a list of the veterans. Curry, when I think about a finishing lineup, Curry, Butler, and Green are automatics.
Yep,
for sure.
They're automatics. And I know he loves Looney in there. The question is,
don't sleep on Pods.
Will he rely on a Buddy Hield over a Pods or even a Gary Payton II over somebody? That's what I'm going to be looking for when they're in their first really tight game without or with Jimmy Butler.
For me, it comes down to do you have the lead or are you trailing? Because if you have the lead, you can go with Kavan and GP2. If you're trailing, I think you go to Buddy and maybe even Pods and you try to get that scoring. If you're down 5 with 3 to go, or down 7 with 3 minutes to go. I do think it's different than if you're up 7 with 3 to go.
That was my first thought. I hope you're not down by 3. That lineup that you just mentioned.
You didn't feeling it, huh?
Looney.
Oh, no.
Draymond.
I just listed the 6
right,
veteran
but I mean, if you ended up with Looney at the 5, Draymond at the 4, and Jimmy at the 3, Steph and someone else, that someone else better be an amazing three-point shooter.
You would think.
Because you got 3 guys out there who cannot command.
Curry took 16. Butler took 1 yesterday. I love it.
Yeah. They combined for 17.
There you go.
No,
Steiny.
Great start. Great start for the Warriors. Great start for Jimmy Butler.
And you won a dinner.
Like I'm going to see it.
Now, see.
Like I'm going to see it.
Wait till they come in.
That's right. I did.
We've been making radio love for 4 hours, and they come in, and you got to throw something at me. I'm here for you.
You know what I'm particularly happy about?
I'm here for you, buddy.
That we didn't bet at dinner. But you had to open your mouth on Friday. You opened your mouth on Friday.
I was feeling good.
Thought you were going to win the bet.
And he upgraded?
And he goes,
I thought this was a drink.
It was a drink. Until Friday, he comes in and he goes, dinner. And I'm like, dude, it wasn't dinner. And he pulled what he always pulls, which is just lying right through it. And I just said, you know what? Fine. We'll bet at dinner.
Evan heard it.
Are you going to deny that you bet a dinner on Friday?
No, that's
okay.
No, I'm going back to KFC. The original bet was a dinner. And Evan backed me up. You
dinner at KFC?
No, the original bet was a drink.
Official dinner.
The original bet was a drink.
I know that the original.
I'll fight you on that, but I was feeling good and I wanted to upgrade.
If I get a drink out of it, it would be a win.
Stop it.
I know for a fact that the original bet was a drink.
We were
because
both here.
I looked at you.
I was standing right here.
And I explained the odd situation.
I was feeling frisky. I wanted to upgrade. Give me the deluxe model.
Do you remember when I said to you,
cat food?
It's not that the Chiefs can't win. It's that you should be getting 3.5 drinks if you're right.
You did.
It was a drink.
You didn't have to bring that up.
I'm sorry.
I know we're up against it, but the best I could, I felt like Don Cornelius. I tried to illustrate to him what Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance was. So real quickly, would you give it a thumbs up or thumbs down?
I would give it a thumb sideways, honestly.
Wasn't feeling it?
Wasn't feeling it. And this is a guy who, not only did I...
You a Drake fan.
I predicted the set list, and I was about 85% accurate. And I thought, SZA came out, and she was great. But I thought, in general, the set design and the dancers and...
From Oakland. They were from Oakland.
I thought his performance was very meh.
Okay.
I thought it was very mediocre, and maybe it's because I was watching it with a 2.5-year-old who loves the halftime show. Yeah. She calls that the soup bow. And so we actually watched Usher from last year, and she was grooving, and she was doing
go or let it burn.
I should show you a video of her during Kendrick Lamar. There was times where she was feeling it, but I thought in general it was very mediocre.
Okay, I'm going to throw you on the spot. Super Bowl here next year, who's performing halftime? I told Steiny E40. Or are they going somewhere else?
Not big enough.
Nowhere near
40, we love you, baby.
Sorry, 40.
Yeah, like it's not big enough. You need something like, I kind of like it when you get a bunch of people in there.
Beyonce last time, you told me that.
Well, you and I went back and forth because the real Beyonce performance was when she was in New Orleans and then she turned off the power in the entire city for the Harbaugh Bowl.
Yeah, but that was her fatigues was Denver when Cam Newton didn't fall on the ball.
I tell you what. You want to know who I want to perform at halftime next year?
Just say it.
I'd like it to be Taylor Swift.
Yep.
I do not want her in the damn booth. Get the Chiefs the hell out of the game. I'm tired of watching you. You don't go, and that way your girl is available to perform. That's what I vote.
That was my call, too.
Yeah, but she doesn't need it.
No, she doesn't need it.
And you know that the Super Bowl...
Kendrick.
They don't get paid.
No, I know.
They don't get paid, I thought.
Like, did Kendrick Lamar need it?
No, but I do think...
Did you see the Grammys, Steiny? No, he didn't need it.
No, but I do think that he's in a spot where he had a little bit more of a need for a crossover appeal.
Okay.
The answer is, and I hate to say it because I cannot stand this artist, but it's going to be Billie Eilish.
No.
Billie Eilish.
I'll bet you a dinner on that one. I'll bet you a dinner on that one.
It's going to be Billie Eilish and her equally downtrodden brother. We're so sad.
David Gray.
Billionaires.
David Gray.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Billie Eilish, Grammy Award winner.
Billie Eilish.
Who's his friend?
Yes.
Her brother is her.
It's a her.
Okay.
With an I.
No, I know it's a her. I know it's a her. I'm like, who's the
original
brother?
Billie Eilish was only a Billie Eilish.
Yeah.
Her brother is her guitar player.
That's not.
Equally downtrodden, equally moribund, equally boring. What?
I
Billie
will say,
Eilish.
I did know that Billie Eilish was a girl, a woman. So
Hey, before you leave,
You don't know her
Steiny,
pronouns.
Do you want to hear a fun, like, Dibs, you thought Mila really loved last year's Super Bowl?
No doubt.
Can I share this with you guys?
Yeah.
You want it, like, we get in this bubble. We're in this industry. We think everybody is so tapped into everything going on.
Yeah.
Ran into a buddy today, and he told me the story. And he's like a sports-ish. Super Bowl.
Where you going?
Super Bowl, whatever. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday. Well, he just moved. And so he's got his kids with him. His wife's out of town. And they're like, let's watch the Super Bowl. But we're still like getting TVs on the wall and getting things hooked up. So we had YouTube TV. So he turned on his YouTube TV, got the thing all ready for the game. Bang. Puts in, I want to watch Super Bowl, Chiefs, Eagles. Puts it on, watches the game. His kids are there. They're watching the game. They're cheering. Man, it's a heavyweight fight. Back, forth. Wow, this game's amazing. 6 minutes to go in the Super Bowl, they realized
It was last year.
they're watching the 2023 Super Bowl between the Chiefs and the Eagles.
Much better
Are you
game.
not entertained,
Turned it
though?
over to the real one to find out that thing was cooked.
Yeah.
The Chiefs wish it was
I looked
that
at him and I'm like, you're not allowed
Now
in
that's
my
a
business.
story.
All righty. The one thing we didn't, and I'm going to end it this way. I was very happy to see Sean Strickland get beat on Saturday night on 95.7 The Game.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
I don't know. What was the word for yesterday? Kind of unpleasant. I know a lot of you were rooting against the Chiefs, so that's fun to watch them get the beat down. I know a lot of Niner fans wanted to be the ones who delivered that, though. So there's a little bit of jealousy based on another team that we're not fans of winning a Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni suddenly now has a soft side that we're all sort of having.
Greater than Shanahan.
Yeah, and
so is McVay.
And you woke up to a Deebo trade request yesterday as well. So that was a whole lot. But every year when the Super Bowl ends, roster construction changes because people will see a team win it and they go, "Oh, okay, now I know how to win a Super Bowl." And so the word of the offseason is going to be trenches, and that's how you win a Super Bowl. And I think that the Niners already had that message that their defensive line and their offensive line both need to be a lot better next year, and that's true. And that's what I kept thinking when I was watching that game. I think the Niners should go get Myles Garrett. That's what I think they should do.
Well, Myles Garrett is a piece, and I look at what we saw yesterday, and you asked me what the one word was that I would use, and it's jealousy, because I want what Philadelphia has. And forget the quarterback, who I do think is underrated and he played great, and forget the two wide receivers who are better than the Niners' two wide receivers, one of whom is injured until October, the other of whom apparently wants to be somewhere else. And forget their running back, who, if you want to take their running back versus Christian McCaffrey when healthy, I do think there's an argument where you could say McCaffrey in this offense is close to as good, Probably not. I like the Niners tight end better than their tight end, although Goddard was great. And what I was looking at yesterday, Mark, and what I was so covetous of was an offensive line that almost weighs a ton, an offensive line who, on the snap, is out there 5 men trying to hurt you. They will move you. They will hurt you. They hurt Chris Jones twice. And on the other side of the line, it was a defensive line that didn't need to blitz. You didn't need to go all cutesy-pootsy Minnesota Vikings or Steve Spagnuolo in that exotic blitz package. They had 4 grown men, and they went through the Chiefs' offensive line, and they harassed Mahomes, and they did it to where there was no escape. Mahomes had nowhere to run. There was no rollout. There was no step through. There was no shimmy shake, underhand pass, or behind the back, okey doke. They got dominated. And so I watched that game and thought, that's what I want. I want that. It was like a kid in an ice cream shop where you're getting a kiddie scoop and you watch a kid walk out before you with an ice cream sundae. It's like, I want that. Like, no, you get your kiddie cone and you shut your mouth.
So
that's how I felt.
Off-season wish list is already like flying around in my head, right? Yours too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
888-957-9570. What did yesterday do to your 49ers off-season wish list? I'm gonna blank on his name. Who's my man who's the center for the Atlanta Falcons, who's a free agent I absolutely want the Niners to go get. There's been some buzz around it. I'll pull his name up. I'm blanking on it right now. But I want the Niners. That's where the free agent dollars should go.
Drew Dahlman.
Thank you, Drew Dahlman. That's it. So I want Drew Dahlman on the 49ers next year. Obviously, there's going to be a healthy effort in the NFL draft to get big dudes on both sides of the ball, and it's a very, very good defensive line draft. So the Niners may choose to do that financially rather than go after Myles Garrett, but I'm giving you my take. I would trade the 11th pick and a third-rounder for Myles Garrett. Might need to throw in a play or two. Who knows? Maybe it would be Deebo Samuel. I have no idea, although they're working with Deebo, and he probably does not want to be a Cleveland Brown. So we'll see about that, but that's the offseason wish list. And Devontae Adams. That too. I think Devontae Adams is going to get released from the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a member of the Jets. That kind of felt like a package deal. We've already gotten word from a very credible source, Jeremy Fowler, who said on ESPN that Devontae Adams is targeting the West Coast. We know he's a Pally High kid. Niners, Chargers, and Rams came up. You can probably eliminate the Rams if they want an expensive wide receiver. They already have one. His name's Cooper Kupp. They're trying to get rid of him. Doesn't feel like a Harbaugh move. With Brandon Ayuk hurt and Deebo Samuel on his way out the door and Ricky Pearsall in need of a good mentor, I would love Devontae Adams on the team. And he's got a very big cap number next year, but you can run that out over a few years. There's a negotiation to be had. There's my offseason wish list for the 49ers.
Well, and his out is only an $8 million dead cap at the end of this year. So ultimately, if he gets released, you don't have to worry about that contract because that contract becomes null and void. So you could eventually get him in. I don't know if you're going to be able to get him in at a number that would fit for you. You have a lot of other things to do, in my opinion, before you even worry about Devontae Adams. And I do like the Drew Dahlman angle. His father, Chris, was a 49er, and he's a kid who grew up here in the Bay Area. And you do need a center. And I look at an offensive line that right now has one player that I really want to anchor myself to, and it's not Trent Williams, it's Dominic Pooney. And Trent Williams at 36, or he's going to be 37, this might be his last go-round, and you already have him under contract, so you're going to have to ride with him as long as you can. But it's a defensive line that right now you have no one in the interior of any real disruptive worth, and you only have one edge rusher. So before I even get to wide receiver or I get anywhere else, I want to look at what Philadelphia did yesterday, which was total disruption on both sides.
Yeah, I understand that. But again, that's like, these aren't, they don't need to be listed in order. We know this. The 49ers need to rework their trenches. We know this. Their offensive line wasn't good enough. They need somebody opposite Nick Bosa. Their defensive line wasn't good enough. Their run stuffers weren't good enough. They need to rework those 9 starting spots. How many of them are already taken that you feel good about? You know what I mean? On the offensive line, what? Maybe three spots that you feel good about? Pony, Trent Williams. I don't know. Is McKivitz still going to have a spot?
Yeah.
For
me, it's probably 1.5.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a little low. Defensive line, there's Bosa, and the rest is kind of up in the air a little bit. So that's a very, very low number that you can feel good about as far as that starting 9. So, of course, you're right. They got a ton of work to do on that spot on the field. But I do think there are other things that are out there, and the Deebo news is interesting. And I do think that the 49ers need to take a welt on the side of the head here. They waited a year too long when it comes to the wide receiver thing. And the reason I think it's criticism worthy, I think they knew it. And they chickened out. Like, 10 months ago, we sat here with rumors flying everywhere. It felt like the Steelers' front office was going to come to San Francisco. We got to get Deebo or Brandon. And all of these rumors were flying everywhere. And then they ended up restructuring Deebo, signing Brandon to a contract that I do not think is going to age well. Then Brandon gets hurt. Then Deebo becomes frustrated, disgruntled, whacking the head of the long snapper, just a weird year. All of it went south. And the 49ers probably should have dealt one of them last year. That's very evident to me right now.
And they didn't, and they blinked. And Ayuk was, hard pressed to get whatever he wanted to get, and ultimately you caved. And you caved, and he got hurt, which is unfortunate. But even before he got hurt, he wasn't very good because he missed camp, and then Deebo was kind of the lone ranger here on this team, and he had a year where he obviously is not happy with the year he had because now he sits here and he wants to be traded. So if he's traded and Ayuk is out till October, which feels to me like a fair timeline, you go into camp with Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, and
Devontae Adams.
Well, and again,
that's my wish list.
Right. You can have a wish list, but I'm talking about reality right now, like reality on your roster. And if I'm Devontae Adams and I want to go on the West Coast, I'd much rather go to the Rams than I would go here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not even close.
Yeah, well, I do. I don't know why.
You get targets. You get targets, and you've
Not
got
necessarily.
You got a better quarterback in LA than you have here.
Also debatable, especially when you factor in age. But the Rams have a big fancy wide receiver. They're letting him go. They're trading Cooper Kupp.
And they have a team that runs a lot of 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers. You're going to get a lot more targets in LA than you will here.
Yeah, I mean, you can have that opinion. For a Pally High grad and a Kyle Shanahan offense, I bet Devontae would be incredibly happy here. But we can continue to talk it out. What's on your wish list based on what you saw the Eagles do to the Chiefs? It made them look like just an absolute ragdoll yesterday. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dennis, you'll lead us off, but let's line it up, 888-957-9570. Also, we do have Warrior basketball on the early end tonight, so we'll be leading you up to that. We will still do our knockout tournament spot for today in the 4 p.m. hour. So if you want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament, only 13 spots to go all week long, but be listening in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll give you the keyword and tell you exactly what to do with it and how to win. We're sponsored by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. We take your calls next. Tim Kawakami in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, what's going on? It's Steiny. Did you hear Bay Street Emeryville now has free lunchtime parking Monday?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I have a thank you and a thought that I want to send out before we go to the phones.
Send it.
I want to thank the lovely's youngest daughter, Arden Farnsworth, one of my about-to-be daughters, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to thank her for saving me from having to watch one of the worst Super Bowls of all time. I'll be candid with everybody. There were very healthy portions of this game I did not see, and it is because Arden is dealing with some muscular stuff and is in the hospital right now. So above all, I want to send out the best wishes to her, and I know she's on the road to recovery and very, very much a get well soon. But we've been kind of back and forth to things at Marin General a lot over the last 48 to 72 hours, and so that took up a lot of yesterday, which was just fine.
Yeah.
Obviously, her health is what we're thinking about, and so get well soon.
Yeah, well said. And this is one of those classic times where as a partner, I would sit here and let you know what you missed, and I would fill you in.
Yeah, what I miss?
Not a thing. Not a thing, Mark.
Okay.
You didn't miss a darn thing. What you missed was Philadelphia's pass rush harassing Patrick Mahomes. You missed one Taylor Swift cutaway. Might have been two. I believe it was only one because
it was a healthy boo.
My wife was like hard on, hey, have we seen Taylor yet?
Yeah.
And I said, I don't think we have. And I said, I don't think that we're going to because her hubby has had two targets. They both were thrown at his ankles. One was behind him. One was at his feet. And Mahomes is doing nothing, and Philly is absolutely dominating. I think that you saw more cutaways to Big Dom, the Philadelphia security guy, than you did Taylor Swift.
By the way, Sirianni, I'm not going to suddenly say I like the guy. I'm not doing it, Dan. But I tell you this. Well, I know I am. And I'll take the L on my Sirianni takes this year. That's mine. I'll take it. I'll keep it. I thought he lost everything last year with that team. Well, he clearly got it back.
Yep.
He clearly got it back. And I thought that he did win some points with his on-field interview and the way he interacted with his sons and his family and everything, and even his players. I thought that all softened him up a little bit. I only have one new suggestion for now Super Bowl champ Nick Sirianni. Freaking lose the handler, dude. Like, what is that? Has anyone done the documentary yet on who Big Dom is? Who are you? And what are you? Nobody in the history of ever has ever done this before. Nobody's got a goon on the sideline that stands next to him and holds their arm anytime they got to walk somewhere. From Walsh to Belichick to Reed, nobody had a dude. Why does Nick Sirianni have a bouncer next to him? Can anyone answer this for me?
Because maybe they're like really close friends. And maybe he is maybe he is his support animal. Okay. And I don't know if you've been on BART or if you've been in a grocery store. I know you go to Safeway and I'll see you in the aisles.
I see you there all the time.
Anywhere you go now, you've got people with a dog with a vest on. So can Nick Sirianni not have a 375-pound human being as his support animal?
No, he can't. Have a dog. You want to have have a dog then?
Instead of a dog, he has a dom.
Yeah, how would you feel? Dom. I mean, like you're making it sound like it's normalcy because it is. The people are cruising around Safeway with dogs. How would you feel if somebody was cruising around with 300-pound Italian men? Just that's it. Like I can't go anywhere without my bouncer. You would think that was weird.
I would think that it was okay. I mean, it would be weird if he had him like on a leash with a vest on. That would be weird.
I just don't understand it.
Shout out San Francisco.
I don't get it.
You've heard of a get back coach. I think he's a hold me back coach.
Is that what it is?
I think Sirianni would just go around fighting everyone if it weren't for Big Dom.
You know what actually bothered me most about Sirianni before yesterday is the fact that he appears to be someone who, when things are going well, he gets to the front of the line. I'm right.
Look at me.
I'm the head coach.
He's a front runner.
Well, I thought yesterday he did a really good job of sticking his players in front of him. But the funny thing is the second that the final kneel down goes, here they come out on the field, and who's standing in front of Sirianni? It's flipping Dom.
Yeah.
With his finger in the air. We're number one. What do you do? Like, for real.
Safety. Protection.
What do you do? What do you do here? Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Well, he probably steps in when his wide receivers are coming at him like they were yesterday, and I think it was the second quarter. You might have missed it. Was it Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown? One of them came over to him after a possession and was like screaming at Sirianni, and Sirianni screaming back, and Gardner Johnson actually got between him and pushed him away. That thing on Philadelphia's sideline, it runs on a very tight
hot.
razor's edge. Yeah.
Unless they all just fold their legs and start reading. And sometimes that happens.
It happens.
Yeah.
Philadelphia denied Kansas City a chance to be the first NFL team in the Super Bowl era to win 3 in a row. Do you know how many teams in the other 3 major sports since 1967 have won 3 in a row?
Oh, God. I know that the last time anybody three-peated in the major sports, it was the Shaq and Kobe Lakers.
Yep.
And that was a solid 20 years ago.
02. Yep. And you know that Michael Jordan has 2 of them.
Sure.
And then in MLB, there have been 2 of them since 1967. 2 teams have won 3 in a row. Yep.
They both have to have been back at the beginning of that window.
Well, one was the Oakland A's, 72 to 74, and then the Yankees. 98 to 00, and then you had Montreal and the Islanders go 8 in a row.
Yeah, and hockey.
Montreal won 4, the Islanders won 4. I wouldn't expect you to know that, but hockey's had 2, baseball's had 2, the NBA's had 3, the NFL's had none.
But nothing in 23 years.
Right.
Nothing in 23 years.
There's been a couple close ones, like the KD and Steph Warriors in Toronto.
Sure.
That would have been 3.
Sure.
And the Chiefs obviously were close. That would have been 3. And so,
did the Patriots ever come close? They had to have come close, no?
Yeah,
Patriots
for sure they came close. They went in 02, 04, 05. Tampa beat the Raiders in between that 03.
Okay.
And they must have had another little mini run in there as well. And you had Denver go back-to-back. And you've had NFL, you've had 9 teams go back-to-back in the Super Bowl era, including, I think, Pittsburgh won 4 of 5. And the Niners won 4 of 6 or 4 of 7.
89, whatever. Yep.
Dallas won 3 of 4, I believe. So you've had a bunch of mini conglomerates, but no team has been able to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, it may never happen, honestly. My God, are you kidding me? And when you do look back on this Chiefs year, I know this will sound weird.
They had no business.
They overachieved.
Big time.
They overachieved. They were not the best team. I never thought they were the best team, even when they were really moonlighting as, okay, I'm going to have to accept they're the best team. And then they got their doors blown off.
Yeah.
They didn't even belong in the game yesterday. It was crazy. 888-957-9570. After yesterday's developments, the Eagles crushed the Chiefs and Deebo requests a trade. How does that sort of recalibrate your 49er wish list? Tim Kawakami joins us in less than 20 minutes. Let's go to Dennis in the city. Hi, Dennis. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Great, man. What's up?
Not much. Just want to play general manager, right? With the Niners. I'm glad Deebo requested a trade. I think he needs to go, and hopefully they could get something for him. I don't know what, but anything would be good at this point. But getting back to the linemen, that's one thing that's driven me crazy about Lynch and Shanahan. These guys are very knowledgeable football men, and it's common sense that you build your line. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know why they haven't done it. I know that the Trey Lance trade hurt them as far as having draft capital to be able to draft more guys. But, you look at Shanahan, he falls in love with drafting running backs. He drafted 2 running backs in the 3rd round that are even no longer on the team, he drives me crazy. They've been very successful, even though they haven't drafted well. And, but it's catching up with them now. I think that Trey Lance trade with not having that draft capital, or not trade, but pick, giving up all those picks. It was a trade. But giving up all those picks has handicapped them from getting, quality linemen, whether they be offense or defense. And, last year, I think the reason why they took Pearsall instead of an offensive tackle is because when they drafted, there were, the top offensive tackles were gone. So this year, they don't have that problem with 11. So I'm hoping that they get an offensive tackle unless Mason Graham, that guy from Michigan, the defensive tackle, if he's available, I'd like for them to take him. I read up on all this stuff, who's available in the draft. And, there's a lot of good tackles out there, so offensive tackles and defensive tackles. So hopefully they get somebody and they can start building those lines.
You know what's
That's
interesting?
Thank you.
Dennis, thanks. Yeah. You know what's interesting about that? It's a good call. I do think I always, my shoulders get a little tight when someone goes, boy, they just haven't drafted well. They got loaded with homegrown talent that they've re-signed all over their roster.
Well, they haven't drafted on the offensive line well.
Yes, that is accurate.
I think that is the bigger point.
Yes, but they got it. Their first offensive lineman that they did take last year was a hit. Dominic Pooney was a hit. I'm not going to argue the larger point. What's interesting, though, is that Dennis is saying, man, I don't know why they don't sort of target those lines. And they do. They just didn't do a good job of it the last 2 years. If you think about, to me, what defines what was successful about Shanahan and Lynch when they came in was they took over, and then they had that defense that only had 2 interceptions all year. And then they drafted Nick Bosa, and the same secondary went to the Super Bowl. And it was like, how'd you do that? Well, they absolutely focused on the defensive line, and they made that a really good group. And it was a good group, and it had Armstead, and it at that point it still had Buckner, and you had DJ Jones rotating in, and you added Nick Bosa to it. It was a phenomenal defensive line, and they almost won the Super Bowl. So I think
neither Armstead nor Buckner was drafted by them.
Right.
In full fairness.
Right. But my point is that they focused on, like they've said this, that is their focus, is defensive line. And at times they've done a good job of it and gone to the Super Bowl. Last couple of years, certainly since the Super Bowl, there have been a series of moves that have been disastrous. And you can start with the Buckner trade leading to Kinlaw. But also the Hargrave signing was a huge bust. It was a huge bust. And it I thought, especially this year, really, really showed itself. I know he was gone after just a few games, but he wasn't good when he played, and then he was gone, and that was just that was a huge, high-priced mistake.
Right, and I do think that when you look at their track record of drafting defensive linemen, it's more spotty than you would like. Mm-hmm. I mean, you traded back and you took Solomon Thomas with the 3rd pick. You had the number 2, and Chicago was so thirsty for Trubisky. You moved back, you got Solomon Thomas, and you got Reuben Foster, neither one of whom worked out. Bosa obviously is a big hit. You had Kentavious Street, Julian Taylor. You had Javon Kinlaw, first-round talent that you thought, and you go all the way through Kalia Davis in the 6th, and you haven't spent a lot of high draft picks on those players, and when you have, you've missed. And so that's where you look at it and you wonder if they can really turn it around in the draft.
Yeah, I just think it's not philosophical. Dennis kind of made it sound like it was philosophical. I think they share the philosophy. They just haven't executed very well on it.
Yeah, and I wonder about the philosophy of the draft as far as the offensive line goes, because you need to invest. If you want to get a real good tackle, a lot of times those are the guys who go in the top half of the first round, and now you're sitting in the top half of the first round. And I look at, what the Eagles have done going all the way back to Lane Johnson, who they took in the first round back in 2013. The dude's been there 12 years, and he was number 4 overall, and that was an absolute hit, and he's still there. So I wonder if they can find somebody, and Dominic Pooney's a guy in the 3rd round who you love, and I do think that he is a cornerstone on the right side, but you need a center, and I like the target that you're looking at, Dahlman in the offseason. I do think you need a left guard, a right tackle, and eventually a left tackle. You need a completely new offensive line over the next 2 or 3 years.
It needs to be a focus. There's no doubt. Let's go to that guy in the town. What's up, that guy? What are you doing?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Hey, I'm hyped. I got a lot for you, but I'm hyped this week because it's a big weekend in the Bay. We got the New Year's parade on Saturday. We got the festivities. I'm a Warriors season ticket holder, so I'll be going to both sides. And can we officially get the Jimmy going on again for buckets? Hey, also though, hey, to add on to what you guys are saying, you know who that dude is? That's Brad Pitt from Meet Joe Black. And then that guy that follows him around. You guys see that movie? Like, who is this guy?
You're talking about Big Dom again?
Yeah, that's Joe Black. Meet Joe Black, Brad Pitt.
I saw that movie once, and that movie's got to be 30 years old, doesn't it? I mean, did you see that movie?
No, never.
You never saw it?
No,
I think I saw it once.
Okay.
It's got to be 30 years old. So that guy, I don't know, man. Your references, we're struggling. We're struggling with your references, that guy.
I got this for you, though. What if I told you it's 35 years ago tomorrow that Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas in the Tokyo Dome, and that's what it felt like I was watching yesterday. The champ had no answers. He was getting knocked around, and we were wondering, when's he going to hit the switch and just knock these guys out? And Mahomes, it never happened. They look as confused as Mike Tyson did that night at the Tokyo Dome 35 years ago tomorrow. And then one last thing, Dibs, I got for you on the halftime show. Can we finally get a Bay Area medley? I got it all planned out. A mini BART station is constructed at halftime, and all the Bay Area artists from Santana to Her and Vallejo, E40, Steve Perry, Green Day, all these guys get off at different times, and they just start doing their songs and just repping the Bay. What do you guys think about that?
I like it, and you'd have to add in Kehlani, in my opinion, the young R&B star from Oakland, but I just don't know if we have that same national or global appeal. And I do think that that's partly where Kendrick Lamar and his performance yesterday might have fallen short. And I'm not just going to cherry pick off my 81-year-old father-in-law who he chimed in later in the evening with, is this the best that we have here in America?
Yesterday.
And I was like, Pop. I mean, I don't want to come down your road. No. You are 81, and the halftime show really isn't for you. Is this the best we can do in America?
I want to shout out to anybody who watched the game with an old white person.
No doubt.
Or if you are an old white person.
That's me.
It's all good. We're old-ish. We're we're come on. We're on the front lines over here.
You're gaining on me.
I'm gaining on you.
Yep.
But if that's what you did, yeah, that one probably went over your head.
Yep.
That would be my guess.
Yep.
It probably went over your head, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But laugh at it, don't get mad at it, is what my suggestion would be.
Sure.
They're not always for you. You can't, there's no halftime act that's for everybody.
Well, it's actually,
period.
It's really not for you anymore. If you've got an F in front of your age, it's not for you. They're aiming for your daughter, my sons in their 20s,
sure.
Grandy and Lucas in their late 20s, early 30s.
But not, how many years ago was The Who? How many years ago was that? It wasn't that many years ago.
10 years ago?
Even if it was, let's say it was. Okay, The Who. Okay, what year was it? Look at Grandy. What do we got?
I'm looking it up.
2010.
2010.
15 years ago.
Yeah, right. But 15 years ago,
you were 35.
Great, but The Who predates me. The Who absolutely predates me. The Who right now are in their late 70s. So 15 years ago, they were 65 years old.
But they're not getting the call now. And also,
of course not. But
the world is a lot different now than it was in 2010.
That's fair.
No doubt.
That's fair. But anyway, I kind of like the idea of get a bunch of different people in there and take it. And you do have enough name value with Bay Area artists. Green Day is a huge name. Put a hologram of Tupac up there.
Oh, boy.
Do it. Why not? Like, make it a whole potpourri. What's wrong with that?
Tupac now is 33 years removed from when his first album came out.
Understood, but Tupac is Tupac.
Right.
That's a name. That's a name.
It is a name.
That carries a lot of respect.
I want you tonight, this is your homework, go home when you're serving dinner for your three.
I will.
Put on some Tupac. And let me know what the reaction is.
Oh, they will go.
They'll recognize it
word
and they'll
for
know
word on
all right.
California Love. Absolutely. Like, yes, only the mainstream stuff.
Right.
But yeah, keep your head up. Maybe a little keep your head up. But yeah,
dear mama.
They got
as you're serving.
Probably not.
Lord knows. Me against the world.
No, but I get it. They know Tupac. They know Tupac.
I'm just looking at going backwards. Usher and Rihanna, and you had the Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg experience.
I love that one.
I mean, that was a great collection.
That was a great way to sort of cross different age groups, I thought.
Yeah. I just don't know if the Bay Area collab would be strong enough to draw the audience. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's an idea. But
we
got
anyway, 12 months to worry about it.
We sure do. Or actually, we don't need to worry about it at all. I'm much more worried about the 49er roster. But I do want to. Here's one other thing that we haven't said yet, and I know part of this is because of this show and things that mainly I'll say we, but like my Brock Purdy takes. I know it brings this out of y'all. Oh, did you want to pay Brock Purdy now? There's two things that I want to say about this. First of all, there's been more intel that came from New Orleans with plenty of NFL reporters, and it may have gotten lost into the whole, like, there's Jimmy Butler and it's Super Bowl weekend, so I don't know how tapped in everybody was. Let me tell you something. This Brock Purdy extension is happening. It is going to be quick. It is going to be painless. It is not going to drag out, and it is going to be all of the numbers that you're scared of. Just so you can hate that, but I'm warning you right now, that's coming. And it's coming very soon. But if you want to ask, am I comfortable with that? Beyond. And I believe what Fred Warner said, if you watched him on Radio Row talking about, trust me, this is not a homer take. Like, we look around at the league. We watch tape on all of these QBs, and I'm telling you that Brock Purdy is that guy. I think yesterday's Super Bowl is a fascinating thing when you look at quarterback play. Greg Cosell came on this show every day, every weekday, every Wednesday, I should say, all year long, and continually kept saying, dude, Jalen Hurts doesn't see it. I don't know what's going on with him this year. He had wide receivers literally wanting to pull hair out of the sides of their helmets. And now he's the Super Bowl MVP. Why? Because he had time yesterday. And the supposed greatest thing who's ever lived in quarterbacking couldn't even get a pass off. Why? Because he didn't have time. So Brock Purdy's offensive line broke down, and end of story. End of story. We've already watched 100 times over what Brock Purdy can do with time. I am not worried about Brock. I'm worried about his offensive line. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm worried about his offensive arsenal and his offensive line and his special teams and his defensive line. It's more than just, is Brock good enough? And you saw that with Patrick Mahomes yesterday. Patrick Mahomes is still an amazing quarterback, but yesterday he could do nothing because of his offensive line.
Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We are an hour away from the keyword and the start of Warriors Live. We are moments away from Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, tapped in on Deebo Samuel, Jimmy Butler, and more. He joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And you know they're deeply committed to taking care of all their clients and their goals and also empowering the community that is around them. Fremont Bank's been doing it now for almost 61 years, and I've been a customer for coming up on 6 or 7 years. And I love this bank because of what they do for me.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Kawakami's going to join us in a second. Gives us a chance to tell you what's on tap for the weekend. Dibbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the weekend?
Yeah. The weekend, yes. Like there's another one coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's on tap for the weekend?
This is brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. Let's just focus on Friday for now. Rising Stars practice, 2:30, Chase Center. Okay, so there's that. NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. The game will feature a wide array of celebrities ranging from the world of music, sports, film, and more. That's going to be at 4 o'clock at the Oakland Arena. The NBA Rising Stars Game, annual showcase for top rookies and second-year NBA players, will be at Chase Center at 6 p.m. And then that's what's on tap for the weekend. And it's brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. Okay? All right. Time to talk to Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. Excited to have him today because, again, we've got big names and intel we need. Tim, thanks for coming on, man. How you been?
I'm doing just fine, Mark. How you doing?
We're doing great and appreciate having you. What is your take on what just went down with Deebo Samuel and the 49ers?
Yeah, I mean, don't know that I knew this exactly was going to happen. I don't think he was going to come back to the 49ers at the salary that he was down for. I don't think the 49ers were too interested in that. My guess was that they were going to tell him, you got to come take a pay cut or, that's okay. Then we move on from each other. I thought Deebo might think about it, and I guess he's not, is my read of the situation. And maybe Deebo was instigating himself. I'm not 100% sure exactly the details, how that conversation with Kyle Shanahan went at the end of the season. I think the 49ers would still like to have him on the team, but at a different number. We saw what happened to Eric Armstead last year. Kyle Juszczyk, Eric Armstead was told, take a pay cut or you're cut. He said, okay, cut me. Kyle Juszczyk was told the same thing, and they figured out a way for him to take a pay cut and stay. That's usually how they do this. I would be surprised if it went really differently with Deebo, who was one of Kyle Shanahan's favorite players. Probably still is. And maybe Deebo, my thought was he's getting out ahead of this. Like, okay, this is not going to work at the current price. I can go get it somewhere else. Trade me to a place. Now, I don't know what that trade's going to be because it is not new. And the 49ers don't go all of a sudden, oh, my God, we have to start exploring trades for Deebo Samuel. They've been exploring trades for Deebo Samuel for like 4 years now. And they just have never gotten the right offer that could, make them feel that they would get the value back at, knowing that they could keep negotiating with him on the contract. I don't know what they're going to get offered. I think they'd want a fourth or a third. I don't know that they're going to get that. The price tag is high. The acquiring team probably doesn't want to pay him what his current salary is. They would probably have to negotiate a new deal with him. That's where, the permission that Torrey Dandy, his agent, has to talk to other teams. I'm sure they're talking about what the compensation would be with him on the new team. All these trades for big name players having contractual issues means you got to give him a new contract if you trade for him. So I think all this is up in the air. Maybe it's a little quicker than I thought it was going to be. But also Deebo's a proud player. He feels like he can go out there and have another great big year. He had a very bad year this season. And so I think the 49ers are being realistic. In their contract that they signed 2 years ago, a 3-year extension, that is not going to be a 3-year extension. It's going to be 2 years. Kind of built that in that they could get out of it. And so all this has kind of been playing out for the last year or so. Knowing that he's one of Kyle's favorite players, I said on my podcast yesterday, I'll say it, I've heard for a few weeks now that 49ers weren't unhappy with Deebo's weight at the end of the season. Now, he'd gotten hurt. Some of this happens, but they were not happy. And we saw it. He did not have the explosion. He was not bouncing off of people. He was not running through the defense like he'd done at least 2-3 years ago. It's just the reality of the way things develop. And I think at this point, he probably will not be a 49er, but there's still a chance he could still remain a 49er. I don't think that's the way this is headed, but they got to figure out what a good trade would be. And is it a 6th-round pick? Are they going to? I don't know. These things have to be decided by what the trade market is, by what teams want to pay Deebo, what the 49ers will accept. It's a lot of things up in the air right now.
And how much does the Ayuk injury complicate this? Because if Ayuk's out till October, let's just say, and Deebo is on another team, what do you do at wide receiver?
It's a good question. I think they must in some way have another plan. I think the discussion with Deebo and Kyle Shanahan is that, okay, you don't want to pay me enough, I want to be traded. I think the 49ers are just that's a separate thing. I understand the depth chart. They do not have it. They have Juwan Jennings. They have Ricky Pearsall. They have Jacob Cowing. That's not a great set of receivers at the moment. You don't know if they're healthy. You don't know where this all will fit with the passing game. I just think Deebo's I think the 49ers, some people in the 49ers office probably have been ready to trade Deebo for a while now. And if he doesn't want to take less money, then they're not going to have him on the team anymore. I think that is generally what is happening above and beyond anything else that's going on. Maybe there's going to be a lot of receivers out there. I mean, I don't know if the 49ers would be in the market for what level, but I don't think they'd be a T. Higgins market team, but they could be on some receivers who are theoretically going to be available at some prices I think that they could be able to afford. We'll see. I just think it's separate. I think they could have traded Ayuk and Deebo last year. I think there is a fatigue in the 49ers front office, not Kyle Shanahan, not John Lynch, other people in there, that they have to keep going through this, and they did not get to the Super Bowl last year. They did not get big production in the receivers. Now, Ayuk was hurt, but they really didn't like going through what they went through with Ayuk. I think they could have traded both of them a year ago, so one being hurt might not affect the way they feel about the other one in the trade market right now. I don't want to get aggregated for that. I probably will, but I just don't think the Deebo thing is specifically tied to any other thing the 49ers are going through at receiver. I think both sides are kind of ready to not be in business with each other.
We're working on putting that quote together right now in a way that really blows your social media up as much as possible.
I always love that, as you guys know. I always love when that happens.
We're here for you.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, is joining us. Hey, to what level do you think they'll get involved on Myles Garrett?
Yeah, I definitely will make calls. I mean, I don't know that they could sign him long term because, again, with these deals, it's never just acquiring the contract. It's acquiring the contract and then you got to redo something. I mean, McCaffrey kind of was the one where they really didn't have to redo it immediately because he was already at a big contract. I think Garrett would take the contract. I don't know if you can pay both your defensive ends $35 million or so, but for 1 year, 2 years, maybe they can do it. Would Garrett be willing to take a shorter term deal? There's a lot of things. I think they love the talent. They always want to get involved with the talent. We've seen what the front four that dominates a game can do in a Super Bowl, specifically Patrick Mahomes. I think they're very eager to add any kind of elite talent, especially on the defensive line. I think they're going to invest in the defensive line in many different ways this offseason. Can they get Garrett? I don't know. The 11th pick is very enticing. It's a really good pick. The Browns, I don't think, would just do it for the 11, but 11 plus some other things. I don't think the 49ers would get in a bidding war. Okay, we'll give you another one and another one. They're not going to do that, but I think they're interested. I think they can fit him if he's really anxious to come join the 49ers. He says he wants to win. There's a lot of things in play. There might be better, situated teams for this than the 49ers, but they get involved. Remember, they thought they could trade for Khalil Mack way back when the Raiders were trading him. They get involved with these big names. They would love another somebody to book in with Bosa who would be at the top of the game. Just don't know that they're perfectly set up to do this. The 11th pick, though, that's a good start.
Yeah, pretty tantalizing. And, you could send multiple first because that worked out in the past. It seems like it's something that they've done pretty well. Maybe not, Tim. I might be misremembering. Is yesterday a little bit of a wake-up call for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, just watching the way Philadelphia was so dominant on both sides of the ball?
In the trenches, you mean, on the line of scrimmage?
Yeah.
They were going to do that anyway. It's not like they're going to, oh, my God, wait a minute. If you have a good pass rush, that's really good. They've always invested in defensive line. They just had a few misses. They've just kind of gotten a little bit worn down there, than much more than they thought they would have been. Javon Kinlaw, we know, didn't work out as a draft pick. Drake Jackson hasn't worked out as a draft pick. Javon Hargrave didn't really work as a signing. They kind of got to redo some things. They're not looking at, Patrick Mahomes getting, beaten up by the Eagles defense and thinking, okay, now we got to go to the defensive line. They were always going to do that. I've heard that very definitively, that they're going to invest in defense. They feel like they have a lot of top-end offensive talent. We know some of it's been injured, but they feel they need to add more defensive playmakers, more pass rushers, more defensive tackles. And they're going to do that, although, this is certainly a reinforcement of that. I think it's also a reinforcement that a really great defensive coordinator can make a big difference, and they're feeling that about Robert Saleh. They're certainly paying him enough. But I don't know that it would, they're not going into meetings saying, now let's go get some defensive linemen. That's what they would have done. Offensive line is another emphasis. You can see, obviously, the Chiefs' offensive line broke down against what the Eagles were doing. 49ers don't really think about the offensive line that way. They would always think defensive line over offensive line. If there's a great offensive lineman for them at 11, they'll take them, but they're very picky. And I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a defensive lineman, kind of where this draft fits too. But yeah, I think big picture, they got to go, man, we could have beaten the Eagles, right? If things went right this year, they have beaten the Eagles. I think they would have felt very good about that. And their season just broke up in a way that they blew a chance that they could have won a Super Bowl, because they could have beat the Eagles. And if you could beat the Eagles, maybe you could beat the Chiefs. So in a large view, I think that's what they're thinking, but they were thinking that throughout the season. Like they still think they've got a really good roster. I agree with them. They got a really good roster. You got to get the Purdy contract settled, which I think is on its way. You've got to figure out how to bolster that defensive line, be smart about adding to the offensive line, and see where you're at. I think they were thinking that, throughout the season. It's just these injuries messed them up, and some bad decisions, maybe the wrong defensive coordinator, wrong special teams coach. But yeah, I think the Super Bowl kind of really reinforces that. The Eagles aren't a super team. They're really good. They're not the greatest team of all time. There was an opportunity there to come out of the NFC, and the 49ers completely messed it up.
Tim Kawakami with us. Tim, let's talk some Warriors. What do you know about the way the last 2 weeks sort of transpired? Like, how close were they to actually getting Kevin Durant, and how excited are they really deep down that it ended up being Jimmy Butler instead?
Yeah, they wanted Durant. That's very owner-driven, I would say. He loves Kevin Durant. I understand it. I didn't think they could put a deal together that would satisfy what Phoenix wanted, but apparently they came very close, or did. It came down to a conversation with Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, and Durant. I knew Durant would not want to come back here. I just don't feel like he doesn't want to go back to the Warriors. Maybe he changes his mind. I've thrown it out there, maybe in the offseason, but if he gets really, really tired of the Suns. But he doesn't want to see him kind of coming back with his tail between his legs. I've never thought that was going to happen. I know how much Joe Lacob wants him back, has wanted him back from the day that he left. I understand it. He's an incredible player, but it's just hard for me to see him, oh, you know what? I was wrong for leaving. I really should have come back here. And I could only win championships if I'm with Steph Curry. That's not how Kevin thinks. It's just not. And you have to kind of understand that. They could have got him, and they could have got him against his will and said, hey, you know what? Just accept it. But they chose not to, which I respect. I don't think that would have been smart. And Jimmy Butler's a good move. Again, they did not have to give up Kuminga. I wrote that they should not trade for Butler like a month ago, but that's when the price was going to be Kuminga and Wiggins and the pick and something else. That's when, before, 2 suspensions ago of Jimmy Butler, I don't know, 2 missed flights ago, whatever you want to go through all these things. They did pay him the extra year to try to make sure he's happy here, and there's a risk there. Obviously, an older player has been injured, but he's everything that they've needed. Now, they're not a championship roster now, but when they talk about players who are stationary, who don't want to take the big shot, who can't attack a defense when the defense is all running at Steph, that's what Jimmy Butler does. And we saw that in that first game. Now we'll continue to see if it happens, and the Bulls are bad, but that's stuff that, again, fans get really mad at me when I name specific names, but that's not what Moses Moody does. It's not what Gary Payton II does. It's not what Draymond Green does. It's not what Kevon Looney does. It's not what Trace Jackson Davis does. It definitely wasn't what Dennis Schroeder was doing. They thought it would, and he did not do it. Butler does it. He's going to do it. There's not going to be a scared adjustment period. He's not going to have to figure it out. He's smart enough to go, you know what, if I just do this screen for Steph, I'm going to be open because they're all going to run after Steph. They had not have players who do that or can challenge the rim when they do that. How many times do they throw it in the middle and then the guy just has to fumble it because he can't finish? Jimmy Butler can finish, get fouled, all those things. So they are a better team. It's not, they didn't have to give him the extra year of the contract, all these things because it got so bad in Miami. think the Warriors got a pretty decent deal on this. It's risky because Jimmy Butler can blow up at any time, but I think he's going to be highly motivated at least for this season, maybe going into next season. Then we'll see if he wants another contract. But I think this is a feel-good move for them for the right now. It's exactly what Steph Curry needs. It's exactly what he's been talking about. Don't go crazy. Don't give up anything. I don't want this team to be horrendous in 2 years or 3 years, but I want to play meaningful games. And I think that's exactly what they've set up for the rest of this season when it was getting close to non-meaningful, and for next season and maybe the season after that.
So as you look at them slotted in the West with Anthony Davis now out for a month, and you've got, Sacramento maybe ready to take a step back and Phoenix in a certain amount of turmoil, is it far-fetched for you to think that this team could climb up into the upper reaches of the play-in and maybe even be a top 6 seed?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't want to sound over optimistic, but there's a bunched up group there. I don't think they're going to get 6. Minnesota's playing a lot better. Lakers are just playing good, and that's before Luka's debut tonight. But 7, I think, is there. That's still playing, but you're playing at home. You just have to win once, and then you get to be matched up against the 2 seed, not the 1 seed in the first round. They certainly won't be favorites against Memphis or Houston or whoever it's going to be, but you give them a shot. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry against a young playoff team, you give them a shot, and I think that's there for them. They have to play a lot better than they played in the last few months, but I think they're set up to. Can they get to 6? Can they get to 46 wins and the 7 seed? Yes. The 6 seed might take more than that. It's going to be a little harder. 7 seed, I think, would be a success for them. And then win that game at home. You're not getting on a flight and then have to fly elsewhere. Win that game, play the 2 seed, see what's up. See what Memphis has. They've beaten Memphis before as the 2 when Memphis was a 2 seed. So I just think they've kind of put themselves in the conversation. And that's about, if they had gotten Durant, maybe you can start thinking about being the top 4 team. They didn't get him. And Jimmy Butler was, as the source told me, he's the next best guy available, and they got him. And they were very intent on getting him. Keeps the conversation alive. Keeps Steph engaged. Keeps Draymond engaged. These are important things as it runs out. Are they going to win a title? I don't think so this year, but you can see them having a road to some very interesting games come April and May. And then another move or two. They do have option ability, as has been pointed out to me. They can move some other guys. They still have Kuminga on their roster. And then next season, we'll see what they do. And then one more season after that, all the contracts expire. And they'll have a lot of money to spend. Now, this is a long way to go. Look in the future, but it's not like they've taken off all their options. They still have some options, and they're going to be more interesting for the next, let's say 2 years. And that's a pretty decent outcome. It's from where they were, from what it was looking at. That's a pretty interesting way to make sure that we're still talking about them in 2 weeks, in 4 weeks, in 10 weeks, in 2 years. And they were in jeopardy of possibly sliding out of that conversation.
No doubt they were. A big episode of the TK Show, of course, part of the Odyssey Network that just dropped this morning. You did a sit down with Steph Curry. And Tim, I wonder, what did you really gather about his current state of mind with regard to, the organization, the future, all of that?
Yeah, we did the interview the night before the Butler trade.
Okay.
But I think it's very clear in his voice why the Warriors would want to do the Butler trade. I'll put it that way. I went back and listened to it after the trade, and it was really clear. Now, I think I suspect it was pretty soon after he'd had the conversation with Durant and heard that Durant wasn't going to come to the Warriors. So you can kind of hear that in his voice too. You can't. I think you just can't wave a magic wand. It's not fantasy basketball, but also you can be practical. You can be reasonable. You don't have to make the home run move because that's not available. You make the good move and be competitive, play meaningful basketball. That's I got out of this conversation was he's not there jumping and screaming and saying my legacy is being tarnished. Get me out of here. That's not Steph Curry. That's never going to be Steph Curry unless things get really bad. But there's a trust between him and Warriors management and him that they can get through this rationally and not neurotically and understand there's going to be ebbs and flows and understand that they've won here and they can win again, theoretically, if you make smart moves. And that the Jimmy Butler move, if it's the right one, they'll do it. They're not going to back away from paying him another $56 million, which they're committing to. They're not going to back away from trading for a protected first-round pick, but they're going to keep Kuminga, and they're going to keep their other picks, and they're going to keep the ability to go do something, if possible, in July. And they're going to do it again in July after that. And I think that comes through. It's just the rational understanding Steph Curry as he knows he does not have a ton of time left, but talks about what he wants the end to look like for him. He's willing to have that conversation now, and it's all there. And it really, as I went back to it, maybe I'm just trying to think about, hey, this really was a great interview. But I went back and listened to it. Man, if you wanted to know why the Warriors handled the deadline like they did, just listen to the tone of Steph Curry's voice and what he's saying on this into these 21 minutes. I was convinced, at least, and I was the one sitting there across from him.
Yeah, and the unbelievable part now going forward is Kuminga. Do you think they're going to be able to keep Kuminga at a price that will be team-friendly but also amenable to JK?
Yeah, I mean, that's what negotiations are for. I think there's confidence in the Warriors that they can do it. I don't know what the price tag is going to be. They can do it and stay under the second apron, possibly, if they move some other things. I think they want him. I think they've seen a lot of growth from him. We'll see how the season ends. We'll see how he does in the postseason. But I think he's pretty happy about being on this team. I think he loves being with Jimmy Butler. I think he understands that he can pattern some of his game. Like, is there a better player in the league for John Kuminga, given a skill set, to model himself after than Jimmy Butler? Like, that's just about perfect. And so I think, again, can they trade him? Yes. Might they trade him? We'll see. That's what they would use to trade to get somebody big. But I think the intent at the moment is to keep Kuminga, and the relief is that they can make a big move and they did not have to put Kuminga in there. It's tough to value him now anyway. He's hurt. He hasn't played a ton in his 4 seasons. You see the value, you see the skills. Can't quite figure out exactly where he would fit on this roster for the long term, but you want him. And I think, if it's $33-34 million a year, if it's a little less, a little more, I think the Warriors at some point are at peace with paying that price. Now we'll see if Kuminga wants to pay that. Wants that to be the number, or they want it to be more. I just don't think it's going to get to a point where he's like, get me out of here. I don't see that happening, and I don't see the Warriors going, we don't want this guy anymore. It seems to be on a path where, they're sharing a view of what this could look like and what he means to them. Doesn't mean, again, that they won't trade him, or he might see something, better off into the distance. But I'm saying it feels like they can find a middle ground. And then, listen, they could sign him and then trade him in a year, right? That could happen. But I think he's got the value to them, and they've got the salary slot that you want him on this team, and you want to see what it looks like with him and Jimmy Butler and Steph and Draymond, and just kind of play it out for a little while. And the fact that they kept them out of any trades, they would have put him in the Durant trade, obviously, but they kept them out of any other trade, I think was pretty important to them. And I think that means they're thinking that he's going to be on the team after this season.
Tim, great stuff. Really informative. Thank you so much for hopping on for a few.
You got it, guys.
Okay, there he goes. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. The TK Show is part of the Odyssey Network, and it just dropped. It's Tim and Steph Curry. That was really interesting. Yeah, cannot wait to react to that. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. What were your first impressions of Jimmy Butler, who played, of course, Saturday night against the Chicago Bulls, a win for the Warriors? And then there's this. The Warriors just sent out an update on Jonathan Kuminga's health and his injury status. So I'll have that for you in just a moment. Stay right where you are. The keyword for the knockout tournament, a half hour away. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with
back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Well, it is Willard and Dibbs, but speaking of Lillard.
Yeah, as in Damian?
He remains questionable.
Really?
For tonight's game. New injury report just came out 4 minutes ago. Dame Lillard remains questionable. You know that Giannis is out. Steph Curry is in.
He's in.
He's playing tonight in Milwaukee in a game that will tip off in 90 minutes. Oh, Jimmy Buckets is available too, but we already knew that.
Yeah, all right.
We already knew that.
The Warriors favored by 6.5 that I'm seeing.
I mean, maybe Lillard's not playing.
Maybe.
You know, those lines sometimes, I always feel like they know.
They do.
Know. You know what I mean? Like, I looked this morning at a Boston line. Boston was only favored by like 4 points in Miami. Like, what are we doing here? Boston's only favored by 4. Oh, guess who just got announced as out? Jalen Brown. And oh, by the way, Drew Holiday too. So Tatum is in.
I see it at 6.5 here, according to ESPN.
Must have gotten bet up. We'll see if it turns around a little bit. But it was smaller earlier.
Okay.
But anyway, we also promised this Jonathan Kuminga injury update. This courtesy of the Golden State Warriors just moments ago. Warriors forward Jonathan Kuminga, who suffered a sprained right ankle on January 4th in Memphis, has missed the last 18 games and was recently reevaluated. The reevaluation indicated that Kuminga is making good progress.
All right.
Quick aside, every single update they send out starts that way. Here's the player. Here's what happened. He was reevaluated, and he's making good progress. Because, you know, how can he not? Like, he keeps going to sleep and waking up.
Well, you could have a setback.
You could. Anyway, he has started on-court workouts and is expected to progress and be incorporated into team practices after the All-Star break. He will then be reevaluated again in 10 days. 10 days being Thursday. I'm trying to think. I think the Warriors' next game after the All-Star break is in 11 days. I think.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Friday the 21st.
Okay, so there you have it.
Yep.
So
that would be 48 days from the injury, which would be 6 weeks.
Damn.
And the initial estimate based on my own radio doctoring, when they said 3 weeks and then we'll reevaluate, that told me 3 to 6 weeks, which told me it was a grade 2 sprain. And if it is 3 to 6 weeks, 6 weeks will be that very date that you mentioned. Because right now we're at 37 days. 11 more days would be 48. 49 would be a full 7 weeks. And so, yeah, this feels to me like it might be something where he can come back at the end of February.
Well, we'll see. That game, I think, is in Sacramento, right? On February 21st, Friday night next week.
Yeah.
That's their next game after the All-Star break. So maybe Jonathan gets a few minutes there. Maybe you're right. It probably is more like, maybe a game or two after that. But it looks like that's what we're down to. So you're probably looking at Kuminga missing between 3 to 5 more basketball games. And then you get him back.
Right.
And you see how he fits with Mr. Buckets.
And it struck me what Tim Kawakami said in our interview that we had at the top of the hour when I asked him about, Kuminga and can they pay him? What will they pay him? And he used the TH. He was talking about 30s, like 30 to 35 million, he was saying, as, the amount of money that maybe they would offer and that maybe he would accept. Felt to me like a little bit more of a higher price than what we've heard from outside the market.
Right. Although, to be honest with you, who would I trust outside the market or Tim Kawakami? I would trust Tim.
Yeah.
But I also think there's some intricacies to this one that aren't actually about, hey, what do you think Jonathan's worth? It's actually not about that. It's about leverage. It's about who else is going to offer him anything. It's about who else can offer him anything. So then there's that balance of the Warriors have all the power, but you're also not looking to tick off your young star, your young up and coming player. So I don't know, but yeah, like this trade deadline going by with Jonathan still on the roster, and the fact that they weren't willing to put him in any deals that didn't include Durant, and the fact that yes, I had heard if you want to go back a month when the Warriors were involved in Butler conversations, I had heard that it was going to be Kuminga and Wiggins, at least at that moment. And I was like, damn, that feels steep. And the Warriors played it the way they played it. I don't think they were just playing a waiting game because they actually pivoted to Durant. But when it came back to them and Jimmy and the Heat had devolved even further, I mean, again, I got my questions about the deal, but from that standpoint, I'll give the Warriors credit. Like, it came all the way down to the end, and there's no doubt that they got Jimmy for less than what he would have cost if they had done it a few weeks earlier.
Fair, and I do love the piece that you shared from our good friend of the program, Ramona Shelburne, and I think Brian Windhorst or Shams. They all were in on it. And
yeah, it was Wendy and Ramona. It was an amazing feature article.
It was great, and I recommend you all go to ESPN and spend the 15 minutes that it takes to go through the timeline of it all and a nice correlation to the poker party that the Warriors had and how basically the Suns and the Warriors and the Heat were all playing a three-way poker game with Washington kind of as a shoulder organization looking to maybe get a piece of it. And when it all came down, it was Miami and Golden State who kind of cut Phoenix out of it. And they went straight to each other. And so just a fascinating timeline, a very good report, well-sourced, and it kind of walked us through what we all were saying on the air. We were saying it based on reports, and they actually have the sourced material that kind of lines up with what we all were saying.
No doubt. The Suns ran into two brick walls. I mean, this is how I could quickly summarize this. They ran into two separate brick walls. One of them was Bradley Beal's contract, which has its own two sort of spider legs. One of them being Bradley's like, not waiving the no trade clause. Not waiving it. Like, I only want to go where I want to go. Now, he did have some teams that he would join, and those teams were like, either we don't want Bradley, or we'll take Bradley if he then gives the no trade clause up from his contract. And he's like, that's going to be a no from me, dog. And so that's it.
Is it only he and LeBron? Are they the only two?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. Is that right, Grandy? Yeah, that's it. Which is so random. It's like LeBron and Bradley Beal.
Well,
it's like, the biggest name of the last 15 years and then the 31st.
Right.
Like, it's just an odd, but he got it. So he got it.
And when you get it, that's one of those things you keep.
You keep it.
Like when you're on one of those reality shows with eliminations and you get one of those idols where you can't be voted off that week, you will keep that.
That's like playing Monopoly and having 4 get out of jail free cards in front of you. Yeah, so
keep it.
That's number one. And then the second thing was then let's pivot to Durant, which they kind of did by gritting their teeth. But okay, we got to make a move. Let's move Durant. And that got all the way, as you've all heard, almost down to the finish line. And the second brick wall they ran into was Durant was like, nah, I'm good. No, I don't want that. Now, you still could have done it, but the Warriors did not want to acquire a disgruntled Durant. And Tim slipped this in real quick. This is one thing you all should know if you don't know. You want to talk about juice, like the high-powered stuff. These Durant negotiations got inside the 5-yard line. So who calls who?
Steph calls KD.
Steph and Kevin. Steph and Kevin talk this out.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Kevin did not say, hell no, dude, I don't want to go to the Warriors.
Yeah, it was a soft no.
It was a soft no.
I like a soft no.
But he also said, not now.
Right.
Now's not the time. And that's not to say, like, oh, I'd love to in July.
I'm in the middle of a movie. Can you call me in 90 minutes?
I do. I do kind of feel it's like when you tell a good friend that you're going to try to stop by their party.
Yeah.
Like, I can't come now, but I'll try to stop by in about 2 hours. You're not coming.
You're not coming.
You're not coming.
Right.
And Kevin's, I don't think, is coming. But it wasn't like middle finger birds, like I hate your organization, don't call me ever again. It wasn't like that.
It's a soft no.
But it was a soft no, and the Warriors didn't want to take it any further. So the Suns, who were the central figure of the trade deadline, did nothing because they ran into brick walls everywhere.
They couldn't do anything. KD wouldn't go to Golden State, at least now, and Bradley Beal wouldn't go anywhere, and you're not trading Booker. So if you're Phoenix, your 3 pieces that you might think about moving, one you don't want to move, one refused to be moved, and the other one gave the one team who might have wanted him a soft no. So Phoenix is out. And so Golden State sees it, and they go right back to Miami and say, all right, now let's really roll up our sleeves and think about this Jimmy Butler thing. And the beauty of all of this is Andrew Wiggins, because Miami sees a player who is plug and play, not yet 30, a couple weeks he will be, but a guy who can fit in any style, in any scheme, and doesn't make a ton of money. So Miami's like, all right, let's make Wiggins the centerpiece. Let's talk.
That Celtics game that we just talked about is in Miami, and Andrew will be making his Heat debut.
I love it. I can't wait to watch it.
His Heat debut tonight in a game that starts in 45 minutes.
Yep.
45 minutes. Wiggins, as a member of the Heat, actually happens. So anyway, it leads us all to this, and two things I want to get at. Number one, did you hear what Tim Kawakami said? The tone of Steph's voice. I've not listened to the show yet. I will, but I'm going to take from what Tim said that what he means by that is Steph loves the Warriors, trusts the Warriors, respects the Warriors, but there was a very serious tone to where we sit at the trade deadline. And remember, Tim said they had this conversation the night before the deal went down. Deal went down Wednesday evening, so they recorded this on Tuesday. And I'm going to take from that Steph was like, we're doing this. We're in go for it mode. So in hearing that, I am going to say a couple things about Jimmy Butler. First of all, because I had all kinds of skepticism about the deal last week. I still do.
You had skepticism at halftime on Saturday.
Oh, my God. I had a pit in my stomach. I'm like, good Lord, you guys suck even worse than you did before. Right. Then the second half happens. They look great. And it was fun, right? Like, it was fun. There is a presence that Jimmy brings to the floor that Andrew does not. I absolutely can acknowledge that. But beyond that, if you're telling me that Steph Curry is like, look, I get it. There might be some risk here, but we've got to hit the go button. I do think you got to run whatever our thoughts are about the deal, the contract, the trade, whatever they may be. Run it through that prism. Steph has that kind of say, that kind of presence. And if he's telling you, look, we can't get Kevin, but like, yo, it's go time. So I'm ready to take a risk. And this is. It is a risk, but that makes sense to me. To me, it colors it a little bit further that if Steph is feeling that urgent, then yeah. And that's not from like, oh, you owe him everything, do whatever he says. But like, yeah, that's Steph Curry. And if that's the urgency he's feeling, then I get the big swing. I get it.
Yeah, and honestly, if Steph has 2.5 more years, and he does, unless he gets an extension, and Draymond's got the same, and you look at this team and what you're going to try to do over the next 2.5 years, and we all have talked forever about maximize the Steph Curry window. If Steph comes to you and says, yeah, Jimmy Butler is a guy who would help me maximize the window. So now you've got a real number 2 scorer. You've got a real number 1 or number 2 defender alongside Draymond Green. And you got a bunch of pups. And if you can get Pods to continue to improve, if Kuminga comes back and takes that next step that it seemed like he was going to take, and then you surround all the rest of them with Moody and Quentin and Gee and Buddy and all these other pieces, you could probably be a competitive team, bottom end of the playoff picture. And like you said, just give Steph a swing in April.
I also, Tim just sort of like, he says that the Warrior organization is telling him that there's still plenty of flexibility, which I really don't see. I didn't see, unless they're willing to spend a hell of a lot more money than I thought they were willing to spend. They've reset the whole thing by being under the second apron this year. I don't really know exactly what that means for, right, dollar for dollar, dollar for $12, whatever you're going to do next. But he struck a chord of the Warriors feel like they've still got a ton of flexibility, whether that means trade chips like Jonathan Kuminga and a lot of first-round draft capital that they still have, whether he means that, or whether he means that some of those expiring contracts are going to mean the Warriors are a bigger player on the free agent market than maybe we thought. To be honest with you, if that's true, it kind of changes how I view the deal, because that's the part of the deal I didn't like. I felt, and I'm no cap expert, right, but based on people I've talked to, I felt like that deal that you made, it's like, dude, you get one big swing and that's it. And now you're locked. You got Butler, you got Draymond, you got Steph, and you're going to sign Jonathan. Poof, there's your money. That's where, and so it felt like you're kind of now you're in jail as far as maneuverability. If I'm wrong on that, then I see the deal through a different set of eyes.
And a lot of it depends on what you signed Kuminga for. If, in fact, you end up keeping him, GP2 is making 9 this year and Kevon's making 8. Do both come back for less or do both not come back at all? Those are things. And,
Sure.
Moses Moody is on the hook for his contract actually starts next year. And it's 3 and
39, right?
Yeah, 39. Yeah. So would a team maybe want Moses Moody at that price?
He's movable.
He's
a
movable.
movable
And
piece.
Kuminga's a sign and trade candidate. And there's a lot of other things that you can do in terms of maneuverability. And honestly, Buddy Hield's only making 9.2 and 9.7 the next 2 years. So he's actually movable as well. These are all smaller numbers, but you do have the ability to go back up into the second apron one time and not incur a dramatic penalty. Because this year you stayed out of that, it allows you to next year kind of go hog wild if you feel like, you might be one player away.
Listen, I'll give that Saturday night game this because a lot of people, and I saw,
Which game? First half or second half?
Exactly. Well, that's the point. Like, I get a lot of people, how you like the Butler trade now, you big pile of junk. Well, okay, so you played 2 good quarters. You played 2 disgusting quarters.
Yeah.
And then you played 2 good quarters. And that's great. You won the game. You're going to get credit for that. Here's what I would say. Here's my number one Jimmy Butler takeaway. You made me more excited to see these next 3 games. That's it. That's it at this moment. All you did was you beat a bad Bulls team with a good half, an epic half.
Epic.
And now you've got 3 games in 4 nights leading into the All-Star break. I think they're very important games. You better win 2 of them. They're all on the road against quality opponents who are hurting, though. And so, okay, let's take a look. You take 2 of these. Hell, if you take all 3, now you're starting to cook with gas a little bit. But that to me, it's kind of like it's almost like a game of dominoes or whatever. Like, okay, now we'll go to the next round and see what they do tonight. Giannis is not there. You're favored. Go do it again. Go win again. Go be consistent Jimmy Butler every night. And then maybe you start to win some of those skeptics over.
Yeah, stack wins, which is what I heard this morning. Those guys on the roast were talking about. It's time to go out there and stack wins. Milwaukee is a little bit hampered. Go out there and get a game that you should win. And I'm always reluctant to talk about should wins, and I'm thinking about your 10-game look-ahead prediction where you wound up 5-5. And, most of your predictions I thought were good, but they won a couple you didn't expect. They lost a couple that you did expect, and that's what this team has been all year, which is why they're 26-26.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, before we continue chatting this out, and we got Warriors Live in a few, I want to remind everybody about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Hope you've heard about this. If you have not, sit down. You're going to need a moment. Check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That means you and 3 guests to go to Las Vegas, and then when you get there, someone will hand you $20,000. Okay? $20,000. You're going to stay at Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It is the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship, and winning could not be easier. You download the free Odyssey app, you log in, and then you listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and you get your daily entry. So you can enter once a day, and all you have to do is listen for a minimum of an hour. And then the app takes care of the rest for you. Isn't technology phenomenal? This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you could head to Vegas in March along with friends, family, and $20,000.
Insane. I mean, every time you say it, I can't help but think about this being maybe the greatest contest we've ever held.
It's pretty strong.
20 grand.
20 grand.
And 3 of your friends to roll with you, and you can give them each $20 a piece if you want. You don't have to give them. You don't have to go like foursies.
Well, no, if you're going to give out 20 grand, I would take me and then 3 of those cardboard cutouts from the COVID games a few years ago. Be like, yeah, this is my friend Bob, my friend Daryl.
Yep.
This is Joe. You give them $5 grand each too. Just make sure it's not made out to them. Let's do cash.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and hold that for you, Daryl.
So that sounds like fun. I hope everybody has some fun with that. The knockout tournament's going to be a ton of fun. And more on that in just a second, because the knockout tournament keyword for the day will come just after 4 o'clock. And if you look at your phone there, you'll notice that 4 o'clock is coming real soon. So the other thing that I thought was great about the Jimmy Butler debut was simply the looks on their faces. And maybe that was because they scored a bunch of points and won a basketball game. But everybody, that solemn feel of the Wiggins departure in Utah and everybody coming out with their head down and all of that stuff, man, they looked like they had a really good time. And those post-game press conferences, like some of the commentary in terms of how they felt for their first impression of playing together, it looked very joyful, which is such an important word in Warrior basketball.
Think about the way the game played out, and they were down 83-59 after Giddey hits a 3. You got 8.5 to go in the third quarter. You're down by 24. And normally that would be a game that the Warriors would lose by between 33 and 50. It would be shutdown time, and that would just be it. But instead, immediately, next possession, Jimmy Butler goes to the hoop. Couple of free throws, whop. Steph hits a 3. Now it's back within 20, and that game turned so quickly. And part of it is because of the will and the force that Jimmy Butler plays with. Yeah,
there's no question. And some of the around the basket stuff that night it was pretty special. It was pretty special. But we'll see. This is a harder test, even with Giannis out. We still don't have anything official yet, I think, on Dame Lillard, or do we? Nothing yet on Dame Lillard. Man, this game tips off in a freaking hour, Dame. Will you make up your mind? We're going to get word on that real soon, because the game will be within an hour. But no Giannis, maybe no Dame Lillard. Steph Curry is in for the Warriors. Okay, here we go. Warriors Live is right around the corner. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And your next chance to win a spot in our knockout tournament at Chase Center. You will get to play hoop on the Chase Center floor. We will all get to meet one another. We will play knockout. There will be a winner. His name will probably not be Grandy, just because of math. That's why. No, just because of math. It's a lot of people who are going to be playing. I
took that personal.
Well, that's fine. It was meant that way. So we got 13 more spots to give away this week. There will be 12 after the next handful of minutes. So that is what's coming up next. Stay right where you are as we start Warriors Live on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to...
And here we go. Yet another opportunity for the Warriors to move further into the win column. They sit at straight up 500 after their win in Chicago on Saturday night. It is Jimmy Buckets round 2 in Milwaukee tonight with no Giannis for the home team. The Warriors at 26-26 against the Bucks, who come in at 28-23. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And we start with this good stuff. Warriors shoot-around is complete. Steph Curry participated. He did some drills with Jimmy Butler, working on a little pick-and-roll action. And the Warriors' best 2 players are both ready to go and available tonight.
It's big, and you want to stack a few of these if you can, heading toward the All-Star break. You've got today, Wednesday, and Thursday, 3 more games until everybody gets a little bit of a break. And just the season mark has been so maddening since the 12-3 start. You've won 8 of your last 16. You haven't been 3 games above 500 since you beat Minnesota back on December 21st to get back to 15-12. You were 12-3. You hit a little bit of a scuffle. You were 3 above, thinking, all right, let's get some headway. But since then, you've been lose 2, win 1, win 2, lose 2. Back and forth you go. You got Jimmy now. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of Uncle Mo, not the horse, Uncle momentum heading into the All-Star break.
Yeah, and more on what's ahead this week for the Warriors in just a second as our pregame festivities have begun. But if you're a faithful listener of 95.7 The Game, you might be here for another reason as well. Let's do that. It is time to give out the key word that you need in order to claim a spot in our knockout tournament on the Chase Center floor, which is coming up the first week in March. So today's keyword is center. The keyword is center. Sometime before 4:30. It's 4:06 right now, so this is coming soon. Sometime before 4:30, you're going to hear this sounder. Don't call now, but when you hear that sounder again in our Warriors live pregame festivities, that will be your cue to call. You call the contest line. Here's that number, 415-523-4652. Do not call now. You won't win. But when you hear the sounder again, the keyword is center, and call the contest line, 415-523-4652. Save the number to your phone. You've got the word as well. When you hear the sounder again, the first person to call in with the correct word, bang, is in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center court. So keep on listening because that sounder is coming very soon. Let's dive right into today's injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Steph Curry was questionable. It was left quad soreness. We already mentioned he is available. Jonathan Kuminga remains out with that ankle sprain, but there is an update from the Warriors, which is that he's progressing well. He'll begin on-court activities with the Warriors pretty much immediately, and then will be reevaluated again in 10 days, which is the day before the Warriors' post-All-Star break games start in Sacramento on February 21st. However, Steve Kerr did say in his pregame availability tonight, do not expect Jonathan to play in the first few games back from the All-Star game. So I think you're looking at least 5 more games without Jonathan Kuminga. And then what so many of us are curious about, how is he going to fit in to these new look Warriors?
No doubt. And I do think that, having Jimmy Butler will have played at least 5 games, maybe 6 or 7 games by the time Kuminga comes back. Jimmy Butler should be much more acclimated. I know he was talking in the postgame after Saturday night about how, Draymond was kind of telling him what to do and where to be. And Jimmy even said, I don't know all the plays yet. I'm kind of the new guy here, and I'm learning as I go. So you get Jimmy Butler 3 more games until the All-Star break, and then he gets a couple more coming out. And then Kuminga steps back in to a brand new team. There's no more Wiggins. There's no more Slow-Mo. There's no more Dennis Schroeder. So when Kuminga comes back, he's going to almost have to acclimate to the new Warriors. It's a team totally different than the one he left.
Yep, and more on that in a second, but we want to get to the Bucks injury report, which has this breaking news. Damian Lillard is in tonight. Okay, Giannis is out, left calf strain. Lillard had been questionable all day with right hamstring soreness, but Dame is in. Let's see, who else? Brook Lopez, right shoulder contusion is probable. So the Bucks do have their other star available in this one tonight. Don't forget, though, that another one of their scorers was also involved in a trade last week. So there's no more Chris Middleton in Milwaukee, but there is Kyle Kuzma. So it's a little bit of a new-look Milwaukee group that the Warriors are going to see tonight, and they, of course, are a new-look group themselves.
Yeah, Warriors favored by 6.5 going to Milwaukee in a spot where, both teams highly motivated to get it done. And I'm looking at Kuzma from yesterday, 36 minutes, 13 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds. So as much as Jimmy Butler's trying to acclimate to his new team, same thing with Kyle Kuzma.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. I don't know what the staying power of this is. I'm mindful of something with the entire Jimmy Butler situation. We come out of the weekend, and it's a feel-good deal. They win the game. They say a lot of good stuff after the game. They got a lot of smiles on their faces. But there are a couple of ways to look at this. The newness of it on its own is like a little juice boost of energy that's not going to last unless you keep winning basketball games. And there's no two ways around it. That game Saturday night was one great half and one gross half. Like the Warriors were awful in the first half of that basketball game. The hope is that was just like a little bit of a acclamation sensation.
Yeah, it's a buck.
You hope that that's what it was. But these next 3 games in 4 nights, this is a quick run to the finish line before the All-Star break, which is in their own building, where they've got this game tonight, Milwaukee. You're going to turn right around and do a game against Dallas on Wednesday night, play another early game there on Thursday, and each time you're going against a good team that's kind of down a man or two, whether it be injury or recent trade. You'll play Dallas Wednesday, for example, right? There's no more Luka, and Anthony Davis got hurt. So it represents a real opportunity, but there's no doubt that the good thing in this moment about the Jimmy Butler acquisition is I just think everybody needed a shot in the arm. And that gives them that, but that shot in the arm lasts as long as the winning lasts. And then it doesn't become a thing. So I just think these next 3 games this week, these are monster basketball games.
Yeah,
for the Warriors.
pretty big. And, if you can just win 2 of the 3, realistically, I mean, you'd like to look at the 3 opponents without Giannis, no Luka and AD, and a Houston team that is reeling. You'd like to lick your chops and say, go get all 3, but then you have to slap yourself and realize, who are we talking about? What team are we talking about? Because as I mentioned before, Mark, the Warriors are 8-8 over their last 16, including such wins as a victory over OKC and then a loss at Utah. So this team, even before Jimmy came, and the Jimmy Butler experience right now through 4 quarters is a microcosm of the whole year. 2 quarters of, oh my God, are you kidding me? And then 2 quarters of, they might be the best team ever. And if you look at 52 games and you're 26-26, this season has been just that. You've had embarrassing losses and thrilling wins. So, yeah, you could look at these 3 opponents all on the road and think, go out there and get them all. You got Jimmy and you got a motivated Steph and you're ready to roll now. You got your rotation all buttoned up. But realistically, you win 2 of the 3. You go into the All-Star break at 28-27, and now you can take a deep breath and make one last push towards something special.
Yeah, I find also these Bucks, though, and maybe to your point, this is a very confusing basketball team, right? We've seen them have early knockouts in the playoffs in recent years. They acquired Dame Lillard. It doesn't quite do, at least not yet, what you thought it would do last year, and I'll take that into this year as well. 28-23 in the East with Giannis and Dame, and then they're making trades at the deadline, sending out their 3rd best player. Obviously, they get a new 3rd best player. Maybe that'll work better, but they come in having lost 5 of their last 7 games. Some of them are absolute head scratchers. I mean, they went to San Antonio last week and got blown out of the gym.
Yeah, they gave up 12 dozen.
Blown out of the gym. That's 144.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Okay? And I mean, the only teams they've been able to beat of late, this is going back 3 weeks now. They were able to beat Utah. They were able to beat Charlotte. They were able to beat Philadelphia in their most recent game. These are teams that are either really bad or very hampered by injury, and I know Milwaukee is too. It's just interesting, though, because if you look at their 2 stars, there's probably not 2 stars who have been more linked in one way or another to the Bay Area in terms of their history or the fan base's hopes than these 2 stars. And so while Tim Kawakami a couple hours ago tells us, hey, the Warriors still have flexibility, I'm interested in what happens with this Milwaukee Buck team. You got Dame Lillard, the Bay Area kid, and you've got Giannis, who the whole world is waiting on, like, are you going to get mad at some point? Because whatever is going on with Milwaukee, let's just say it, like it's not working.
Right.
It's not working.
It's not. And, you've got Dame signed for next year at $54 million and a player option for $58 million after that. I don't know if he is a player who financially would fit here in Golden State or even playing style. And, until Giannis decides to say out loud, I'm actually ready to try this somewhere else, it feels to me like he wants to be a forever Buck, but you're right. Like the thing should fit better than it does. You've got one of the best backcourt scorers in the league, and you've got maybe the best front court scorer in the league. If you wanted to rank NBA players, you can't get out of the top 20 without Giannis and Dame Lillard.
Yep.
And yet in a weaker East, in the weaker conference, you still can't really be out there among Cleveland and Boston. Something's not right.
I can't figure them out. I cannot figure them out, which is why, by the way, I got no idea what to think about tonight because guess who else gets that label? The Warriors do.
For sure.
Like this game tonight is a classic battle of I can't figure them out. The Warriors are favored because they're the healthier team of the two. So that's great, but they're also on the road, and I am not going to call them trustworthy yet just because the second half in Chicago looked really good on Saturday night. I came out of that game with equal parts of like, that's awesome, and that's a really fun start for Jimmy Butler. Can someone tell me what happened in the first half? Like, what happened? They fell down by 24 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't even have Zach LaVine anymore. Like,
part of that spilled into the third quarter where you had Kobe White. You had no answer for Kobe White, who was a great player at North Carolina, but when he hit the one from, it was listed as a 33-footer. I thought it might have been a little further than that. And then Josh Giddey hits another three right in your eye. You're thinking, all right, some nights it's just not your night, but down 24, they found a way to dig out of it.
It is time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I was just scrolling through some of the individual Warrior player over-unders and whatnot, and this one caught my eye just because I like the time he's been getting lately. I like the energy he's brought to the floor, and I've decided he's pretty consistent with this. Moses Moody's over-under for three-pointers made is 1.5. Give me the over.
Yeah.
Give me the over. I got Moses for at least a couple threes tonight.
I thought you were going to go to Quentin Post, whose over-under is also 1.5 for threes made.
He's pretty fun.
I was going to go that direction, but then the more we've been talking about Giannis being out, and I know that Dame will forever have a little chip on his shoulder about the Golden State Warriors, which is a team that is from Oakland, and he's from Oakland, and actually my tax guy is a family friend, and so we've had many conversations about Dame when it comes to the Warriors, and I looked at his total, 28.5, and he's coming off a 43-point game, and you got no Giannis? I'm going over on Dame at 28.5 tonight.
Yeah, with Giannis out, Dame scored over 40 the other night.
Yeah, 43 on 27 shots.
He's gonna take that lead dog role, and so that's
shoot your shot. It's all you got, Dame.
All he's got. It's all they've got tonight. So I think that's a fair one. But I've already learned my lesson on getting excited about Quentin Post. It's funny that you brought that one up.
Yeah,
like everybody digs him. He's got that thing. You're like the postman. I got texts over the weekend. The postman. Look at the postman. So I'm into Quentin Post, but the last time he had a good game, I got excited, and I did one of these. I'm on Underdog, and I'm like, oh, Quentin Post, 2 3-pointers, no question. And I think he played 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
that's awkward.
It's too early. It's too early to start expecting things from Quentin Post.
It is.
That's my rule.
I looked at his game log in the 11 games he's played since he's been back, and he's officially back because now he's got that contract. He's hit 2 or more threes in 5 of 11, including he's coming off a 4 3-point performance against Chicago. So 1.5 threes. He's done it 5 of 11 times. One of the times he didn't was the aforementioned 5-minute effort. So that's always a fun one to watch because I do think that Quentin Post now, with the roster shuffling, he's going to get a little bit more playing time, a little bit more leash.
You would think, yeah.
He is the stretch 5 that we've all been dreaming about.
Well, he's going to have to be because Nikola Vucevic is still in Chicago. Speaking of out-of-town teams, the out-of-town, NBA game of the night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There's 10 games around the league tonight. Lots going on. A lot of them just tipped off, including Jazz and Lakers from LA. This isn't a super intriguing game in terms of the competition and the matchup. Lakers are 31-19, one of the hotter teams in the league. The Jazz are 12-39 and openly trying to lose. But there is a little sideshow going on tonight in L.A., and his name is Luka.
He lives on the second floor.
Thank you. Very good reference. We're old. Luka Doncic is expected to make his Lakers debut tonight. LeBron James, after missing their last game, also expected to return. So a lot of eyes on L.A. tonight with tip-off coming at 7:30. SFO can easily get you down to Southern California for any Laker game at Crypto.com Arena. Maybe you want to plan it when the Warriors are there, and SFO can help you out. The Warriors were just in L.A., as you know, to take on the Lakers on Friday night in a game effort. Fell just short, but be down there again near the end of the regular season on April 3rd, and SFO can get you there for that game. That is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There it is. There is the sounder. So if you've got your keyword ready, you got your contest line at 415-523-4652. The first person to call in, give the correct keyword on the contest line, is in to the knockout tournament, Chase Center Court, Monday, March 3rd. We can't wait to play ball with you and meet you there. Again, contest line 415-523-4652. Call now. Good luck. And if you don't get in this time, 12 more spots remain. Your next chance will be tomorrow morning with the roast in the 8 a.m. hour, but every day this week, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, and then 4 p.m. hour with us. 12 more spots to give away. So keep listening all week long and keep on trying to get into Knockout with us.
Yeah, and if you show up to the Knockout event, you just never know who might also be there. You could have Jimmy Butler just strolling on by, getting some shots up. I mean, it's possible he'll be a Warrior at that point.
I think our contest department and legal department is on the phone. They'd like you to stop.
I just
don't promise that
I
you
said
need
might.
Butler.
When you say might,
yes,
and you never know who might go, and I do know this when
we'll overpromise, underdeliver action going on.
The Warriors will be on the East Coast that day. So
right, okay, so it's possible that
the only way Jimmy would be here is if he gets injured, Dibs,
or
and we don't want that.
misses the plane.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I was going to use the S word, but I'm not trying to ruin an otherwise good story because they're undefeated with Jimmy Butler, but
yes,
either way, you'll be on the Chase Center floor, and that should be enough for you, dear listener.
I will be there. You will be there. Grandy will be there. The listener will be there.
I can't wait to see that trophy somewhere else in someone else's hands.
Basketballs will be in people's hands. We'll be shooting them, and darn it, some of them might go in.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Your run's coming into an end there, champ. You know that, right? No one's ever gone back-to-back as the knockout, as the shootout champion, the knockout champ.
No one ever has.
Nope.
But Grandy's got a chance to become the first.
Yep.
So we'll see. All right. Next chance to win a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center is, again, tomorrow morning. All right. Any thoughts on tonight? You like their chances?
I do like their chances. It'll be fun to see more Jimmy Butler on the floor as a Warrior.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right. Let's do it again tomorrow. We'll be talking about this game for sure. So 4 Dibs for Grandy, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. We go to the arena next.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball for the All-Star Weekend. YSFO, the Bay Area's home court for travel, with convenient nonstop flights to more than 130 U.S. and international